Oh, Bomna. Hello, chat. How's it going? Lonerbox is probably Jewish. Wow. Wow. Hot takes abound. Listen, I don't know if I'm Jewish or not. I just know that I'm a streamer who plays video games sometimes. No, I know I'm a video game streamer who does politics sometimes. Okay? That's what you gotta get used to. Did you see the article lifting sanctions and maybe funding a civilian nuclear program for Iran? Well, if they can control it, because that's kind of, well, that's not too different from what was in Trump's deal, his offer before the strikes. He was saying he wanted them to have a nuclear program that was designed in such a way that Iran wouldn't be enriching their own uranium, right? It would be coming from third parties. I know Trump wants Bibi pardoned. Yes, I do. I do, in fact, watch the news. Anyway, sorry. Starting early today. Whoa, whoops. Listen, just chill, guys. We're getting there. Okay? I'm in about the same place that I was when I died last, so I think we'll be all right. We just need to focus. We just need to focus to fuck. About to die at level 59 this time. Well, logically it would be 57 because I died at 59, then at 58. So it would logically speaking be 57 where I die. I'm just here for the WoW. I don't watch the... What color season are you? Listen, we'll learn all about color seasons when I'm back, okay? Because I think I'm going to have a break after today's stream. Ethan claimed another soul. I saw this. Yes, I'm aware. Oh my god, not the water. Please don't let there be a really big fucking elite in the water that I've never heard of before. No, it's fine. What, is he claiming to be suing Sean DeBlack? Is that what he's saying? That's good, you know. That's how you beat the misogyny allegations. Is go after a black man. Yeah. I think he's trolling. I don't think he's also going to add Sean DeBlack. It's too much. It's too excessive. Too extra. Cannibal Ghoul. God, this is a very ominous zone. Don't like it. You have no idea if it's a meme or not. Did Sean even... I wasn't sure Sean even reviewed the video in full. Because he said none of these other people have reviewed the video in full. Which suggests he didn't review it in full. But... Have you seen Trump's latest peace proposal? Nope, but I do know that there has, in fact, been big damage done at Fordo, okay? Seems like the UN watchdog has also confirmed that the centrifuges are basically fucked. They didn't say how much damage was done, or they didn't say how far the program had been set back, but my understanding is that if the centrifuges can't function, then you can't enrich uranium, like you're fucked. That we have, in fact, big, beautiful damage. Oh, these are the crypt scarabs that killed me last time. Wow. Wait, they go away? Why did they disappear? How does that work? Huh. Wow, level 60 swine. Fuck that. Oh, it's because they're high level, these fiends. Cringe clip-in stream suggestions. They can build centrifuges again. Well, do you think they just want to put Iran into the same position that they had Hezbollah, which is that you fuck them up, get them to agree to a ceasefire, but it's the kind of ceasefire where they have no air defense and no secrecy. So you just keep on bombing them like one piece at a time whenever they try to get set back up again. I mean, they technically can do that. Like, the Syrian airspace is never going to stop them from doing that, nor is the Iraqi, so... That's the plan. Confirmed by Mokid in chat. Okay, thank you, Masad person. Thank you. Hagari's little fucking... I'm not letting him cast that Scarab spell. Fuck that. Apart from just there, where he did. What does he do? Does he launch it in waves? Whoa, that's what they do. But they disappear when he dies. The Scarabs disappear when he dies. What the fuck happened in that? Huh. Huh. That's interesting. Alright, video link. Discord. Everyone live just gaming. But I'll probably watch some things. But for now, vibing. You can't kick it, okay. I'm just learning so much about this one little shitty mob and its destructive powers. He just fires a whole wave of little bugs at you. They do hit for like 200 combined, so that's quite a bit. Not fun, not fun. Okay, and I go into this hoose.
How are ya?
Wow.
What now?
I don't do the restless soul. Then I go into that house. But I've killed the guys, so I can just run in. Okay. I'm so cautious. So there's a ghoul and a mage. Okay, we'll take the mage. What? Charlie Kirk being racist about Mamdani. Oh, I know. The fucking Caliphate. The Caliphate. New York City. Bro, nothing's gonna happen. Nothing ever happens. Did you see MTG's Statue of Liberty tweet? It's the first time ever where the far left and the far right memes are both really funny. Because it's all just Islamic Republic of New York City memes. Statue of Liberty and a burqa. Hell yeah. That's good. That's strong. Oh, no, no, no. Are they saying NYC is the new London? Oh, not the curse. Not the curse! We're fucked. Nothing ever happens. True. There's no getting away from it. Well, this is frustrating. They're saying NYC is the new London. London is fine. I don't... People freak out about London because there are some Indian Pakistani communities there. Like, okay, fuck you. Whatever. Do you think Mamdani is good? I mean, some of the policies are cringe. Some of them are decent. The rhetoric, obviously, about like the obsession with fucking Israel for a New York mayor is kind of weird. But he, I'd rather him than Cuomo, I think. Wait, second floor of the inn. Where's the thing? That's more important. I'm in the wrong building. I died running into the wrong building last time. Well done, Loner Box. Well done, buddy. I was supposed to go in here. Okay. The thing with someone like him, with someone who's that radically, like rhetorically left-wing, the thing with that kind of patter is that only one of two things is going to happen. One is he's going to stay extreme, and all his advisors and everyone in the civil service or whatever who's around him will just not let him do anything. Like, he won't be able to get anything passed. Or actioned, whatever the fuck the mayor does. Or he will get things through and they'll fail. Or more likely, I think, is he's just gonna, his experience and power is just gonna moderate him. It's usually what happens. Are you worried he'll become like AOC? I'm terrified of him becoming like AOC. That would be so bad. I'm very scared of the prospect of him disappointing SJP. That would be so unfortunate. Right, I need to put something on. I need to put the State Department, was it the Pentagon, did a really interesting briefing on the strikes at Fordo. He'll transition. Good one. Pentagon press conference. I believe there's like two people here, right? Hegseth, who is a total moron, and then the other guy I think is a bit more competent, but we'll see.
So many things happening that oftentimes big, momentous moments get missed. What President Trump accomplished in NATO yesterday was game-changing and historic. A shift in burden sharing to European responsibility in NATO that most would have said was impossible at the beginning of his term. But he said NATO needs to pay up. They started in the first term, and here in his second term, we've accelerated that. 32 NATO countries committed to spending 5% of their GDP on defense, on actually investing in the NATO alliance. So I hope with all the ink spilled, all of your outlets find the time to properly recognize this historic change in continental security. That other presidents...
This is them basically demanding that everyone reports that the Fordo facility was obliterated because Trump said that, because that's definitely a damage assessment term. Obliterated. Very trustworthy. Okay, do I have to delete these? Okay.
Tried to do, other presidents talked about. President Trump accomplished it. It's a huge deal. You see, we're here this morning because in hunting for scandals all the time, in trying to find wedges and...
No one really hunted for scandals, but you gave them a scandal by leaking sensitive information on a Signal group chat like a fucking moron. Like, you are the scandal. Hegseth is an expert in getting obliterated. Yeah, the damage assessment of that also was total obliteration. I love it. He's like, at some point, like, I think with Trump, people tended to go, right, in the first term. Most people from the first term who were close to Trump are gone now, Pence and the like. I think Hegseth is going to be the first to go, but it won't be because of disloyalty. It will be because he's fucking useless. Because he's a liability. An embarrassment.
And spin stories. This press corps and the press corps miss historic moments. You miss historic moments like 5% at NATO, which when you hear, I was in the closed door briefing, I wish there could have been cameras in there. When you heard the prime ministers and presidents of other countries, to a man and to a woman, looking at President Trump and saying, this never could have happened. Never would have happened. It seemed impossible.
Mike Waltz was the first. Okay. Well, Pete will be next. Fuck you.
5 years ago, Rubio, 2 years ago.
Rubio would be for, I mean, Rubio obviously ideologically fucking did a fucking pirouette just to please Trump. So, but I guess that makes him probably less likely to engage in dishonesty, right? Or to engage in disloyalty, right? It makes him more likely to be dishonest, but not disloyal. I don't know. I think he'll stay loyal to Trump. Fuck knows. Okay.
Years ago. But here we are because of your leadership. If you ask them the question, I bet they'd say the same thing. But searching for scandals, you miss historic moments, like recruiting at the Pentagon.
Wow.
Historic levels in the Army, the Air Force, and the Navy. Yeah, maybe there'll be a little mention here or there. But like because it was under President Trump's leadership, because Americans are responding to him as commander-in-chief, the press corps doesn't want to write about it. Ooh. Or bring us to the topic of the moment, the highly successful strikes in Iran. Let me read the bottom line here. President Trump directed the most complex and secretive military operation in history, and it was a resounding success, resulting in a ceasefire agreement and the end of the 12-day war. There's been a lot of discussion about what happened and what didn't happen. Step back for a second. Because of decisive military action, President Trump created the conditions to end the war, decimating, choose your word, obliterating, destroying Iran's nuclear capabilities. I want to read some of the assessments that have been provided, because
Well, now we got
whether
assessments.
it's
There we
fake
go,
news,
okay.
CNN, MSNBC,
News, CNN.
or the New York Times, there's been
Mullen.
fawning coverage of a preliminary assessment. I've had a chance to read it. Every outlet
it's
has
still the
breathlessly
preliminary one,
reported
okay.
on a preliminary assessment
Yeah.
from DIA. I'm looking at it right now.
Ooh.
Again, it was preliminary, a day and a half after the actual strike, when it admits itself in writing that it requires weeks to accumulate the necessary data to make such an assessment. It's preliminary.
This is true. Like the wording of the CNN article was a bit odd in the sense that they were like, preliminary shows not much. And it's like, well, obviously it's, how do you, just think about it practically. You're doing a preliminary assessment of bombs in a fucking cave under a mountain. So surely, I don't know if anyone thinks that these guys were able to get information of what had happened underneath the mountain where there was a massive explosion. Multiple massive explosions, and just within 24, 48 hours, just know exactly what had gone on. So that is maybe a bit strange. You would expect a preliminary report to show not much, but we'll see what he says.
It points out that it's not been coordinated with the intelligence community at all. There's low confidence in this particular report. It says in the report there are gaps in the information. It says in the report multiple linchpin assumptions are what.
Well, again, the article said that too, though. The article said that too. When they talk about it being low confidence, by the way, low confidence, I think, because this happened with Israel's claims about UNRWA. I don't think low confidence actually means, in the intelligence community, I don't think it actually means like unlikely. I need to double check that though. I feel like I just have a strong memory of it having a different meaning.
This assessment, a linchpin assumption, you know what that is?
Call them
That means your entire
CDNC
premise is
for-
predicated on a linchpin. If you're wrong, everything else is wrong. And yet, and still, this report acknowledges it's likely severe damage. Again, this is
Wow.
preliminary, but leaked because someone had an agenda to try to muddy the waters and make it look like this historic strike wasn't
loser.
successful. I'm
That's
going to
what
get
they
to the
called
chairman
him.
in a
Caroline
moment
called
because
him a
he's going to lay
loser.
out the particulars for you based on his professional military experience. But here's what other folks are saying. The DIA that put that report out says that this is a preliminary low confidence report and will continue to be refined as additional intelligence becomes available.
Gotta go from here.
How about the Israeli Atomic Energy Commission? The devastating U.S. strikes on Fordow destroyed the site's critical infrastructure and rendered the enrichment facility inoperable. Have any of these quotes made their way into the New York Times or the Washington Post?
No.
MSNBC?
Wow.
CNN?
Liars.
Any of these quotes? How about this one? This is a new one
America
from the
haters.
UN, the United Nations. No friend of the United States, or certainly Israel often. Here's the head of the UN Atomic Energy Agency this morning, Rafael Grossi. U.S. and Israeli strikes caused enormous damage to Iran's nuclear sites. Don't take my word for it. How about the IDF's chief of staff? I can say here that the assessment is that we significantly damaged the nuclear program, setting it
It's
back.
funny again that like everything he's saying about that preliminary report was read in the CNN article. It's weird that he's doing this thing where he's like taking the piss out of CNN, using the White House briefing to shit on their media opponents. But if you're CNN and you have someone from the intelligence community coming to you with information, why would you not say it? Like, it's full of qualifiers in any case. It's got all the appropriate qualifiers to say that it's a preliminary assessment, it's underground and all that. It's all in the reporting. So I'm just, obviously this is like the fucking dictatorship vibe, isn't it? White boy dictatorship summer. Ooh. Oh shit. Wait, break. Jesus Christ, I almost fell there. Whoa. I don't think you guys understand how close I was to dying there. It's all good. Because my slowdowner was about to break. It's okay, I've got lips as well, though.
Back by years. I repeat,
Come on, give me a slowdown. Fuck
The
you.
Iranian foreign minister, the spokesman. Our nuclear installations have been badly damaged, that's for sure. I'm sure that's an understatement.
Hey, let's go.
John Radcliffe, the director of the CIA, putting out a statement just last night, CIA can confirm that a body of credible intelligence indicates Iran's nuclear program has been severely damaged by recent targeted strikes. This includes new intelligence from a historically reliable, very different than preliminary assessment with low confidence. He's saying historically reliable and accurate source and method that several key Iranian nuclear facilities were destroyed and would have to be rebuilt over the course of years. CIA continues to collect additional reliably.
Now, the UN hasn't given how long it's been set back, so I don't know where he's saying years. That'd be US maybe? Or Israel. I think Israel says something about years.
Sourced information to keep appropriate decision makers fully informed. How about DNI Tulsi Gabbard yesterday? She writes, and I quote, "New intelligence confirms what POTUS has stated numerous times. Iran's nuclear facilities have been destroyed." Institute for Science and International Security President David Albright, overall, Israel and U.S. attacks have effectively destroyed Iran's centrifuge enrichment program. Time and time again, I can go down the list. Those that understand, those that see, those that do proper assessments recognize that what the United States military did was historic.
Again, the only thing he's salty about here is that a CNN article reporting quite tactfully about a preliminary intel report that was shared about, but I think it was like 4 people who had wind of it. So stupid. So sensitive. God.
And again, before I pass it to the chairman, because you, and I mean specifically you, the press.
You're going to give this press a telling off.
You, the press corps.
Christ.
Because you cheer against Trump so hard. It's like in your DNA and in your blood to cheer against Trump. Because you want him not to be successful so bad.
Molding.
You have to cheer against the efficacy of these strikes. You have to hope maybe they weren't effective. Maybe the way the Trump administration has represented them isn't true. So let's take half-truths, spun information, leaked information, and then spin it. Spin it in every way we can to try to cause doubt.
Yes.
And manipulate the public mind over whether or not our brave pilots were successful. How many stories have been written about how hard it is to, I don't know, fly a plane for 36 hours? Has MSNBC done that story? Has Fox? Have we done the story how hard that is?
They're bitching at
Have we done it 2 or 3 times?
Excuse
so
me.
American people understand. How about how difficult it is to shoot a drone from an F-15 or 16 or F-22 or F-35? Or what it's like to man a Patriot battery? Or how hard it is to refuel midair? Giving the American people an understanding of how complex and sophisticated this mission really was.
Didn't the press even say thank you for our hard efforts?
There are so many aspects of what our brave
Don't you
men and
support
women
the troops? Shut the fuck up, bro.
Because of the hatred of this press corps, are undermined because your people are trying to leak and spin that it wasn't successful. It's irresponsible. And folks in this room are privy to that information because of the proximity here in the Pentagon. It's an important responsibility. And time again, classified information is leaked or peddled for political purposes to try to make the president look bad. And what's really happening is you're undermining the success of incredible B-2 pilots and incredible F-35 pilots and incredible refuelers and incredible air defenders who accomplished their mission, set back a nuclear program in ways that other presidents would have dreamed. How about we celebrate that? How about we talk about how special America is, that only we have these capabilities? I think it's too much.
Why is he blaming the press for leaks? Yeah, I don't know. Apparently when you're in the press and someone from the intelligence community from within the state comes to you and says, hey, we've got some information about this strike, here you go. You're not allowed to report on it. You're not supposed to do that. That's bad, yeah. It's bad for the press to leak things when an anonymous source gives them something interesting. Like, it's so stupid. Fuck me.
To ask, unfortunately, for the fake news.
The fake news.
So we're used to that. But we also have an opportunity to stand at the podium and read the truth of what's really happening. And the reality is you want to call it destroyed, you want to call it defeated, you want to call it obliterated. Choose your word. This was an historically
Strong boy.
successful attack, and we should celebrate it as Americans. And it gives us a chance to have peace, chance to have a deal, and an opportunity to prevent a nuclear Iran, which is something President Trump talked about for 20 years, and no other presidents had the courage to actually do.
Now, it's interesting he's saying that no other president had the courage to take the nuclear thing seriously. Oh yeah, did I turn 58? When did I do that? What the fuck? I didn't even notice. Huh. Oh, it was in the house. Okay, cool. Wow. 58. What could go wrong?
So with that, I want to hand it over to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. They've done technical analysis on this, not just on the strike, but also on our Patriot defenders, on Al Udeid. And Mr. Chairman, I'll hand it over to you.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and good morning, and all of you. Thank you for being here. As a follow-up to my comments on Sunday's press conference, I wanted to give you a few updates this morning on something I'm honored to do as a chairman, and that's a chance to get to talk about some of our service members and the incredible things that they do on behalf of our nation. And I apologize ahead of time for the length and the detail. Today, I'm going to brief you on a couple things. First, I'm going to talk about our air defenders at Al Udeid in Qatar and their actions on Monday. Then I'm going to walk you through a little bit about...
Didn't Obama get them to sign the deal that they're trying to get them to sign now? I don't believe so, no. Whatever deal Trump gets out of Iran will be very different from what Obama offered. The JCPOA would have given Iran a stepping stone to standard NPT status, which I think people, like anyone who takes the nuclear thing seriously from Iran or the existential fear seriously, would think is a disaster. Because like the point of NPT is that like you are trusted to do things, to have nuclear projects and to do research and to enrich and all that stuff, because there's not really any indication that you would use that trust and betray that trust to eventually go to weapons. This is the full clip. Oh, a clip. Hang on. Huh.
About the academics that went into the attack against Fordo, the massive ordnance penetrator weapon, and we're going to show a video that highlights the effects that weapon has. Of course, nobody was down inside the target, so we don't have video from the target. First, on Monday. As the President has stated, on Monday morning we began to receive indications and warnings that Iran intended to attack U.S. bases in the region. That morning, building on the work that CENTCOM Commander Eric Kurilla had done, and on the orders of the President, at Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar and around the region, we assumed a minimum force posture. Most folks had moved off the base to extend the security perimeter out away from what we assessed might be a target zone, except for a very few Army soldiers at Al Udeid. At that point, only 2 Patriot batteries remained on base, roughly 44 American soldiers responsible for defending the entire base, to include CENTCOM's forward headquarters in the Middle East, an entire air base, and all the U.S. forces there. The oldest soldier was a 28-year-old captain. The youngest was a 21-year-old private who'd been in the military for less than 2 years. So let's put ourselves out there for a second. Imagine you're that young first lieutenant, you're 25 or 26 years old, and you've been assigned as the tactical director inside the command and control element. You, at that age, are the sole person responsible to defend this base. Listening next to you is your early warning operator, whose job is to notify you of imminent attack. There's 5 people inside a vehicle and 5 people outside of a vehicle around these, a total of, as I said, 44. By the way, you've sat in the Middle East for years, deployed over and over again, extended multiple times, always being prepared, but unsure of when that particular day will come that you must execute your mission and not fail at doing it. In this case, these Patriot crews were deployed from Korea and Japan as part of our U.S. forces there to ensure that we had the most capable missiles in the CENTCOM area of responsibility. As the day continues, you start to hear more and more chatter in the information space about a pending attack. And as the sun starts to set in the west, you get orders from your higher headquarters to make sure that your missile batteries are pointed to the north. There are just a few other teammates. It's hot, you're getting nervous, and you expect an attack. Outside of those Patriot vehicles, your hot crew, which is 1 NCO and 4 additional soldiers, turns a key and relinquishes control of those missiles to that young lieutenant inside the vehicle. And you wait. You know that you're going to have approximately 2 minutes, 120 seconds to either succeed or fail. And then at approximately 12:30 p.m. on Monday, that's 7:30 p.m. in Qatar, as the sun sets in the west, Iran attacks. As the targets were detected, round after round of Patriot missiles are ejected from their canisters by an initial launch charge. Then the main solid rocket motor ignites. You can feel this in your body if you've ever been around a Patriot taking a shot.
His fucking corpse despawns. That's so tricky. Fucking hell. Okay. Cool. Whatever.
And round after round goes out and guides against those missiles coming inbound. We believe that this is the largest single Patriot engagement in U.S. military history. And we were joined in this engagement by the Qatari Patriot crews. I'm not going to tell you how many rounds were shot, but it was a bunch because of classified purposes. And we're aware that there's reports of something getting through. What we do know is there was a lot of metal flying around. Between attacking missiles being hit by Patriots, boosters from attacking missiles being hit by Patriots, the Patriots themselves flying around, and the debris from those Patriots hitting the ground, there was a lot of metal flying around. And yet our U.S. air defenders had only seconds to make complex decisions with strategic impact. These awesome humans, along with their Qatari brothers and sisters in arms, stood between a salvo of Iranian missiles and the safety of Al Udeid. They are the unsung heroes of the 21st century United States Army. And I know a lot of you have seen the videos online and the excitement as those Patriots departed their launchers and went up and guided. This really demonstrates the combat capability and capacity of our Army air defenders. Simply stated, they absolutely crushed it. If you'd flip this over, thanks. Let me next move to a walkthrough.
This is the more competent guy, by the way, compared to Pete.
The GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrator weapon, and share a little bit about the planners who did this and their work on the weapon. First, let me set the stage for you.
Yeah.
There's an organization in the U.S. called the Defense Threat Reduction Agency, DTRA. DTRA does a lot of things for our nation, but DTRA is the world's leading expert on deeply buried underground targets. In 2009, a Defense Threat Reduction Agency officer was brought into a vault at an undisclosed location and briefed on something going on in Iran. For security purposes, I'm not going to share his name. He was shown some photos and some highly classified intelligence of what looked like a major construction project in the mountains of Iran. He was tasked to study this facility, work with the intelligence community to understand it, and he was soon joined by an additional teammate. For more than 15 years, this officer and his teammate lived and breathed this single target, Fordow, a critical element of Iran.
15 years, meaning 2010, right? You know what that means. No? You know what that means for who was in charge. Who was in charge? Who was president when they started this operation?
Obama.
Oh yeah, that guy. Shit.
Iran's covert nuclear weapons program. He studied the geology. He watched the Iranians dig it out. He watched the construction, the weather, the discard material, the geology, the construction materials, where the materials came from. He looked at the vent shaft, the exhaust shaft, the electrical systems, the environmental control systems, every nook, every crater, every piece of equipment going in and every piece of equipment going out. They literally dreamed about this target at night when they slept. They thought about it driving back and forth to work. And they knew from the very first days what this was for. You do not build a multi-layered underground bunker complex with centrifuges and other equipment in a mountain for any peaceful purpose. They weren't able to discuss this with their family, their wives, their kids, their friends, but they just kept grinding it out. And along the way, they realized we did not have a weapon that could adequately strike and kill this target. So they began a journey to work with industry and other tacticians to develop the GBU-57. They tested it over and over again, tried different options, tried more after that. They accomplished hundreds of test shots and dropped many full-scale weapons against extremely realistic targets for a single purpose: kill this target at the time and place of our nation's choosing. And then, on a day in June of 2025, more than 15 years after they started their life's work, the phone rang and the President of the United States ordered the B-2 force that you've supported.
Okay, guys, Gaiman, we need to focus, okay? I just need to focus on killing this fucking grave digger. Okay? This grave robber. I think that's what he is. I think he's a grave robber. I think I need to sap the main guy and kill the 3. That's probably what we do. And if the sap breaks, I just run away. Okay. It's possible. Anything's possible. Huh. Okay. Don't like a dozen spawns go up in here. Nope. So there he is, separated. Good. Now I sap him. Huh. Go on. Now these 3. They didn't actually respond, did they? Now just get them as far away as possible. Oh my fucking god. Look at that. No blinding sand. There we go. That's so annoying, man. How long did that sap last? Like 2 seconds. What the fuck, man? Okay, heal. Now there's still 2 more. Ain't no way, buddy. Ain't no way. Maybe? Nope. Fuck's sake. That's quite annoying.
To go strike and kill this target. Yesterday, I had the incredible honor and privilege of spending time with these 2 Defense Threat Reduction Agency officers who've given so much. One of them said, quote, "I can't even get my head around this. My heart is so filled with the pride of being a part of this team. I am so honored to be a part of this. To you both, thank you, and thank you to your families." Operation Midnight Hammer was the culmination of those 15 years of incredible work. The air crews, the tanker crews, the weapons crews that built the weapons, the load crews that loaded it. Before I run through this video today, I want to talk a little bit about weaponeering and what goes into an attack. Weaponeering is the science of evaluating a target. I mentioned all of those factors before that these 2 DTRA officers had thought about. Ultimately, weaponeering is determining the right weapon and fuse combination to achieve the desired effects and maximum destruction against a target. In the case of Fordo, the DTRA team understood with a high degree of confidence the elements of the target required to kill its functions, and the weapons were designed, planned, and delivered to ensure that they achieve the effects in the mission space. By the way, in the beginning of its development, we had so many PhDs working on the MOP program, doing modeling and simulation, that we were quietly and in a secret way the biggest users of supercomputer hours within the United States of America. So let me talk about the graphic a little bit. And the GBU 57, which all of you I know is a 30,000 pound weapon dropped only by the B-2. It's comprised of steel, explosive, and a fuse, programmed bespokely each weapon to achieve a particular effect inside the target. Each weapon had a unique desired impact angle, arrival, final heading, and a fuse setting. The fuse is effectively what tells the bomb when to function. A longer delay in a fuse, the deeper the weapon will penetrate and drive into the target. So on Fordo, in June of 2008, you can see these 3 holes. Depicted here is the main exhaust shaft with 2 additional ventilation shafts on either side. The United States decided to strike these 2 ventilation shafts, seen here on the main graphic, as the primary point of entry into the mission space. In the days preceding the attack against Fordo, the Iranians attempted to cover the shafts with concrete to try to prevent an attack. I won't share the specific dimensions of the concrete cap, but you should know that we know what the dimensions of those concrete caps were. The planners had to account for this. They accounted for everything. The cap was forcibly removed by the first weapon, and the main shaft was uncovered. Weapons 2, 3, 4, 5 were tasked to enter the main shaft, move down into the complex at greater than 1,000 feet.
The ultimate weakness of any impenetrable fortress, the one shaft. There's always a shaft. Can't get around it.
Feet per second and explode in the mission space. Weapon number 6 was designed on each side, so there were 6 on each side. Weapons number 6 was designed as a flex weapon to allow us to cover if one of the preceding jets
the fucking Death Star
or one of the preceding weapons did not work. The video I'm about to show you is a culmination of over 15 years of development and testing. As I said, hundreds of test shots on various models. This is one weapon. So if you take a view of this as 5 additionals, you'll get a sense of what this looks like.
Yep.
Hopefully you can see it and there's not too
they're showing
much
us how
reflection.
the Buster works. It's so cool.
Tom runs our videos out there. We'll run it at full speed so you can see it and then go back through it. Go ahead, Tom.
Pull it up, Mike. Pull him up. Put him up.
Keep it going for a minute. You'll see inside the mission space. Unlike a normal surface bomb, you won't see an impact crater because they're designed to deeply bury and then function. I know there's been a lot of questions about that. All 6 weapons at each vent at Fordo went exactly where they were intended to go.
Damn.
A bomb has 3 effects that causes damage: blast, fragmentation, and overpressure.
Next one's
in
got
this
the CNN
case,
building.
the primary kill mechanism in the mission space was a mix of overpressure and blast ripping through the open tunnels and destroying critical hardware. The majority of
There's the power plant. That's a test video. I don't think that's the actual bombing. Oh, God. Okay. I can do this. I'm a competent gamer. One more try.
damage we assessed based on our extensive modeling was a blast layer combined with the impulse extending from the shock.
Come on. Come on.
Imagine what this looks like 6 times over. A point that I want to make here: the joint force does not do BDA. By design, we don't grade our own homework. The intelligence community does.
Clever.
But here's what we know following the attacks and the strikes
So
on
stop him,
Fordo.
blind him.
First,
That was shit
that the
destruct,
weapons were
okay.
built, tested, and loaded properly.
There we
2,
go.
the weapons were released on speed and on parameters. 3, the weapons all guided to their intended targets and to their intended aim points. 4, the weapons functioned as designed, meaning they exploded. We know this
Yes.
through other means, intelligence
designed,
means that
baby.
we have that
Why would
were
you fucking die?
visibly, we were visibly able to see them. And we know that the
Okay.
trailing jets saw the first weapons function, and the pilots stated, quote, "This was the brightest explosion that I've ever seen. It literally looked like daylight." Let me now turn to the bomber crews themselves,
That's
give
how
you
you
a
do
few
it.
details about them. The crews that attacked Fordo were from the active duty Air Force and the Missouri Air National Guard. The crews ranked from captain to colonel, and most were graduates of the Air Force Weapons School headquartered at Nellis Air Force Base in Nevada. I
Don't
will
break a
state
sweat,
for the
guys.
record that there is no beach volleyball or football at the Air Force Weapons School. They were male and female aviators on this mission. And a crew member
Jesus
told me
Christ,
when I
this guy's
talked
strong.
to them on video the other day that this felt like the Super Bowl, the thousands of scientists,
Bowl.
airmen, and
Well done.
maintainers all coming together. One last story about people. When the crews went to work on Friday, they kissed their loved ones goodbye, not knowing when or if they'd be home. Late on Saturday night, their families became aware of what was happening. And on Sunday, when those jets returned from Whiteman, their families were there. Flags flying and tears flowing. I have chills literally talking about this. The jets rejoined into a
Chills.
formation of 4 airplanes, followed by a formation of 3, and came up overhead Whiteman, proudly in the traffic pattern, pitching out to land right over the base, and landing to the incredible cheers of their families who sacrifice and serve right alongside their family members. Like I said, there were a lot of flags and a lot of tears. One commander told me this is a moment in the lives of our families that they will never forget. That, my friends,
Whoa.
is what America's Joint Force does. We think, we develop, we train, we rehearse, we test, we evaluate every single day. And when the call comes to deliver, we do so. I could not be more proud standing up here today of our joint force. I'm filled with gratitude that I get to tell their story. And as we stand here right now, our forces remain on a high state of readiness in the region, prepared to defend themselves. And one last thing, our adversaries around the world should know that there are other
Whoa.
DTRA team members out there studying targets for the same amount of time, and will continue to do so. Thank you very much. I apologize for the length. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just thank you, by the way, for that extensive work, the lay down. I mean, even, do you have that laser pointer? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, squaring me away as always. I mean, even in just the public reporting, if you see the post-strike shaft of the 3 holes, the vast majority, and fairly so, the vast majority of speculation has
How's he
been
gonna follow that?
those
That
are
guy
the 3 strike points. When in actuality, what you
Seems
realize
slightly
is these are the
competent.
vents, these are the caps. The first munition took the cap off, and the
3
other
holes.
5 went down the center hole, which, if you're planning the target, you would want it to be the direct one going to the bottom. These are the types of things that go into the planning for a strike that the Pentagon would not expect the press corps, the
He's gonna
American
freak
people
out during
to
questions,
initially understand.
obviously.
So laying this information out is helpful. But it's also why we ask for a beat, for a moment, for a day or 2, the opportunity to tell that story. Because as the chairman said, these men and women that did this mission, they just want to do their job. They're not expecting their story to be told. They're not expecting the glory. They are grateful for the flags and the hugs of family. That's why they do the job. But they also know they were a part of something historic. We know how historic it was. The chairman does. I know. Our staffs know. And so that's why we are, and the president of the United States knows. And
Well,
that's why
stumble.
it's almost personal
Tipsy.
when we see the way in which
Tipsy Pete.
leaks are used to try to disparage
Wait, what's he doing?
the outcome or muddy the waters about the impact of what happened without being responsible with information
Wow.
and allowing the professionals to
What would the
assess
responsible thing be?
and
Just,
provide that
like,
information just
DM
like the chairman
Trump and
did.
be like, "Is
so
this
thank
real?"
you, Mr. Chairman, for that information. And we welcome a few additional questions. Yes, sir.
General, on Sunday, you said final battle damage will take some time.
Yeah.
And you also said, I think BDA is still pending, and it would be way too early for me to comment on what may or may not still be there at the nuclear facility. So that was just over 3 days ago. So what has changed? Would you use the term obliterated as well?
Sure, like I said, we don't do BDA. I'll refer that to the intelligence community, and
You're talking with them. I mean, what changed in the past 3 days that make you, so, you know?
sir, I think I
think I explained what changed. There was a great deal of irresponsible reporting based on leaks, preliminary information in low confidence. Again, when someone leaks something, they do it with an agenda. And when you leak a portion of an intelligence assessment, but just a little portion that makes it seem like maybe
He's
the strike
so
wasn't
mad.
effective, then you start a news cycle, whether it's the Washington Post or Fox News or CNN or MSNBC. You start a news cycle that starts to call into question the efficacy. No, that's why. So you bring the chairman here. who's not-
He has no composure. He just sounds like he's like soying out. He sounds like a Twitch debate panel.
not involved in politics. He didn't do politics. That's my lane to understand and translate and talk about those types of things. So I can use the word obliterated. He could use defeat, destroyed, assess, all of those things. But ultimately, we're here to clarify what these weapons are capable of, which anyone with, two eyes, some ears, and a brain can recognize that kind of firepower with that specificity at that location and others is going to have a devastating effect. So we all recognize there will be days and weeks ahead. That's why yesterday I said, if you want to know what's going on at Fort O, you better go there and get a big shovel. Because no one's under there right now. No one's under there able to assess, and everyone's using reflections of what
He's such a fucking clown, man.
they see. And that's why the Israelis, the Iranians, the IAEA, the UN, to a man and to a woman who recognize the capability of this weapon system are acknowledging how destructive it's been. So that's what's changed.
Just 3 or 4 days later. What changed?
See, this is a point. This is how difficult it is to actually manage. You just watched a video of what this weapon is capable of. That's where we find our confidence, is in the skill of men and women and the capability of the systems they employed, and the recognition so far in the reflections that it was a highly successful mission.
Sure, I think you could, I'd say go out, the IC should be able to help you answer that question. They look at a variety, as the Secretary has alluded to, we look at a variety of things. I don't do that, they do. All different sources of intel, which I'd refer you to them to get clarity on the end state.
So again, I go back to the IC, whether it's Director Radcliffe or ODNI Gabbard. I read the statements at the beginning. They're the ones aggregating the intelligence, and they're saying nuclear facilities were destroyed and would have to be rebuilt over a number of years. Facilities were destroyed. What do we got right here?
Sir, you cited a body of credible intelligence to suggest the damage at Fort O and other places. What is that referring to, and when can we see it?
I was reading from the CIA director's statement, which came out last night. CIA, again, they do the BDA, they do the assessment. CIA can confirm that a body of credible intelligence indicates, it also goes on to say, new intelligence from historically reliable and accurate sources and methods. Now, you can imagine the CIA director is going to be very careful about how he articulates things of that sensitivity. Yeah. Classified, secret, top secret, compartmentalized. He's going to know things that you're not going to know, that the press isn't going to know, and he's reflecting that the sources he's seeing are highly credible. They've given credible intelligence. They or those processes have given credible intelligence in the past, and that's what he's basing it on.
Don't you think we need to see that?
Do you have a top secret clearance, sir?
Eventually, the American public wants to see it.
Yes.
What?
Yeah,
I wanted to ask briefly just.
No, not you. Checkered shirt.
Oh, so Mike Glenn with the Washington Times.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, sir. Anybody who's ever read a Battalion S2 report after a fight knows that the initial report is usually wrong, sometimes grossly so. Has what happened in this incident caused y'all to sort of rethink the intelligence process or the dissemination, or do you think it's just a matter, I mean, if the process itself?
Do you have a security do you have a security clearance? Yeah, I've got you on my Snapchat, Pete Hegseth. I see it all.
Doesn't require any more adjustment.
Well, I can tell you what the chairman told me in the Situation Room and reminded us all, which is alongside what you just said, sir, is that the first reports are almost always wrong. They're almost always incomplete, right? Anything, whether it's a squad level operation or a strategic level operation.
If I get these 2 levels in less than 12 hours, I'll have beaten the world record in like 2006 or whatever, back when the game was still new, was like 4 days 20. Oh.
The initial reflections you get are coming at you at a high rate of speed from a lot of different sources. So your job is to step back and assess them. And that's why we're urging caution about premising entire stories on biased leaks to biased publications trying to make something look bad. How about we take a beat, recognize first the success of our
extreme caution, but Trump, exactly, there should be caution. Also, let's not have any challenge against. Does that mean is Pete Hegseth going to fucking challenge Trump for saying completely obliterated? Then, maybe he will. Maybe he'll grow a spine. Who knows? I'm gonna say no, though. I'm gonna go to a solid no.
Warriors, hold them up, tell their stories, celebrate that, wave an American flag, be proud of what we accomplished, and in the meantime, I can assure you, the chairman and his staff, the intelligence community, our staff and others are doing all the assessments necessary to make sure that mission was indeed successful. Yes, right there.
Sir, thank you, Mr. Secretary. Iran has recognized that their nuclear program was indeed severely damaged, but they also said that the U.S. strikes only strengthened their ability and their determination to complete their nuclear program. How do you respond to that, sir? Is that a provocation from Iran?
Is it?
Well, I would say Iran's going to have to say a lot of things right now in order to bolster their image, especially internally. In the media, there's a lot of things they'll say for domestic consumption. But we're watching very closely what they do. Again, that's the intel community. Our job as the chairman, the chairman laid it out so beautifully. Our job is to be prepared. And how proud are you? How proud am I? I didn't know the full story of those men and women 15 years ago who've been pointing at that target. That makes me proud to be an American. That's an awesome story. I hope we can tell more aspects of that in an unclassified way in the future. That's a great thing to know. Our job is to be prepared when the commander-in-chief calls based on those assessments. So, of course, our IC, the Intelligence Committee, will keep watching what Iran does and pay attention to that. But the president has created the contours, the opportunity for a deal, for peace, in something that the world said was intractable, that wasn't possible. And we got that peace, that ceasefire, that option, because of strength, because of his willingness to use American military might that no one else on the planet can do with the kind of planners and operators that the chairman just laid out. Yes, sir.
Right. Was the president then? Apparently this whole thing was, this whole procedure was authorized ahead of time by Obama. Wait, what the fuck? Bot chat. Whatever. Fuck.
There.
Another time.
Yep.
Just a quick question. There's public imagery available saying that highly enriched uranium was moved out of Fordo before the strikes. Is that accurate? Have you seen that? And Mr. Chairman, a question for you.
The truck.
Have you been pressured to change your assessment or give a more rosy intelligence assessment to us by any political factors, whether it's the president or the secretary? And if you were, would you do that?
Yeah, well, that one's easy. No, no, I have not, and no, I would not. My job as the chairman is to offer a range of options to the president and the National Command Authority to deliver the risks associated with each of those, and then take the orders of the National Command Authority and go execute them. I've never been pressured by the president or the secretary to do anything other than tell them exactly what I'm thinking, and that's exactly what I've done.
And the highly enriched uranium?
There's nothing that I've seen that suggests that we didn't hit exactly what we wanted to hit in those locations.
That's not the question, though. It's about highly enriched uranium. Do you have certainty that all the highly enriched uranium was inside the Fordo mountain, or some of it, because there were satellite photos that showed more than a dozen trucks there 2 days in advance?
Uh-oh.
Are you certain none of that highly enriched
Look
uranium?
at him. Look at him. When you ask him a completely legitimate question, me when I'm asked a completely legitimate question, when I'm hungover and all I want to do is eat fucking cheesy pasta and watch Jerry Springer.
Uranium was moved.
Of course, we're watching every single aspect, but Jennifer, you've been about the worst, the one who misrepresents the most intentionally. What the president says.
That was not an answer to the question, but okay. Now allow me to tell you off, ma'am.
I'm familiar.
Report about the ventilation shafts on Saturday night. And in fact, I was the first to describe the B-2 bombers, the refueling, the entire mission with great accuracy.
Yeah, but
So
you didn't, excuse me, ma'am, but have you find that you did not say that Trump obliterated the entire nuclear site and there was no issue whatsoever? Because Trump's fucking chode is far too wide to be evaded by anything in that mountain.
I take issue with that.
I appreciate you acknowledging
You
that
have
this was the
issues.
first the most successful
He's such a
mission
bad faith cunt,
based
man.
on
Oh my
operational
God.
security that this department has done since you've been here, and I appreciate that. So
Absolutely.
we're looking at all aspects of intelligence and making sure we have a sense of what was where.
Why not acknowledge the female pilots that also participated in this mission? The early messages that you sent out only congratulated the boys.
That's a good response.
So when I say something like our boys and bombers, see, this is the kind of thing the press does, right? Of course, the chairman mentioned a female bomber pilot. That's fantastic. She's fantastic. She's a hero. I want more female bomber pilots. I hope the men and women of our country sign up to do such brave and audacious things. But when you spin it as, because I say our boys and bombers as a common phrase, I'll keep saying things like that, whether they're men or women. Very proud of that female pilot, just like I'm very proud of those male pilots. And I don't care if it's a male or a female in that cockpit.
Damn, so it's okay to say our boys when you're referring to a woman. Okay. What is gender, P. Hexeth?
And the American
Fuck
people
me.
don't care. But it's the obsession with race and gender in this department that's changed priorities. We don't do that anymore. We don't play your little games. Yes,
Do you
right
know
there.
for certain that the uranium was removed from the facility before the B-2 struck?
So I'm not aware of any intelligence that I've reviewed that says things were not where they were supposed to be, moved or otherwise. Yes.
Kelly Meyer with News Nation, and just off the top, want to say we're grateful for the service of these pilots and everybody that serves. I wanted to ask you, the CIA statement said, when possible, they will provide updates and information to the public for transparency, and I believe that's what we're looking for here. Do you commit to share the Defense Intelligence Agency report when it is ready, so the American people can understand more about the intelligence assessment?
Well, actually, the report that was discussed, this preliminary
News
report,
Nation?
was what's called a restrike report. So it comes to us to give us an assessment whether a target would need to be restruck, right? That's the reason why. So it's based on internal feedback loop that we're supposed to have access to. Unfortunately, someone took advantage of that. But whatever is supposed to be made public will be, but whatever has to stay sensitive
Sir,
will be
can
as
I
well.
just jump in? You know, one of the things that I'm trying to do through this journey that we're on together, of course, transparency, but also the requirement to really protect these capabilities. I guess time's up. So there's a balance in there, right?
Saved by the bell.
We do need to preserve options should the nation and the joint force be tasked to go do something again. So I'm confident we'll find the middle ground, but there are some things that if asked, I'd want to not release related to.
So we're going to leave it right there. I want to thank the heroism of our men and women in the military. What they accomplished is truly historic, setting back the Iranian nuclear program untold number of years. It was a devastating attack. We appreciate you covering it. Thank you very much.
That's one way to put it. An untold number of years. Yeah, because I guess they haven't really determined how many years, if even one, it's been set back. It does seem like it has been pretty fucked. If the IAEA are saying that it's they don't have the same incentives as Israeli or U.S. intel, look at all these ghouls just watching me. I'm gonna take them all.
Yes, sir.
Chairman. Thank you.
Maybe to talk a little bit more about the role, sir.
You can put.
Okay. Well done. So we know that Pete is salty about the press, and the program was set back an untold number of years. Could be 1, could be less than 1, could be 0.3, could be 50. Whoa. Okay. It was pretty cool seeing the video of the bomb, though. Like, seeing how it penetrates and then explodes when it's like way, way down there. That's pretty sick, bro. There's no getting around that. I don't care how much you hate the flag, how much of an unpatriotic fuck you are, if you're American. That was pretty cool. Chase James timestamp. Important timestamps. 25:55 and 32:59.
My new best friend, Brad Lander, who will be reborn. No.
Vosh clip.
I think he addressed it directly every time it came up, which was all the time. Dude, sorry. People are sick of hearing about Israel. Your strategy lost, man.
Let's go.
It's over. No one fucking cares. Nobody believes that you're anti-Semitic because you don't like the pedophile haven, child-bombing ethno-state 10,000 miles away. Nobody can. You just shouldn't like Israel, like, as a human. Just human morality-wise.
Okay.
By default, you shouldn't like Israel. It has nothing to do with Jewish people. The loudest and most obnoxious Zionists in this country are Christians.
There's so many elements here because on the one hand you have a 33-year-old Democratic Socialist, and it feels like this is an AOC, Bernie Sanders, young movement wing of the Democratic Party.
And she did support him, so this
absolutely.
is not, yeah.
Is it going to have, does it
I believe that's what they call pedo jacketing in this online sphere.
say anything about our national politics? And I think that's why we are sitting here talking about it. Is he going to become a lightning rod that Republicans nationally are going to say this is the Democratic Party, and can Republicans use that in the midterms? And then on the
32:59. That's just like a few minutes away. I'll just leave it going.
other hand,
The Republicans at no point have managed to build any real power around the fact that AOC won. They never have. They have insulted AOC, but if they didn't have AOC to insult, any other Democrat would have been their AOC. They lie all the time. Literally, you could run Lenin, and he would win, and it wouldn't change. He would get called a socialist just as much as the rest of them. He's called Schumer a Palestinian. He's called Kamala Harris and Biden communists. It literally doesn't matter. Stop buying into the propaganda, the fake bullshit. The idea that this is effective. AOC is more popular than almost any Republican official. Overwhelmingly so.
and I think there is the candidate quality issue. You have Eric Adams, extremely compromised, now running as an independent. Cuomo, very compromised over the sexual harassment problems. And this young, vibrant candidate who walked the length of Manhattan and is talking
just
about...
not compromised, basically, is the bar.
Well, he's not those two.
Let me bring Doug in for the last moment.
He's compromised because, you know, essentially New York is the largest Jewish city in the world. Bigger than Jerusalem, bigger than Tel Aviv, more Jews in New York City than either of those cities, maybe even combined. So Mamdani does have a problem moving forward there. But on the issue of Canada...
Why? A lot of those Jews voted for Mamdani. It's Mamdani.
Doesn't the New York Times have a breakdown of this guy's, of Mamdani's voter breakdown? I can find out. Did it break it down by Jew? Jew and non-Jew? Jew and Goy? Did it? New York Times, Dani, voter breakdown. This is why I die when I stream, because I fucking tab in hardcore. That is so reckless, Lonerbog. where is the one? The breakdown. Fuck. MIT mayor election, voter demographic breakdown. It was a really good chart. Where the fuck is it? The most detailed map of the primary. I think it was called this, right? I think this was it. This was the baby. Okay. It was here, right? I thought there's a fucking scroll down article. Oh, here. Precincts by racial majority. White Mamdani, Asian Mamdani, Hispanic Mamdani, Black Cuomo. Oh no. By median income, lower income Cuomo, middle and higher. That's fucking brilliant. Where's the Jews? Where are the Jews? What is middle income in New York? Between 62K. Okay. Well, the white college kids are out. They're a powerful demographic, okay? The white poshos have spoken. Get over it. Oh, I guess I could look at Brooklyn on the map and see if it went more close to Cuomo or... Where's Brooklyn? Brooklyn. Zohran. It looks like these Brooklyn areas mostly went for Mamdani, no? Isn't this where the Jews are? Did the Jews go Mamdani? Or is this all Brooklyn as well? I don't know, man. I don't know New York. I'm not going to make guesses based on that. It looks like it was fairly split between the two, but it's just a map, so... All right.
Why? What problem? What problem?
Quality. Yes. Very clearly, Andrew Cuomo had a lot of personal issues. But what was the reason for him to run?
Personal issues.
What was his real campaign message? It seemed that the only reason he was a candidate was because he wanted back in.
Joining me now to talk more, Democratic Congresswoman Debbie Dingell of Michigan. Thank you for being here this morning.
Great to be with you.
One of the reasons why I'm excited to talk to you is because you are a leader in the Congression Progressive Caucus. And this is a moment where you have a Democratic socialist who has kind of moved to the forefront, where establishment Democrats had backed Cuomo. Why do you think those establishment Democrats were backing Cuomo, and was that a misread of the room, so to speak?
The only thing they seem to have is claiming Mamdani's anti-Semitic, or implying it, which I find even more frustrating. At least the people outright claiming it, like, make a statement, but the people who are like, Mamdani will have difficulty winning over the Jewish New Yorkers. Why? Tell me why. Is it because those Jewish New Yorkers are Islam?
Why wouldn't that NYT poll, surely that's if that was such a central part of the campaign, why wouldn't New York Times break down the Jewish vote, but they would give you the Hispanic, the black?
Just wanted to stop by to reinforce your recent rant about assuming best in people with shekels. Also, foo to those thinks it is naive. Sorry about rant/glaze. Also, BG3 when?
Thanks for the 250, Marcus. Really appreciate that. It's very generous of you. Goddamn. Well, if I don't die, it might be very soon. It might be the next gaming stream after this one. But anything could happen. There's still a few more hours of gameplay. Fuck.
Homophobic?
A lot to do.
In which case, they're the bad ones. What do you like? What? You're being so fucking weaselly.
Weasel.
This is one of the things that I've been saying for years. You're starting to hear more people say it. You will recall that I predicted that Hillary Clinton was going to lose in 2016 and was the bad girl of the Democratic Party and the Debbie Downer, and unfortunately I was right. What I noticed about these two candidates, one was out, one was about. They were talking with people. They were using new forms of media. They were using podcasts, social media. And Governor Cuomo ran a very traditional consultant ad, used paid media, and you didn't see him out and about. So while I do think...
I don't know what the sexual impropriety charges are against Cuomo, or whether they're proven, or whether they're like... How serious? I don't know anything about that, but wasn't even outside of that, wasn't he also kind of like famously very corrupt as well? I think that part of him is like completely true, but and confirmed. But I don't know. I've never spoken to a Democrat whether they're like center or left, who has anything nice to say about Cuomo. I don't know who actually likes Cuomo. Well, I guess I guess it's all the black people, isn't it? But I don't know, what powers does a New York City mayor have? Because obviously, if you're the mayor, obviously, if it's the mayor of New York City is like a big, important part of the United States. That it's got big for tourism, it's big for business and all this kind of shit. So, culture. Because I feel like I know more about the mayor of New York City than I know about the governor. Like I know about Giuliani, and I know about Cuomo, but I don't even know who the governor of New York is, New York State. But I'm not sure exactly what they do. Because I don't think they have the power to like arrest Netanyahu if he's visiting. I don't think they can do that. But they must have some powers. There's just like municipal spending. There's just like that kind of thing.
Some of his ideas are exciting people. People are worried about, let's be clear, people are worried about the cost of living. They're worried about caregiving. They're worried about they can have a job. They can find affordable housing.
Yeah.
They, all those issues were there, and he talked about
housing
them.
Policy, trash.
People are afraid.
Just like basic fucking municipal shit. Yeah. They have a budget on par with some states. Yeah, is it the size of the budget and just the cultural status of it? I feel like would make mayor of New York City quite a big deal. Because it's not often when you know the mayor of a particular city in a different country as a foreigner, right? But people all across like Europe and all that, everyone knew who Giuliani was when he was mayor of New York during 9/11. I think Cuomo is a fairly recognized name. Okay. Oh, that gives me XP. Nice. London mayor is kind of similar, right? Yeah, people know a lot about the London mayor. Yeah. Like Boris when he was the mayor. Or now Sadiq Khan. Yeah.
They're going to try to turn this into, what does this mean? I think it shows that Democrats have got to start getting out and listening to people.
Is this a New York win, or can you see more candidates like this gaining traction around the country?
I think that what we have to look at is how he campaigned and the issues that he talked about and his ability to meet with a lot of people.
Right, he was talking about free buses, talking about free...
The problem, and this is something the liberals need to internalize as well, is that Cuomo never could run Mamdani's campaign because Mamdani's campaign and Mamdani's energy is built on a belief that the world can be better, and Cuomo's campaign is and always would be built on the resignation to the point that it can't be. And that's it. There's no way around.
I hope Netanyahu shows up in New York. I think you don't, actually. If you're pro Zoran, you probably don't want Netanyahu to show up in New York because you're going to be very disappointed. Like, he's not going to do it. He won't do anything. He might try, but I don't even know how he can try. Does he even have the means to try? Like a citizen's arrest.
That you can never, ever. The closest the Democrats have ever come to capturing the energy with no substance was Obama, and Obama did very well. But that was in the before times. That was Obama won his first election almost 20 years ago. Nobody's falling for that again. You know why he did? Because it was after 2 terms of Bush, and because back then you could say hope and change and people would believe you. But nowadays,
it's the recession
people
as
have policies on the mind. Nowadays, people ask you specific questions.
I don't think people have policies on the mind, unless he's referring to something more broad there. But you realize how MAGA are, in terms of policy, quite a lot of them are very different from Trump on policy, right? Because it's like no new wars, Trump. Isolationist Trump, even though they knew from 2016 and Trump won that he was not an isolationist. And now they're all mad about him not being an isolationist again, but they're still putting up with it. Feels like with the MAGA side, at least, like they don't give a fuck about policy. They just care about whatever Trump does. For Democrats, I honestly don't know what Democrats really want anymore. I know what the crazy far lefties want. I know what, I guess, but establishment ones are like the ones who actually run and the ones who are more likely to vote. I don't really know. I feel like, yeah, there's definitely like a lack of vision there. But is that vision really going to be plugged with democratic socialism? You guys need a social democrat. That's what you need. You need a social democrat, Democratic Party candidate. I don't know why there's this binary between like, well, I guess that's what AOC has become. Now they're just not doing the Green New Deal shit anymore. God, it'd be so funny. Or like, yeah, it'd be quite funny if Mamdani does the same thing. I feel like he will. I don't know. I just have a feeling he will. Might quote myself on it. What the fuck? Focus. Ooh, sprint. Okay. Kick? Yeah, I don't mind if I do. Do I have new poisons? Mind-numbing deadly wound. No. Is there a rank 6? I guess not. Not till later. Okay.
Nowadays, people have, you know, whether it's Medicare for all or housing prices or the, you know, Israel's fucking constant warring in the Middle East or whatever else, you have specific answers to give. And what does Obama give to those questions nowadays in his post-presidential period? He hems and he haws. Well, you see,
it's a shame because
the American people,
like, he's right about the way Obama delivers, but even on Palestine, Obama was clearly preferable to someone like Trump, because Obama now, it seems, a lot of Obama's foreign policy seems to have been quite motivated by just coming out of the Iraq War, right? Like, everyone was black-pilled on all things interventionist, and Obama was absolutely like a part of that trend. So he didn't do anything in Syria, even though he kind of stated as a red line, but because he couldn't get congressional approval, it was just like a no-go, even though presidents typically don't care about that kind of thing. He mocked Mitt Romney for talking about how serious the Russian threat is. He said it was 1980s foreign policy calling to get their ideas back. Very dismissive. Yeah, who knows? But on Palestine, he, when there was negotiations between Bibi and Abu Mazen, Obama actually went so far as to, as a condition of starting the negotiations or a condition of the process, he called for a unilateral settlement freeze, like a unilateral stop any settlement expansion, which was funny because it didn't sound like much. It sounds very uncontroversial, but Abbas hadn't demanded that. Like, Obama literally he leapfrogged Abbas in terms of negotiation demands. So you compare even something like a move like that to Trump is pretty wacky. Okay, wait, how much do I need of everything?
People do not, we have many opinions on these questions. Seriously, have you seen him? He always, let me be clear, disappears. Yeah. He doesn't have decisive answers to these questions because he's not a decisive candidate. He doesn't believe in anything. He believes only in the fact that he's smarter than you, which, statistically speaking, is probably true. He's a bright guy, but that doesn't make him good, and it certainly didn't make him a good leader. That shit ain't working again. And this, I'm sorry, it took me a while to find it, but like, yeah, your time is up on the bullying progressives with the this illusory anti-Semitism of criticizing Israel. Okay,
this is negative views on Israel, but again, if you asked American Jews, they still have a much stronger identification with Israel than anyone else. But okay, whatever, dude.
He fucking likes Israel. For young Republicans, now half of them unfavorable of Israel. For Democrats, both young and...
We know why the Republicans are feeling that way now. We know why. We know why. Okay.
Old range around 2/3. You're not. It's not. And every year it passes. It's more and more with time. It shifts in this direction. Israel will never be sympathetic to Americans because they are fundamentally unsympathetic. So what are you going to do about them? Are you going to bend the knee?
Raising rents,
but
affordability.
Affordability is what we need to be talking about. Some people are going to try to pin it. Oh, he's a communist. What he is talking to people about what they care about, and he's talking to people. He's out and about. It's what I'm trying to encourage in my Democratic caucus. I want every member of the Democratic caucus to walk into a union hall or go to a meeting with the union workers.
Well, I do agree with that. CNN, keep it up.
33-year-old state assemblyman Zohran Mamdani, born 1991, delivering a major upset in the New York City mayoral primary last night, a contest that some are saying could forecast the...
When I checked the first time I checked the polls between Zohran and Cuomo had like a 10-point lead or something. That lead got fucking squashed. You must have run a pretty good campaign.
The future of the broader Democratic Party. President Trump weighing in on Mamdani's expected victory just within the past hour, slamming him as a, quote, 100% communist lunatic and warning that, quote, Democrats have crossed the line. A self-described Democratic socialist, Mamdani poised to beat former Governor Andrew Cuomo, who had been backed by prominent figures in the party's establishment after running on a platform that he says should serve as a model for the National Democratic Party. Zohran Mamdani's rise, though, was fueled by a massive presence on social media that clipped, in many cases, performances like this one.
I have never had to resign in disgrace. I have never cut Medicaid. I have never stolen hundreds of millions of dollars from the MTA. I have never hounded the 13 women who credibly accused me of sexual harassment. I have never sued for their gynecological records, and I have never done those things because I am not you, Mr. Cuomo. And furthermore, the name is Mamdani.
How did this guy win? I have no idea. Couldn't imagine. Jesus, get fucked. Get fucked, Cuomo. You are in the age of the Demsoc. Let's go.
Mamdani.
Remember the part right after that where he cut himself off? Because he was very clearly about to say, and you better get it right because I'm going to be your mayor. But then he decided that would be like a little bit too cute. So he was like, because it's important to get it right. You know what I mean? Like he was thinking like, how hard do I want to commit? You know?
Wow. David Axelrod.
That was a spanking right there.
I mean, candidates matter, I guess. What do you take away from this?
I think that exchange went viral. And
when they say candidates matter, they're not wrong, but they are trying to pin this on Cuomo being a uniquely bad candidate. In reality, Cuomo was a shoo-in for victory. Mamdani fought those odds. No other candidate would have even come close to Cuomo's numbers. Yeah, he's a bad candidate. He's the Democratic establishment. You're all bad candidates.
Really big way. And it in some ways encapsulated the dynamic of this race because Andrew Cuomo got into this race to try and come back from being forced out of the governorship, from being disgraced by what happened. And this was, but there was always this sense that he, wasn't all that interested. And when he attacked, it's a fair point to ask Mamdani about his experience, but he just opened himself up to that, and it reminded people that he was the past and that was time to move on. And I think that was part of the dynamic that governed this race.
What do you think this means, big picture? Like, how much should we be taking away from what we've seen here?
I think there are things we should take away and there are things that we shouldn't. I mean, winning a Democratic primary in New York is different than winning a primary somewhere else or an election somewhere else. But there are certain things that I think do travel. One is the issue of affordability is one that you can feel in every district.
If Mamdani didn't exist, do you think Cuomo would win, or would it be Lander, Blake, or someone? If Mamdani had not run, Lander would have won because the deep state wouldn't have tagged Cuomo in. The deep state understood that Mamdani was going to beat out Lander, but they they thought Cuomo could beat him. If Cuomo had been tapped in and Mamdani just never ran in, like they just brought Cuomo in for the fun of it, he would have beaten anyone else. Anyone else, any other campaign. Name recognition and familiarity would have been it. Incumbency wins.
The article Vosh was reading on Israel did mention the views of Jews, but he didn't mention it. Yeah, that's... yeah, it's like everyone in America hates Israel, apart from, it seems like, what, evangelicals and Jews. So why Jews? Why? Are they just retarded? Are they just bad people? Oh.
Overwhelmingly in the absence of an incredibly well-organized campaign, which only Mamdani delivered. No hate to Lander. We love Lander. But Mamdani's in a league of his own.
In this country, and that...
He was at least in that little blowout, he's a very good speaker, it seems. Seems like he did run a good... And I mean, like, the fact that people like me heard about him when I don't really have any interest in New York mayoral races suggests he was running a pretty strong campaign. Pretty juiced up. Okay.
This is what total air supremacy looks like. Here we've got Israeli F-15 fighter jets flying during daylight hours to strike targets inside of Iran. And when you look at their payload, or what they're carrying, it's just extra fuel tanks for added distance and guided bombs.
The fucking hell, man. It's so, look how decked this is. It's like Neo opening his coat up in the Matrix. That's a bit much.
No missiles. As in, these aircraft aren't worried at all about the Iranian Air Force or the Iranian surface-to-air missile threat, which is a wild place to be at baseline, let alone 24 to 48 hours from the start of this conflict, at which point Israel achieved air superiority and air supremacy in parts of the country, which, as you can imagine, led to some pretty significant Iranian losses. So today we're going to get into that, the overall battle damage assessment of this 12-day conflict, not just the Iranian losses, but the damage inflicted inside of Israel as well. Now, this overall roll-up that I'm going off of was put together by Manny Fabian of the Times of Israel, their military reporter over there. Excellent resource, great follow. I'll link all of his work in the description below. Please go check him out. He says the Israeli Air Force carried out over 1,000 sorties, missions, during the fighting. With over 600 aerial refueling operations, thousands of munitions were dropped on hundreds of targets by Israeli Air Force fighter jets and drones. A couple keynotes there. First off, that is a lot of time for those platforms to be utilized. They no doubt needed a little more maintenance and repair now that the ceasefire is in effect. We also are probably going to hear more, maybe in the coming weeks, about Iraq and or Syria permitting Israel to use their airspace for these refueling operations. That has been kept quiet for now, but look, Israel's not conducting these refueling ops in... I mean,
does America, honestly, it's a weird thing to say, but like America is the big dog, you know? Does Iraq and Syria even need to give permission? Does America even need to ask? Like, neither of these countries would have any incentive to try and interfere with an American fucking thing flying over their airspace. Did they just... Like, the way I picture this in my head is like there's just a silent agreement between all the parties and none of them have to say a single word. But, okay.
Israel, maybe Western Iran, but nonetheless probably Iraq and Syria, which would be pretty notable here. He says the military has estimated some 2/3 of Iran's ballistic missile launchers, around 250, were destroyed in strikes, along with around 1,000 of the missiles. This leaves Iran with around 1,000 to 1,500 ballistic missiles and only around 100 or so launchers. So according to the Israeli estimate here, they essentially cut the Iranian missile stockpile in half, roughly, and more than half, cut the launcher numbers by more than half. So that's a significant degradation of the Iranian ballistic missile threat. They say the military said its airstrikes caused significant damage to Iran's Natanz and Isfahan nuclear enrichment facilities. The U.S. also struck the underground Fordo site with heavy bunker buster munitions. The back half of this video is going to be focused on some updates around the battle damage assessment there. It's still a complete headache to figure out what exactly happened, but we are going to cover it a little bit later in today's video. He says at least 15 top Iranian nuclear scientists who Israel said were working on a bomb were also eliminated in the strikes. He says during the opening strikes on Iran on June 13th, some 30 Iranian military senior leaders were killed. Others were eliminated over the following days. Also, hundreds of IRGC soldiers, including numerous members of the Basij internal security body, were killed in Israeli strikes. And the Israeli estimate here is that at least 610 Iranian civilians were killed. And they're basing that off of the Iranian health ministry. I've not seen at this point a number of wounded. But
is that true? Would Israel have actually said, yes, we think we killed this many civilians? That's very unlike them. Okay, Israel, 610 civilians, Iran. Iranian authorities, this is all just according to Iran. Yeah, I don't think Israel would say, yeah, we killed this many civilians according to Iran. Yeah, that's okay. That's a lot. That's quite a lot.
Apparently agreed upon by Iran and Israel at this point, 610 Iranian civilians killed during the course of these operations. Now, when looking at the Iranian attacks, mostly ballistic or all ballistic missiles and drones, it says Iran launched between 550 ballistic missiles and around 1,000 drones at Israel during the war. So when you break that out over 12 days, that's pretty significant, right? You're talking about, 50 missiles, just under 50 missiles a day, and around, I'm risking doing math here, just under 100 drones per day. It says most of the missiles were intercepted by Israeli and American air defenses at interception rates of around 90%, similar to the rate in Iran's April and October attacks on Israel. Now, I think that generally fits. I think at times, some days, that number dipped down into the 80s from what we can tell, and just by assessing the damage that we see inside of Israel, the number of munitions fired versus the number of impacts reported, it looks like a couple more may have gotten through at times, but I don't think at any point it dipped below, say, 80-85% interception rate. He says at least 31 ballistic missile impacts were reported in populated areas or critical infrastructure sites. Dozens of other missiles struck open areas without causing significant damage. So 31 impacts in populated areas of ballistic missiles is no joke. That's a lot of damage. So when you see the videos and the pictures showing significant destruction in Israel, yeah, 31 ballistic missiles will do that. He says the vast majority of the 1,000 drones, which are slower moving but harder to track, failed to even make it to Israel's borders. Just one drone hit a populated area, a home in the northern town of Beit Shean, causing no injuries. So Iran at the beginning of the war was estimated to have some 2,500 ballistic missiles and many thousands of drones. So we do have a lot of footage coming out, not just, some showing the missile interceptions, of course. Those are a little harder to catch on camera. A lot of the drone interceptions, again, to Manny's point here, slower moving. So they're easy to record. And we saw a lot of use by Israeli Apache helicopters, which has turned out to be a pretty effective means of defending against these drones. Low cost, and again, the helicopters can go at the speed that's necessary to track these things. Make sure you're over, an area where you want these to fall is another consideration with these drones. Is you don't just want to intercept them anywhere and everywhere. If you
is this like a new thing? Is this a new thing that they're using helicopters to go after drones? I feel like I would just never have any confidence going in a helicopter ever. Who is it that said there was it someone on stream? Was it someone on stream, or is it someone in something I've watched on TV or something? I feel like I've heard about someone who, oh God, I can't remember what it was. I'm not going to remember it. There was something I heard about someone who's designed helicopters in the past now saying that they would just never get in one, even though they design it. But it was after the Iranian guy crashed. Yeah, what was that? Helicopter. Yeah, it was probably him.
Intercept the drone over a populated area and it falls with its explosive warhead and detonates in a city center. Okay, the actual target wasn't hit, but you still forced a munition to fall in a populated area. So a lot of times with these drones, the helicopter can be incredibly useful. Tracking them for, minutes, longer, half hour at times, to make sure that drone is over an area where once you intercept, not only will any missed munitions fired at the drone impact safely away from any population center, but also as the drone falls to the ground, it's not going to do any real damage. Now, a key note on the interceptions here, France, their embassy in Israel, just put out a note confirming that they actually participated in the defense of Israel here, which is news. They say French military forces...
Yeah, that is weird, because normally France is... Macron's been quite vocal against Israel, but I think when it came to Iran, even Macron was quite friendly towards them, wasn't he? Germany definitely was. Merz was just fully on board with... Actually, There must have been, like Spain or the UK. Has anyone actually condemned the Israeli strikes in Iran in Europe, like any European prime minister or president? I don't think I've seen anything come up, but I haven't really like looked for it because
did not participate in the attacks on Iran.
Ireland.
However, we are defending our bases in the region out of legitimate self-defense. Our ground-to-air defense systems and Rafale aircraft intercepted several Iranian drones that were en route to Israel and passed over our facilities.
En route.
That was not known before just a few hours ago. So, at least at this point, we know that Israel, France, and the United States participated in the shoot down of some of these munitions. There was early rumors that Jordan I think it was just Jordan, may have shot some down as well. I don't think we have confirmation on that. We also don't have any additional information about the U.S. interceptions. The opening salvos, we heard that U.S. forces were involved, but since then, there's not really been anything except for the interceptions down at Qatar, which are, of course, fired directly at U.S. forces. Then in terms of Israeli military equipment losses, despite the incredible claims of multiple F-35s being shot down, there is no confirmed evidence of that at all. We do have evidence of at least 3 Hermes drones being shot down. There was another or 2 added in recent days. Those appear to have been friendly fire. So in total, I'm tracking 3 Israeli UAVs shot down by Iranian air defense during the course of the 12-day conflict.
Okay.
In terms of casualties, Israel says that Iran's ballistic missile attacks on Israel during the 12 days of war claimed the lives of 28 people, all but one of them, civilians, and wounded over 3,000. It says the vast majority of the casualties were civilians, with the IDF reporting just 7 soldiers hurt in one missile impact in central Israel and an off-duty soldier killed in Beersheba. So that's the one non-civilian.
Is off-duty the same as a reservist? I remember it was when who brought up off-duty soldier to me? It was that fucking disinformation tracker guy, wasn't it? It made me think of like off-duty as in what, like they've been fighting in the day and then they go home at night. But I don't think that's how it works for soldiers. That you're off-duty. Maybe just like not engaged in combat. Unless I'm missing something?
He was in an apartment building. That was the very last strike, or to my knowledge, the last impact. He
was technically on service. Okay.
Side of Israel, killed an off-duty soldier in Beersheba.
Well, I'm sure that was a deliberate targeting. They were like, "This guy, we're gonna get this guy. This guy's bad news."
Now, Iran, for their part, as we mentioned in recent videos, continues to claim success and victory. There's a lot of aspects to this, no doubt. If we're exclusively looking at the survival of the regime, yes, Iran succeeded. If we're exclusively looking at the survival of some aspect of their nuclear program, I'd say that has yet to be determined, and more on that here in a minute. But when you look at the overall losses and casualties, I think
if you're always on call as an off-duty soldier, that probably means you're still counted as targetable, wouldn't you? Does that still count as engaged in hostilities? Because that's not the same as a reservist then.
Pressed to look at this and say that Iran came out on top. Nonetheless, that is the message that the IRGC and Khamenei is putting out to the people of Iran. In a speech just earlier today celebrating that victory, he said, quote, "With all the commotion and all those claims, the Zionist regime was practically knocked out and crushed under the blows of the Islamic Republic. My congratulations to our dear Iran's victory over the U.S. regime. The U.S. entered the war directly because it felt like if it didn't, the Zionist regime would be completely destroyed. It entered the war in an effort to save that regime, but achieved nothing. The Islamic regime, the Islamic Republic, delivered a heavy slap to the U.S.'s face. It attacked and inflicted damage on the Al Udeid Air Base, which is one of the key U.S. bases in the region. The fact that the Islamic Republic has access to key U.S. centers in the region and can take action whenever it deems necessary is a significant matter. Such an action can be repeated in the future, too, should any aggression occur. The enemy will definitely pay a heavy price." And he ends by saying, "The U.S. gained nothing from this intervention. Trump greatly exaggerated what happened, and our nuclear sites remain unaffected." So, I'd say probably hyping up that attack on Qatar a little bit much. Yes, the missiles were launched. By all accounts, they were all intercepted. There's no indications of serious damage and no casualties right now. So, I don't know that I would say attacked and inflicted significant damage there. Nonetheless, this is how it is being presented inside of Iran, is complete and total victory over the United States. In fact, the IRG and Israel. In fact, just a few moments ago, the IRGC issued a statement saying their two key priorities remain in place: the expulsion of the United States from the Middle East and the destruction of the Zionist entity, or Israel. So, same language as always coming out of Iran, no question there. Now, I mentioned the big question here is the effects on the Iranian nuclear program. And this one, it's really frustrating here in the United States that we're seeing this get so politicized and becoming so partisan, because my personal assessment is it's not. This is a national security question, and we just need to know the answers, just need to know the truth. And I'm not entirely certain that we're closer to that today than we were a couple days ago. So just sat through a 45-minute Pentagon press briefing. I'll give you the updates on that. But I want to back it up a little bit because we do have some additional assessments that have come out in recent days, starting with Axios. This is reporting put together by Barak Ravid, quoting some Israeli officials that are chiming in on the battle damage assessment. They start by saying, and this is hands down the most important part, a professional battle damage assessment takes time. And I'm going to do my absolute best to sift through all of this in a nonpartisan way. I don't want the political stuff here to get in the way of this. So maybe I'm risking it with this statement. But the right thing for our president to have said when these strikes took place was that right there. Battle damage assessments take time. We'll update you as soon as we have relevant information.
And then we'll slam CNN for not being careful with the facts. We're in the age of the Sigma Giga President.
I have a feeling that because the first statement was everything was obliterated, completely destroyed, 100% success, there's now a desire to meet that
Now it
claim.
makes anything less than that look like an Iranian win. Guarantee. If it turns out to not be fully 100% obliterated, which, I mean, chances are it won't, then that means that Iran's going to claim it as a victory. Easy. Like, on top of what they already have. Because obviously, they don't really care about having the facts on their side with the way the Ayatollah speaks. But if the facts are on their side, they will absolutely use them.
With the evidence. And
I could predict that almost 100%, actually.
Nonetheless, Israel, good move there. Takes time. They say Israeli intelligence services haven't arrived at any bottom lines for now, but we think we don't think there are any issues, and we have no indications that bunker buster bombs didn't work. Nobody here is disappointed. They added that they believe the Iranian government is still in the process of conducting their own battle damage assessment. In fact, they said, quote, the Iranians themselves don't even have a clear idea what happened to some of their facilities. They mentioned that through some intercepted communications, it sounded like some of the roll-ups being provided by military personnel were not being authentic, as in they were saying that a facility wasn't hit as the facility was completely destroyed and there was nothing left at that physical location. So it sounds like Iranian senior leadership, while in some statements are saying no issue, everything is just fine, there's early indications that they don't even have accurate roll-ups internally quite yet. So that's something to keep in mind. They said, quote, we doubt that these facilities can be activated anytime in the near future. And they added that they believe the Iranian highly enriched uranium at 60% is now buried beneath the rubble at Fordow.
Russian-speaking country recently. Knowing Putin, watch as little green men show up with no identifiers and curiously speaking Russian.
Yeah, that would be quite funny. We're waiting for it. They're coming. They're gooning. Okay, how do I deal with these scouts? They said, don't go near the graves. My target is near the graves. And these guys could kill me fairly easily, I think. So if I don't go near the graves, how do I get you? That's a hunter, so they're going to shoot me. Okay, let's get this cannibal, because he's separating from the pack. It's one.
So that's the most official Israeli assessment I think we've seen at this point. From what I can tell, those are still unnamed officials, but nonetheless, trying to keep up with all of the different aspects here. The IAEA, International Atomic Energy Agency, apparently their director, Grossi, in a radio interview,
big damage, right?
said, quote, or not quoting the interview because I haven't been able to find it, unfortunately, so I'm not sure if it was like on a one-off station, but it was quoted here by Jason Brodsky, the policy director at United Against Nuclear Iran. where he says centrifuges at Iran's Fordo nuclear facility are no longer operational due to physical damage from recent U.S. strikes. Rafael Grossi, head of the IAEA, said on Thursday in a radio interview. From what I can tell, I'm seeing folks today say the IAEA said that it's completely destroyed. I think that is the source of that statement. So I haven't seen an official notice put out by the IAEA. I think it's that interview, which again, I'm having a hard time getting my hands on. I'm looking for, and might just be my lack of ability of finding that at this point. I don't mean to suggest it doesn't exist. That interview, I believe, is the source of the IAEA claim, for what it's worth.
Oh my.
Then back here in the United States, a couple new assessments. DNI, the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, put out a statement yesterday saying, quote, new intelligence confirms what the president has stated numerous times. Iran's nuclear facilities have been destroyed. If the Iranians chose to rebuild, they would have to rebuild at all three facilities, Natanz, Fordo, Esfahan, entirely, which would likely take years to do. The propaganda media has deployed their usual tactics, selectively release portions of illegally leaked classified intelligence assessments to try to undermine President Trump's decisive leadership and the brave servicemen and women who executed this mission. So that's the DNI. So she oversees the entirety of the intelligence community here in the United States. So there's, I want to say, 17 different organizations inside of the intelligence community. She oversees.
It's so much power in the hands of someone who doesn't live in reality. It's fucking crazy. In Intel, of all places. Did you meet Russian Jews in Israel? Yeah, a couple. I mean, you probably are talking to a lot of them without even knowing that you're talking to a Russian Jew, right? Because like there are quite a lot of Russians in Israel, right? Like people who descended from Russia.
Everything there. Getting a little more specific here, the director from the CIA, John Ratcliffe, said, quote, CIA can confirm that a body of credible intelligence indicates Iran's nuclear program has been severely damaged by the recent targeted strikes. This includes new intelligence from a historically reliable and accurate source method that several key Iranian nuclear facilities were destroyed and would have to be rebuilt over the course of years. Now, we are going to get into the DOD briefing here in a moment, but a question was asked about that because Secretary Hegseth cited this CIA statement, and one of the reporters in the room said, what changed? Like, can you share anything about that with us? You say that this is a historically reliable and accurate source, and the Secretary's comment was that that would require a top secret clearance for the reporter to have access to that information. So no additional info there. Now, I did tune into the DOD press briefing earlier today, 7 a.m. Central Time, so bright and early. And the president said that this was taking place to defend the honor of the brave men and women that flew the B-2 bombers to carry out the strikes. There's strangely been a little bit of a shift where I've not seen people attacking the pilots or the military members at all over this, but in some cases it's being framed as any skepticism as to the effects of the strike.
Oh God, it's the human shielding. If you attack Trump, you're actually attacking the troops, obviously. Classic neocon behavior. No new wars, Trump. Okay, can I shoot him without getting too close to the grave? Come on. This is a dangerous zone. I don't know why I'm here. Okay.
Are somehow questioning the patriotism or bravery of our service members. I haven't really seen that, but nonetheless, that's how this press briefing was presented. I did watch the entirety of it to include the question and answers. It ended up being about 30 minutes with about 10 minutes of Q&A. Overall, the first 10 minutes were really just kind of hammering the media on fake news. The next 10 minutes was talking about the soldiers that were involved in the operation, air defenders at Al Udeid. They say there were only 2 Patriot batteries there. 44 soldiers remained on the base. Everyone else was moved off site. They said the oldest there was a 28-year-old captain, which is awesome. Like, that's our military. It's just young folks out there getting after it. They did mention that the strike against Qatar and the use of the Patriot missiles there was the largest Patriot engagement in history, with a lot of that information, they said, remains classified. Anyways, 10 minutes on the media, 10 minutes on our soldiers and the incredible work of our service members, and then 10 minutes or so on the research and development of the GBU-57, the bunker buster massive ordnance penetrator, and then the targeting process for Fordo. There was not, unfortunately, from what I could tell, any part of this briefing focused on updating the battle damage assessment to back up some of these claims of, and Secretary Hegseth used a couple here. He went from decimated to destroyed. I think he's obliterated to destroyed. As well.
Well done.
Which none are technically terms we would use in the military to describe the effectiveness of strikes. So it's a little bit of, kind of just choose whatever you want there. But we didn't get into that in the briefing. A little bit during the Q&A. But some key points here, talking about the development of the GBU-57 in the program, that was really interesting, talking about how this weapon system has been developed for 15 years exclusively for this target. Like, they had people studying Fordo for a decade plus, figuring out not just where these bombs needed to be dropped, but exactly the type of munition that needed to be utilized. And he went through, like, the shocking number of PhDs and how many, like, incredibly smart people. And I think he said over 100 test runs. Like, live tests of this munition were utilized. In fact, they do have a couple clips showing what this looks like, albeit not against Fordo, because we don't have any video footage from inside of Fordo, at least we don't, publicly, but showing what these bunker buster type bombs do, specifically the GBU-57. And there's a lot of boom there, right? Now, a couple key notes when getting into the actual plan of the strike here that we're learning for the first time. First off, it looks like when you look at the overhead imagery now, we see 3 holes in the ground. And the initial assessment was that those were 3 different impact points for the bombs. Based off of this briefing from the DoD, what they're saying is that prior to the strike, those were ventilation shafts, and you can see some imagery here from the DoD saying they go down and kind of connect into one. So there's one central shaft, 2 coming off the side.
It's not real. There's no way. It's like the video game thing, or like was it Donkey Kong? There was like a meme about Donkey Kong 64 a long time ago, when it was like there's this indestructible boss, but he's got a little hole in his fucking body that just says insert weapon strike here, and he just dies in one go. I think it's like a very classic like 90s video game thing, or 2000s video game. Just like, how do I defeat this guy? And he's just got like a huge box on him that might as well just have an arrow pointing to it saying, strike me here, please, and you will win. Yeah, the Death Star shaft, 100%. Zelda boss, yeah.
And in recent days or weeks, the Iranians covered this up with concrete blocks so the U.S. couldn't use it to strike through.
But then they struck the blocks.
Nonetheless, General Kane said during the course of this operation, the first GBU-57 was dropped to remove the concrete barrier. So it exposed those 3 shafts. Then bombs 2, 3, 4, and 5 entered that exact same hole.
It's just so insane.
So it's one entrance point. It's the one right in the middle. And it went down the shaft, penetrated the main shaft. He said the 6th weapon for each one of the target points was flexed to determine if the preceding weapons didn't work or there were not detonations from those munitions as they were dropped. It sounds like those weren't utilized, but then the total number of munitions doesn't add up to 14, so maybe they were. I'm a little confused as that piece. Nonetheless, General Kane, some more details here. He says every one of the weapons hit and went exactly where they were intended to go. And I think that's supported based off the imagery. If you look at the one impact point, again, not 3, but 6 bombs, potentially, we'll say 5 bombs going through this one exact location is wildly accurate.
It's fucking crazy.
He was pressed on the battle damage assessments. And again, I stand by what I said a few weeks ago. General Kane, incredibly professional. Really like this guy. Sticking to the facts. He's not speculating. I'm not seeing him do anything that could even be slightly perceived as political, and I love that.
So is there just no way to design a ventilation shaft to make it resistant to bombing? I guess there's not, because ultimately it needs to let air through, and if it's letting air through, then obviously anything else can get through. Is the gist. Huh. Put a right angle in it. Does that make it okay though? Because there's still a hole, right? There's still a vulnerability. Oh, well done, Letterbox. Ooh.
From our military. But he said, hey, look, the Joint Force doesn't do battle damage assessments. We leave that to the intelligence community. I'm not entirely convinced on that. However, like we always did battle damage assessments to a degree in the military. We couldn't outsource the entirety of it to the IC. So maybe there's just some component here that is not done within the military. But General Kane, when pushed on battle damage assessments, this is what he went with. He said there's 5 things I can say. 1,
General Kane, that's
the weapons were built, tested, and loaded properly. 2, all weapons were released on speed and on parameter. 3, all weapons were guided to their intended aim point and intended target. 4, all weapons functioned as designed. 5, trail pilots stated that this was the brightest explosion I've ever seen. Again, we kind of have to parse the words here. He was pressed on whether or not by a reporter, would you say that the site was obliterated? And he right out the gate said, look, we don't get into battle damage assessment. I'll have to refer to that to the intelligence community. And Secretary Hegseth kind of came over the top to start dueling, I guess, with the reporter is probably the best way to put it. General Kane is not using those terms. They're also not correct military terms to be using in this capacity. What General Kane is getting at here is what I think is important, and I don't know that was really being speculated against. At least on this channel, we've talked about how, by all accounts, everything the general says here was accurate, where the weapons were built correctly, they were tested correctly, they were designed for this use, they were loaded correctly, they were dropped in the right place, and from what we can tell from the overhead imagery, they impacted where they were supposed to impact. So that's the first part of the equation, which is important information, good to know. And again, I don't think, I at least was not doubting any portions of that. The big question that remains still unanswered, beyond just statements that we've read through today, is once those munitions went down into the facility, what degree of damage was caused? Now, again, you're dropping 5, if let's say all 5 of those made it all the way down that shaft, you can expect some pretty significant damage. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like we have much to go off of at this point, other than, quite frankly, officials saying it did its work. I don't know that we're going to get much more than that, so kind of brace yourself. Now, another big question here was around the enriched uranium, the location of it, something we've talked about in recent videos. That was asked a couple different times of Secretary Hegseth, and kind of some mixed answers. I'm going to play both of them just for the full context. The first one was asked by Jennifer Griffin of Fox News, their Pentagon reporter, where she asked, what about this enriched uranium? That, for what it's worth...
Yeah, and Pete got fucking salty about it. That's what he's... Yeah. She was Fox? Jennifer was from Fox, and he's upset with her? Jesus. Man, all I see when I look at Fox talking about Iran is the mullahs, these dastardly mullahs. It's about goddamn time we dealt with these mullahs. Like, they're so happy for it. They've been talking about this, the impending threat of Iran, for, like, since I can remember. Since I was a teenager, I've heard Fox talking about this. Neutralize Iran, they would say. And now Pete's upset with her because she asked about the uranium. Like, come on.
Not only is Iran saying, yeah, we moved it, what are you guys even talking about? Because, of course, they're probably going to say that.
You can move the uranium, but obviously the centrifuges, I don't think you can remove them too easily, can you? I mean, I guess technically you can move anything, but it depends on how long it would take. Like, if it's in trucks, the enriched uranium was 400 kilograms. So if there's multiple trucks, there's obviously other shit getting moved, but I don't know how easy it is to move a centrifuge out of a mountain. Note in the civilian casualties in Iran, they didn't release any military numbers. Yeah, I know. Classic.
But Grossi, the head of the IAEA, also said, yes, we believe that the Iranians did move that enriched uranium. So I think it's an important question, something we should probably stay on top of. Anyways, this is the interaction with Fox News' Jennifer Griffin.
Highly enriched uranium. Do you have certainty that all the highly enriched uranium was inside the Fordo mountain, or some of it, because there were satellite photos that showed more than a dozen trucks there 2 days in advance? Are you certain none of that highly enriched uranium was moved?
Of course, we're watching every single aspect, but Jennifer, you've been about the worst, the one who misrepresents the most intentionally.
Dumb bitch, Jennifer. Get him.
I'm familiar.
Take her to shreds, Pete. This ungrateful Fox News lady. Okay. This unpatriotic, left-wing, socialist, communist Fox News anchor. Okay.
I was the first to describe
Pentagon
the B-2
correspondent.
bombers,
That's what
the
she is, right?
refueling, the entire mission with great accuracy. So I take issue with that.
I appreciate you acknowledging that this was the first operating.
And he's such a fucking gaslighting piece of shit as well. The fact that she's like... I feel bad for her, even though she's like a Fox News person. Like, the fact that Pete's saying, you're really bad, and she's like, no, I've actually said this, this, and this, this, and this that's good about the military. And then Pete's like, oh, I'm glad you're realizing that we're such a competent... Like, bro, can you not hold a train of thought? Like, what the fuck? Actual abuse tactics. I will weaponize therapy speak for Pete Hegseth.
Most successful mission based on operational security that this department has done since you've been here, and I appreciate that. So we're looking at all aspects of intelligence and making sure we have a sense of what's where.
So unfortunately, not a lot of answers on that, but it's a big enough question that another reporter did bring it up as well, saying, hey, come on. A lot of people want to know about this, and the secretary hit more on it here. We'll go ahead and play that.
Yes,
Do you
right
know
there.
for certain that the uranium was removed from the facility before the B-2 struck?
So I'm not aware of any intelligence that I've reviewed that says things were not where they were supposed to be, moved or otherwise.
Yes, the see no, hear no. I don't know anything about that. Let's get back to the thing I wanted to talk about.
All right, so that's essentially where everything sits right now. I'm sorry. I wish there was more concrete data coming one way or another. I feel like right now it's a lot of he said, she said, and it's quite frankly a matter of trust. Like, who do you trust more than others? And I don't like that. I don't like that. That's something that we're forced to rely upon. So we'll keep pushing for questions, see if we can get even more
You don't
more
like that?
details.
What, you mean you don't like the troops?
But that's all I got for now. Thanks for watching.
Disrespecting the troops.
I'll see y'all next time.
Wow. You know they've got more of those mops, okay? Next one's got Preston Stewart's name on it. Huh. You want creator drama? What fucking creator drama is there, bro? What is there in the creator drama sphere right now? I know that, what, Sean DeBlack getting sued. Like, okay. Wow. Ooh, what's this? What to think about the Iran war. Yes, tell me what to think. Wow. What is this Pax Americana? I don't know anything about this.
Hi. In this video, I want to talk about the 12-day war, the Iran war that just happened. What happened? Who won? Should we be happy about this or sad, or was this a good thing or a bad thing? My name is Michael Shurkin, and welcome to my YouTube channel, Pax Americana, a conversation about world affairs, global conflict, military strategy, and anything else that happens to be on my mind. Now, part of the challenge of talking about this is that the really important information that we need to know in order to evaluate the outcome of this war is not...
How did I do this last time? What the fuck? There's 3 guys here. How do I take them all at once? Behind this little shelf? What? There's a level 60 here. Hell no. Fuck that. They come under. Yeah, fuck that. Okay, I'm vanishing. Jesus Christ. And now I can't vanish. I'd have to jump off there. What the fuck do I do? Not quite sure what the game plan was here last time. But I'm waiting for Vanish, so... You know what, maybe I should just lock in. Fuck politics, when you have to lock in. Oh, do I just leave them? What if I just leave them? And I go here and kill these guys? But they're both level 60, and there's a patrol next to them. So... You stood on the ledge and used the pillars. Yeah, but I tried that there, and then all 3 of them came at me. Should I have just fought them? I mean, I could sap 1 and kill 2. Like I have the means. But now I don't want to do anything because I've got my fucking Vanish off cooldown. So there's no escape. And I'm not jumping off there for safety. Shall I just go back up? Just work my way back up slowly. Skill issue.
Available to us, to any of us, really, because the information we need to know is going to be highly classified. The number of people who know for sure what the outcome of this war, given the nature of this war, is therefore very small. Now, one thing that this means is that the vast majority, no, I would say all of the people who are weighing in on the subject in the media right now, all the talking heads on television, all the people who are providing their hot takes on Twitter or Facebook, whatever, they're all full of it. They are all speculating. So what I'm going to try to do in this video is to try to go beyond the speculation, also make very clear what we know and what we don't know. So I will be asking in this video more questions than I have answers to, which might be unsatisfying to you because maybe you would rather I provide you answers.
Yeah.
But what I am going to do is I'm going to be honest and say, not only I don't know the answer.
So
it's not that
Pathstriders are melee, I think. If they are, then that fixes a lot. Yeah, they're the melee ones. Okay, so I just take one of those and move it to a ranger and flurry them. Okay, that's what I'll do. Okay.
In particular, don't know all those other people on CNN know. No, they don't know either. It's just that they are pretending. I'm not going to pretend. Also, for the sake of transparency, I want to make very clear that when it comes to this subject, I am staunchly pro-Israel, staunchly pro-America, and very, very anti-Iran. I believe that bombing Iran is a good thing to do, or at least was a legitimate thing to do. I think it should have been done a long time ago. I'm convinced that if Carter had bombed Iran back in '79 with the hostage crisis, or if Reagan had bombed Iran because of the hostage crisis and because of the subsequent hostages crisis and the blowing up our Marine barracks and blowing up our embassy, et cetera, I think we all would be in a much safer place, much better place now than we are. But whatever, so here we are today. Just because I have these prejudices does not stop me from being able to think critically about how the war was conducted, what the war achieved, and whether or not at the end of the day the war was a good thing or not. Those, I think, are still fair questions. It just means that I would like there to be certain answers. I would like certain things to be true, but I think I'm good enough at this to be able to acknowledge when it's not true or when I simply do not know. I want something to be true, but honestly, I don't really know if it's true, and maybe it's not true. Let's begin with the following question. What did the world...
Did you get claimed by The Guardian the day before yesterday? Yeah, which is funny because other people did as well. One of them was traveling Israel, and he made a whole video saying that The Guardian was censoring him, was trying to silence him with copyright because he's a critic. And I'm like, no, they would have just been sick of people reposting their shit and would have put an automated copyright remover. And that would have just flagged everything. He probably could have contested it with fair use, though, if he was just using clips. But that's what happened. I was going to cover that, actually. I might even just tell him. I'll be like, it's so annoying when people, they have to think, okay, what's the most content I can make out of this completely benign situation? Oh, I'm being persecuted. I'm being silenced by The Guardian. Fuck off, bro. He just concluding.
War accomplished. Israel's primary war aim was destroying Iran's nuclear program. I believe Israel at least flirted with the idea of regime change, but I do not see any evidence that Israel put in place any real plan for doing so, or if it did, it only just began. It didn't go far down that path, and then it stopped, and then the war was over. So maybe if the war lasted, maybe we would see more regime change kinds of things going on, but it ended, so we didn't see that. The focus for the Israeli airstrikes were the nuclear program, above all, but then also targets associated with Iranian air defenses, Iran's ballistic missile arsenal, and in general the IRGC, which is Iran's, frankly, their SS. What was Trump's objective? I think that's a little bit less clear.
Okay.
If we give him the benefit of the doubt, then Trump was earnestly interested in destroying Iran's nuclear weapons program. It's something he's been saying for years, that this is something that should be happening. I mean, he's been saying that Iran should not be allowed to have a nuclear weapons program.
Maybe Ethan made them more strict.
I wholeheartedly agree with. But doesn't necessarily mean he's sincere, that he was actually trying to do that in this instance. I have heard some cynical takes that might also be true, but they're speculation. One take is that he just got involved because he wanted to get some of the credit, like he was watching Fox and Friends or whatever, and he didn't like that everybody was saying all these great things about the Israeli airstrikes, so he wanted a piece of that. So that's why he got involved. It's plausible. I'm not saying it's true, but I can't rule it out. Another argument that I heard was that what Trump did was that by getting involved in the war, this gave him the ability to shut the war down. In other words, his motive was more about shutting the war down than about getting involved. I also can't rule that out. Is it true? I don't think so, but it's possible.
Fuck off.
So let's focus on this issue of destroying Iran's nuclear program. This leads to a series of questions that should be knowable because they're empirical. It's like, is something destroyed or is it not destroyed? But I insist on this. the number of people who actually have the answers to these questions is really very small. I'm talking about people who are inside the Mossad and inside the United States Intelligence Service. Or maybe the U.S. and Israelis have shared this information with others, like maybe the U.S. has shared this information with Five Eyes. Maybe, I don't know. So what are these questions? Question number one, can Iran's nuclear weapons program be destroyed? I have read some people, some of them informed, apparently well informed, saying that it can't be because the stuff is too deeply buried or too dispersed or this or that or the other thing. So that's one thing. Two, can Israel destroy Iran's nuclear program without U.S. help? Three, did Israel, with U.S. help, destroy Iran's nuclear program? And if not, how badly did the two of them together manage to damage this nuclear weapons program? Now, I should probably add a fourth question to this, which is that, can anybody know, will we ever know whether or not Israel and the United States had succeeded in destroying the program, or if not, how badly they had
Can I get
destroyed
one
it?
at a time here?
Now,
Will that happen?
I believe that the answer to the fourth question is
Yeah, they're not linked.
yes.
Oh,
And I
they're
think
not
this
linked.
is important. I think
So I
it's
just have to-
highly
if I can just
likely
pull them
that
back to
people
this
in the United
first
States
spot.
intelligence community, some people, and in the Mossad know the answers to these questions, but really nobody else. Why? Because this kind of information, to know whether you could and couldn't and whether you did, requires having large quantities of extraordinarily high quality and highly sensitive intelligence, the kind that you can only get through human spies, people on the ground, access to people on the ground, and the ability also to listen in on people on the ground and to intercept whatever they might be saying to each other or writing to each other or messaging to each other, that kind of thing. That kind of thing is highly, highly, highly sensitive. That kind of information is not shared. That's the kind of information that even if you are in the CIA or you are in the NSA, you're not going to have access to unless you're read into some sort of codename program because of your need to know. Nobody else is going to have access to this information. But I think that the information exists, and I think that, again, people in the USIC and in Mossad know the answers to these questions. The reason why I think this is the case is simply what we've seen in the previous few weeks of we've seen evidence in open sources of the extent of Israeli penetration of the Iranian government, the Iranian Defense Forces, and the Iranian intelligence services. I mean, some of what we've seen is astounding. So as a result, I am inclined to think that given the importance of this matter for Israel, that they do indeed have access to the kind of information that they need in order to know whether or not the bombing attacks have worked. Same thing for the United States. I'm convinced that as a result, we know. I'm making educated guesses here. I want to insist upon this. I don't know for a fact, but I do think that is highly likely. Given that this kind of information is going to be so sensitive and so compartmented, I want to stress this, only some people in these government agencies are going to even know. The president will know. I think Netanyahu will know. This by no means means that whatever they say in public is going to be the truth. Yeah. Just because Trump knows the truth doesn't mean that what he's saying is true. Maybe, maybe not. But the real kicker here is that we, as an uninformed audience, or rather an audience who does not have access to this super highly compartmented information, we will have no idea whether or not Trump or Netanyahu are telling the truth. It's frustrating, and I'm sure that's not what you want to hear. You want me to weigh in and say, oh, I think we did it, I think we destroyed it, or we killed it, destroyed 80% of it, or we didn't destroy it at all. I don't know. I don't think anybody knows except for Trump, Netanyahu, and those other people in their agencies who have access to this kind of information. What this means is that the available information makes this whole thing kind of like a Rorschach test. So ultimately, what people who are weighing in pro or con, what they're doing is they're basically helping themselves to whatever information serves whatever narrative they are selling. So they could be pro-Israel narratives or anti-Israel narratives, or pro-Iran narratives or anti-Iran narratives, or maybe it's just pro-Trump narratives versus anti-Trump narratives. And I've seen this. I've seen a lot of really anti-Trump people who are...
There is kind of a thing that's appearing a little bit on Twitter now, is that people have kind of flipped. So before the strikes, people were saying Iran is quite close to having a weapon, like they're dangerously close to having a weapon. Maybe only weeks away, maybe only a few months away. we should take that seriously. And obviously the naysayers were like, no, that's definitely not the case. But now that the damage assessments are being contested and America's done the strikes and Israel's done the strikes, now the people who are anti-Israel and anti-America are saying, oh yeah, the strikes did fuck all. They're actually really close to, they've actually got loads of enriched uranium. They're really close to weaponizing. Yeah, it's very fucking funny. Very strange. Okay, this guy should come on his own, right? Nothing to lose if he doesn't. Ugh. Right, that's how we're going to do it. We're going to peel them like that. Okay. This is like slower than their spawn time, though, I think.
We're never willing to acknowledge that anything good has been done by Trump, and vice versa, right? So pro-Trump people who are not willing to acknowledge that maybe Trump has done something terrible, or, you know, pro-Israel people who can't acknowledge that Israel's done something bad, or, you know, vice versa. So what I see mostly are people cherry picking, trying to make the case or trying to sell whatever narrative they were already predisposed to be making in the first place, which really doesn't do anybody any good. Now, something that I want to say about information that's leaked, because I know that there's already a report that's apparently some DIA people described a DIA report to CNN, and this became the news, and everybody's saying, oh, DIA says that this stuff wasn't damaged. Given the highly sensitive and highly compartmented nature of this information, I think that unless I were to actually see the report, and I don't have it and I don't want it, please, it's illegal, right? Unless I were to see it and actually know what I was looking at, I think it'd be very hard to know how representative this report really is of anybody's particular opinion. What I mean by this is that when you write a report in the intelligence community, and I certainly did this all the time when I was in the CIA, when you write a report, just because you've written a report doesn't mean it's done. It now has to go through this very lengthy review process, beginning with my immediate colleagues, my immediate boss, and then the boss's boss, and then the boss's boss's boss, and then it's also put out for what they call coordination with different offices within the CIA and also different agencies. So people in the DIA are going to look at it, people at NSA are going to look at it, people at you know, whatever, all the other relevant IC members are going to weigh in on it. And there's this whole kind of community effort where everybody weighs in on it. And then ultimately when the thing is published, it's going to be published with some sort of sense of, you know, DIA agreed, DIA disagreed, or some sense, and you could thus look at a report and have a sense of whether or not this report does in fact represent the opinion of the intelligence community or not. Maybe this is just the view of one DIA analyst. The other thing is that based on the classification of this report, you could know whether or not this particular DIA analyst did in fact have access to all the things that he needed to know about. It's possible he didn't even know what information was available because of the stuff is so sensitive. You know, let's say there's a certain kind of information because there's somebody in the Iranian missile program who's actually a CIA asset or Mossad asset.
That's you guys.
Right? He'll be given some sort of crypto. His crypto is Magic Pen. So his report he will be referred to as Magic Pen in all the relevant reporting. And then, but it's not just that he's Magic Pen, that his identity is kind of hidden, but this entire program is going to be given some sort of code word. So this is going to be a dirty mug. I've got a dirty mug here. So in order to have access to whatever Magic Pen wrote, I have to be read into the dirty mug compartment. And thus, anything I might write that uses Magic Pen's information is going to have the classification dirty mug. I'm sorry, I'm making this up, but this is sort of to give you this general idea. But only some people have access to dirty mug, which means that if I don't have access to dirty mug, I'm not even going to see this report. I'm not even going to know that this report exists. So it's not only do I not know what Magic Pen's been writing, I don't even know that dirty mug exists. I don't even, I'm never going to see it. I have no idea. So it's entirely possible to write a report about a certain subject, being completely oblivious to the fact that there's other information out there that is simply blind, invisible to you, because you're not read into the necessary program.
Where's the thing?
And that's the sort of thing that might come out in the wash, and people will become aware of it. And also, you know, dirty mug reporting might even be on a completely different computer network, which is another reason why I'm going to be completely oblivious to it. The point being is that any report doesn't necessarily tell me anything. The fact that someone in the DIA might have said something doesn't necessarily mean anything. Also, I don't want to sound like I'm mean to DIA, but people write things that are wrong. And as part of the process, when you're in the intelligence community, you are always asked to coordinate on other people's work. So all the time, I got DIA reports that would come across my desk, and I would have to respond to them. And sometimes I'd respond positively. Sometimes I would trash it if it deserved being trashed. For all we know, this particular DIA report was something that the rest of the intelligence community is laughing at. We don't know. Or maybe they never saw it. Again, we don't know. So just because you hear that there's some report that got linked that says whatever doesn't necessarily mean anything. Okay, so if I'm arguing that only some people in the Mossad and the U.S. intelligence community know the truth about how much damage was done to Iran's nuclear program, which isn't very helpful, what do we know? Well, I think that we know that Israel has greatly weakened Iran. It has smashed two of the key pillars of Iran's military strength and its deterrence capability, namely Iranian proxies and Iran's ballistic missile arsenal and its drone arsenal. So all this stuff is gone, which means that Israel has much less reason to be afraid of Iran, at least for a while, and that everybody else in the region has less reason to be afraid of Iran. I think it's probably true that all of Iran's neighbors, or most of Iran's neighbors, are probably delighted by what happened. And probably all the governments in the Arab world are delighted also by what happened, even if they would never, ever admit so in public.
History Speaks went on the Comedy Cellar podcast. Okay. What, the Jewish comedian guys? They're quite pro-Israel, those guys, but like liberal pro-Israel. How did that go? I saw him talking to Hutch about me a little bit, but he was just lying about my positions. So, fuck it. Big expectations. Oh.
So they are very happy that Israel took Iran down several notches. What we don't know is the extent to which this might affect the power balance in the region. Does this mean that people are going to take advantage of Iran, that they're going to push back on Iran? Are they going to try to grab things from Iran? What's going to happen? Or is everybody just going to sit and watch? Or maybe nothing's going to happen at all. But there's certainly now a window of possibility. And I think it's also possible that we haven't even begun to see the fallout from this war that's going to come as people sort of realize, like, hey, if Iran's so weak, maybe I can get away with doing this or that against Iran's interests. And then maybe I'm going to go and do this or that. Hasn't happened yet, but we might just be beginning. So maybe that's what we're going to see in the next few weeks. Next question is Gaza. What about Gaza? Does this have any impact on Gaza? I'd say in theory, maybe, and because of two reasons. For one thing, maybe Hamas's leadership will recognize that they are in a much weaker position than they were even just 12, 13 days ago. I mean, already they've been hammered. Already what I believe that Sinwar had wanted to accomplish with 7 October didn't happen. I believe that Sinwar wanted all of Iran and its proxies to jump in and dogpile on Israel. So 7 October was supposed to spark that. It didn't really happen. I mean, it only happened to the extent that like Hezbollah didn't fully mobilize.
It's like when one of your really annoying friends starts a fight with some fucking strangers because they think you're all going to jump in for them. You're just like, I mean, listen, if you want to make the, like, really dumb decisions, you're on your own, buddy. Sorry. I don't buy this whole like fucking lad culture thing where you have to just like be completely fucking loyal to your friend regardless of like how stupid they're being, you know? Is that what Hamas was like to the Axis? They're like, yeah, we've got your back, but if on the other side of your back is like a whole bunch of people who you didn't need to fight, it's like, okay, rip, sorry, buddy. Better luck next time. Oh, fuck.
Mobilized and only attacked Israel enough to make the Israelis decide that enough was enough, let's go take out Hezbollah. So that didn't work out the way Sinwar wanted. So Hezbollah gets smashed. Iran didn't really do much of anything. The Houthis have been a nuisance, but that's not really a threat. So, but now Iran itself has been smashed. So where are they? Their main proxy and benefactor is now on the ropes in very bad shape.
Yeah.
So maybe this is going to affect the calculus of Hamas's leadership, and maybe this will affect their stance vis-a-vis any kind of potential negotiations or agreements for ceasefires or hostage deals or something like that. Maybe. It's possible. Now, which way it might affect it also remains to be seen, but there's a real chance that there could be some movement on that side. The same can be said for the Israeli government. With Iran's nose badly bloodied in this manner, I think that Israeli leadership has good cause to feel more secure than it has felt in a very long time. Because Iran was, and arguably still is, the number one existential threat to Israel. At least for a while now, it's much less of a threat than it used to be, which means that the whole environment is much less dangerous. It's less scary for Israel. And maybe that will affect how Israel sees threats, how Israel perceives the neighborhood. This might also have ramifications perhaps for Israel's view towards Syria. It's hard to say. But either way, it's possible that this will make Israel feel a little bit more relaxed, and thus hopefully a little bit more interested in negotiations or deals or just something. Or the reverse might be true. Maybe Israel will decide that with Iran gone, that they can act with even greater impunity because there's now nobody that will stop them. This is also possible. But either way, I think you could argue that what happened to Iran could affect things one way or the other. So I thought that it would be helpful to sort of point to certain things that concern me about this war and why it's hard for me to say clearly good thing or bad thing. To the extent to which certainly it damaged the nuclear program, I think that that's a good thing. So the other things that concern me are the following. For one thing, the Iranian regime seems to remain in place, and the war may or may not, or had the potential of weakening the Iranian regime, but I don't think it lasted long enough. Theoretically, the Iranian public is going to have much less confidence in the regime given that Israel kind of made a fool of it. Maybe. But it's also maybe true that even people who are opposed to the regime within Iran have rallied around the flag, and so the attacks have only increased their support of the regime. This is also possibly true. I would like to imagine that both Israel and the United States have plans. Like if you were to decide to try to undermine the regime and do regime change, here's a plan for doing it. You know, maybe there's like a 600-page document in a filing cabinet somewhere. That might be true. But I didn't really see any evidence that those plans were at all being implemented. But either way, you have a situation where the mullahs are left in place, the government's left in place. It's angrier than it was before. It's less powerful than it was before, which might possibly make it more dangerous. It's hard to say. But the other thing about the nature of the way in which this war ended was that as far as anybody knows, Trump didn't impose any conditions. So he didn't say to Tehran, hey, you want a ceasefire? Fine, I'll give you a ceasefire, but you have to meet these conditions. Apparently that didn't happen. Trump just said, hey, we're having a ceasefire. So we're having a ceasefire. So
that sounds very much like Trump. Trump probably does think that he, as the president, could have just said, yes, there's a ceasefire. Or maybe he asked them, was like, are you guys interested in a ceasefire? And they're like, yeah. And then Trump's like, oh, say no more. They're about to finish the sentence. Like, yeah, okay, let's discuss so these are our say no more. Like, I'm going to the press. I'm going to Truth Social. There is a ceasefire. He's the kind of guy that thinks like one day Trump's going to wake up and be like, you know what? You know how people declare war all the time? Why don't we all just declare peace? And then it works. Then he gets his Nobel Peace Prize.
It's not like he used the situation to impose a deal, or Israel used the situation to impose a deal. It's not like, hey, we'll stop bombing you if you do X, Y, and Z. That never happened. Yeah. So there's no deal, there's no agreement, I believe that 100%. There's no accord, there's no armistice. We used to have a mechanism through the UN for observing and monitoring the nuclear program.
What's your /plate on this character? 4 days and 9 hours.
Which had its flaws and had weaknesses, but at least there was something. Now there's nothing. And the ceasefire did not oblige anybody to bring it back. There's no obligation for the Iranians to submit to greater observation. Now we have a situation that not only do we not know the state of the Iranian nuclear program, but we're probably less likely to know it in moving forward because there's no more international mechanisms. That's all gone now. So I think that's very worrisome.
Mound. Huh?
I think there's also the question of longer term. I think that certainly for Israel, the damage done to, I'm assuming there's some significant damage to Iran's nuclear program. The value to Israel of weakening Iran and destroying its proxies and destroying its ballistic missile arsenal, I think that's real and it's good, but it's hard to know how long that will last. And it's also possible that in the longer term, things could really just get worse. And I can't help but wonder if this is a case where if you're going to do it, if you're going to cross this Rubicon and go to war, you really need to go all the way in. You need to take down the regime. You need to make sure that everything you need to destroy is destroyed. But this limited, calculated thing, it's also a risk. So everything's a risk. So going all in is risky, and then you risk mission creep. You risk just turning into some horrible war of attrition. Ending it prematurely also can be risky because now where are we? So either way is a risk. But I know that I've talked to a lot of people who described it as sort of like, imagine if you're Israel, you've prepared to run a marathon for 40 years, you're finally running the marathon, and then at mile 20, you're like, who cares? It's not worth it. And you just stop. So what was that all for? You should at least finish the marathon.
I guess the argument for the regime change is just that otherwise you're going to be in a position where you just bomb them every time they rebuild something. Because right now, I guess Iran's interest is going to be to try and salvage what they can of the nuclear program, salvage what they can of the ballistics program, and then just go back to square one and start rebuilding from there, like tomorrow, basically. And then what does Israel either just keep on bombing them, and then they just which is very hard to justify on the world stage, right? That's kind of what they do to Hezbollah right now. They just bomb every single thing that they see that looks like any attempt to rebuild, which I think has been over 1,000 of those strikes now since the ceasefire. So that's not ideal. Or regime change where you risk, I guess, even worse things happening in the region, or even worse, even from Israel's perspective, not let alone the people in Iran. It's unlikely you're getting regime change without boots on the ground. And if you do it without boots on the ground, then it's actually even more unstable because they could just gonna bomb the Ayatollah and just hope he gets replaced by someone better. Bit fucked. Mental.
Marathon.
Ooh.
You should at least finish the job.
Wait, what?
So we will see in the next few weeks, the next few months, and next few years to see what the ramifications are. And I don't think, though, that until the future, we know really.
Do these guys just stack stat reducing curses? So they just constantly keep on reducing your stats until you've got 0 health. That's crazy. That's dangerous. Get me out of here. Don't like it. Woohoo! Get me out of here.
What the outcome of this war was, particularly since the tangible outcome, the destruction of the nuclear program, is something that is invisible to us. But over time, we're going to find out the extent to which this has changed the balance of power. This extent to
that's the trap. It is one of those things I wonder when it's almost when would you learn? Because I think ever since Kosovo, Western powers, including Israel actually, as well as Israel, people generally believe that you could achieve most of what you needed because of overwhelming air force, because of overwhelming air power. So the NATO bombing of Yugoslavia was an air campaign that was fairly short, was from the air, and it resulted in the toppling of Milosevic and the securing of Kosovo, right? So that's that was a huge achievement, and obviously all the fucking love that America and Britain and everyone else got from Kosovo holds to this day. But they thought they could achieve something similar in the Lebanon war, that Israel thought they could achieve something similar by bombing all these areas where Hezbollah was firing from, and then trying to wage a kind of like psychological campaign as well by dropping all these messages down to the people of Lebanon, being like, look what Hezbollah doing to you. Look what they're doing. Hezbollah is firing rockets from your village, and now your village is destroyed. Like, fuck, you want to get rid of those guys, right? And obviously, it was an air campaign with the most confused, disorientated ground campaign attached to it, and a very unclear objective, and that just kind of resulted in, or a very ambitious objective, contradictory orders, and then obviously like the overwhelming Air Force campaign didn't really work. Although I think the Chief of Staff was so obsessed with the power of air superiority that he literally, like, I think he declared victory to the Prime Minister, to the cabinet, like on day 2. He just said, yeah, the war's won. So, I wonder if it's just like another thing they're going to learn now, but it depends. Like, the objective was to what? Stop the nuclear threat and stop the ballistic threat. Well, I guess it did do that. It just didn't do it for good. You bailed to watch that History Speaks thing. The comedy seller guy spends the first 50 minutes embarrassing him for his conduct and name calling. I mean, he tries to, because he like has to, he's obviously got an academic background, and he's very much like one of those standard like copy paste IHL boys. But yeah, he goes on Twitter and just like behaves like a fucking toddler. It doesn't work. Like, it doesn't suit him. It works when I do it because I'm a fucking retard. But like, it doesn't. If you're an academic and you want to present yourself in that way, and you're doing like fucking research for like fairly reputable institutions, then yeah, you need to kind of play the part. Don't know.
Which this has changed the risk calculus, the political calculus of Hamas or the Saudis or the Israelis, etc. It will all become clear eventually, but for now, it's just speculation. Thank you very much. If you like this video, please again hit like and subscribe. Also, there's a thanks button, so feel free to...
You have a PhD, right? No, I have a degree. I have an undergrad. Yeah, I've got a degree. An honor... honors? Yeah. A first class honors, I will say. But... again, I don't even think that, even that I don't think should be a thing. I don't think people should really use their credentials in that way. Like, because to me, if you want to make a point, like, there's something really frustrating about people who just spew total fucking nonsense and just hide behind the fact that they've got a qualification in something, even though you're only as good as like the work that you do in the moment. And people can get qualifications, and they can do a really good dissertation, or even just a passable one, right? And then they can go and use it like to back up an argument 10 years later, but they haven't used the same methods, they haven't used the same critical thought. So it's like, you might as well have nothing, right? Like, you might as well, a degree really, like, to me, a degree, especially if it's in something like the humanities, like, it just shows that you can start and finish something. Like, that's it. It just shows that you can turn up and start and finish something. Which is useful. That's cool. But also, it does not necessarily mean you're going to be more authoritative on any particular subject, right?
Do that, or there's also a Buy Me a Coffee link in the description. Thank you very much, and stay tuned. There's much more in the pipeline, including a video about the Brazilian military, which I know you're all very anxious to watch. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. That's not true. Learnerbox asks us what losers who didn't do anything with their degree say. Listen, after a long time, years of debating people with degrees, PhDs, reading articles from professors in certain fields, mate, academics are retarded, okay? They're fucking mental. There's no guarantee, apart from, there are probably some courses, like if you do medicine, right? If you're a fucking medical student, or if you've done fucking, like, some kind of physics or something like that. Like, yeah, there are probably some courses where having your qualification actually matters. But I've seen people with music degrees who play and compose in like absolute fucking trash. I've seen people with humanities degrees who don't know shit. I've seen people with fucking law degrees who seem like massively fucking confused a lot of the time. So I don't know, I reject that. I think, or, you know, professors of economics, like, have all these crazy fucking opinions. People with history PhDs. Yeah, I don't know. I think there are very few degrees where the degree generally means that you're going to have an exceptional standard or something. I think if you went to law school, you're generally if you've passed the bar, you're generally going to be okay. If you've done medical school, probably, yeah. If you've got done a degree in maths, well, you'll probably be good at that. The humanitarian aid lady had a PhD. Yeah, I know. Lauren De Laguna. She has, in fact, passed the bar, yeah. Have you seen the Federal Society? What, today? What about them? Professors know a lot about the topic. Yeah, well, like fucking Professor Ilan Pape. I remember you still blasting that history PhD when Destiny was debating, and that's how I was introduced. Well, yeah, that was History Speaks, yeah. Let's just uncritically quote the UN Human Rights Council report that says that if you fire a fucking gun at soldiers, then maybe you qualify for participating in hostilities. You know, you get a solid maybe. Professor Joseph Massad, yep. Lying about Jewish history and shit. Right, left, and center. Level 58, time to throw. Hey, look at this place, eh? Ghosties, everything. Cauldron Lord. These cauldrons are fucking horrible. If you're... The low-level ones are easy because they just don't aggro, but... Here we gotta be careful. It's a good thing I got shitloads of food, though. Well, I'm only down to 20 now. Defending 10-7. Yep. Whoa. Putting your money on a level 59 oopsie. Imagine me reaching level 59. I'm 83% through. Huh. Oh yeah, there was also that history PhD. Yeah, there was the history PhD that, oh, the 2v1 that I jumped in on. Yeah, that was fucking wild as well. He tried to say that in the 48 war, the hostilities were like instigated. Like the aggressors were the Zionists. And I'm like, no, they weren't. They literally, their attacks were responsive. Like the Haganah attacks were responsive. And he was like, yeah, responding to an attack is aggression. I'm like, wait, what? Like, yeah, you just can't teach that, you know? You can't teach that. That's just bread and butter, okay? That's just something you learn on the streets. Ooh, fuck. That guy had a shitload of books, though. The big fucking beardy guy. Professor Hagrid. Oh, God. Israel-Palestine has made me question all the history being taught in the Middle East, decided to look into the 53 coup in Iran. Oh yeah, if like you have to remember that like lefty history is like far left history is it's less egregious than far right history because there's not like Holocaust denial and shit like that, but it's still pretty bad. Like you usually if you get this kind of, especially if it's like this very regurgitated like post-it note history that you get from like far lefties, you can be rest assured that it's like either overly simplified, like to the point that it's not giving you an accurate picture at all, or it's just wrong. Yeah. Damn, just a little gaming stream, eh, guys? Guys, little gaming stream. Professor Flowers. Was she even a professor, though? I don't think she was. She seemed very young. But okay. It's quite chill that I'm just doing a little gaming stream. We'll put some Pierce on at some point, though. Maybe after this cauldron, we'll get Pierce on. I think this is the hardest cauldron. This is the one that you have to be more careful. Actually, the one with the freezing guys is quite bad. Because 3 of them can kill you, like, no problem. The CIA interview. I saw it, yeah, don't worry. No, do the History Speaks video. I don't know. I don't want to give attention to someone who, even when I mention him, because like he once got fucking drunk and came into my Discord just to name search. Okay, like I don't want to. I feel like I'm feeding an unhealthy like behavior when I do that. You know, if I even mentioning his name, I wouldn't be surprised if he like looks himself up on fucking Filmot to find the mentions of him. And we know that he did that because he told us. He literally said it. He got fucking tipsy and wanted to come and name search. Like, Jesus. Huh. Did we do Noah's Hila video? Hila, or Hila? I don't know, whatever. Yeah, we did. We lasted 60 seconds before he said something boring and retarded, so we just left it there. I think it's kind of good to have that, you know? If you can't make it 60 seconds without saying something that just demonstrates a like alarming lack of fucking care for your work, then just let it go, you know? Ooh! But we tried. We gave it our best. Huh. Round 2. No. You would have to pay me a shitload of money to watch Noah Samson talking about Hila Klein. Fuck that. I'd maybe rather level a new character. Just stop this one. Just freeze this one right here and then do a new one. Oh! What made The Guardian claim your VOD? Oh, the fact that I watched the video. The fact that I watched their video. They just have an automated thing for it. That's all that is. You could level a warrior. Isn't that like very hard? Aren't they the easiest ones to lose, to die? Oh, don't run around the plague lands at 60% health. These are low levels though, it's okay. Or low-ish. It's fine. Huh! Chat, how long till 59? Not long! It might happen any minute now. 87%. And we have tandons. Chill. Why go after Hila? She seems like a decent person. She's Israeli. And she retweeted that the IDF ladies, pilots are heroes. While they were bombing Iran, it's like, okay, Iranian sites. Don't really know what's wrong with that, but I go. I don't really like the whole thing about glazing military stuff in general, because even at the best of times, like say like even when you think of like a really like impressive maneuver or something like that with a pager attack or with the Iran strikes, it's like the B-2, like those B-2 bombing strikes were very fucking cool. They were very impressive, kind of amazing actually. Just flying for 35 hours, dropping your load pinpoint in the exact spot that it's needed to go in, like from 50,000 feet or some shit, like in a stealth plane, those massive bombers. By the time Trump announces it, like you're already out of the airspace and back home, no issues at all. I mean, it's quite mental, but at the same time, like, it is also like, you know, even at the best of times or the most impressive of cases, like war is still, it's like people dying. It's like, or even when you look at wounded, right? If you see like, oh, 100 killed, but 2,000 wounded, like wounded means a lot. Wounded means like, excruciating fucking pain and like potentially your body being fucking deformed. Like I heard one story about just like one Israeli soldier actually who was an amputee, and because of the way the amputation had to happen, or because of where he was hit, like at the nerve, he was just like in endless fucking pain. Like you couldn't relieve, and because of the way that the I guess the body or the brain works, like it wasn't something that could be relieved all that much. So it's just this person living in excruciating pain with no cure that they knew about. So they had to eventually like fundraise to get them over to America to get treatment that wasn't available in Israel, to get them like a mechanical fucking limb and treatment that meant they were no longer like fucking just living in agony. It's like that's but you look at the stats and it's like that's just one wounded. You see it in Gaza as well with all these people like fucking like the March of Return, like 6,000 people shot in the legs with fucking snipers. Like if you're unlucky, like those sniper shots in the leg can kill you because they can hit an artery and you just lose so much blood that you die. I think that's how it works, or you go into shock or something. But then if you survive, like I mean, those people, if anyone there has like phantom limb or some like serious after pain that doesn't go away, then they're probably never getting treated. So yeah, I don't know. I think even when military actions are justified and when they are impressive and all that shit, it's like it's still pretty gross. Like it's not. I don't really like the idea of celebrating it. I think you can respect the soldiers in other ways. Oh. Oh. That's what the termites were for. H3 is on break. Let's watch some actual live politics and get away from slop for a bit. We've been away from slop for a little while now. We've been reducing the slop factor. What are you talking about? Trump, please. What? Are you going to be on Discord soon? Yeah. Or I don't know if it's soon, but I will at one point. What is this? Oh, actually, this is actually a legal claim about... It's a legal video about Ethan Klein. Oops. Oh, Danger Quest. I'm disrespecting your B2 pilots. Yes, I am. Did we review Pirate Software? Yeah, I saw there was this thing about, I don't even know, it was like some campaign about gaming and games like this one, actually, like these open world games or these like online games that people have access to through subscriptions and stuff like that. What the question was over, what do you do when, say, Blizzard runs out of money and they have to shut down and they have to stop paying to host these servers? Like, what do you do? Should they have some kind of contingency plan to keep them up, or should they have a way to pass it over to the players? Like, what do they do? Should they be mandated to do something so gamers don't lose their shit? And I think there was some like Stop Killing Gaming or something. There was like some fucking movement that Pirate Software apparently just completely like mischaracterized and discredited because he's like a developer and not a game a consumer primarily, but he's being called out everywhere. I don't know, Pirate, like if anyone on day one who couldn't see that person for what he is, which is just a stuck up like hustling bullshitter, like yeah, down to even the way he speaks, like if you couldn't see that just from as soon as he opens his mouth, you're probably quite delusional. Yeah. You will never find a more obvious, like, narcissistic, fucking wretched. Calling him a developer is generous. But isn't that, like, the side of things that he's more inclined to be biased towards? That's what I'm meaning. But, man, the roach out, that fucked with me. Watching him do that and watching even... in the moment, that's whatever, but watching him after the fact being like, what am I supposed to do? I'm just like, oh, shit. Now, wait. Follow the arrow. Run to the top of the tower. Can I just stealth past these guys? They're sentinels, which means they might see me. Do they see me? If they see me, I'll probably be in trouble. But they see me. Okay. Alright, let's just get out of there. I'm not going to vanish, because I don't want to waste it. I need to have that available. It's going into a tower and resetting. What a fucking statement. No! How do you do this? I did this last time, didn't I? Danger quest. Paladins outside can heal. Run past them and crowd control them and go to the top. Last time you just ran up. Why am I doing this on hardcore? That's such a risky maneuver. Like, what are my fail-safes? I'm gonna go to the bathroom and then figure this out. Be right back. Heard you talk on your streams about the Ardennes attack during the fall of France. You underestimate how close the Germans came to failure. Oh no, I know they came close to failure. I know they got stuck, right? And like there was a very... It should have been the case that the French caught them and bombed them. No? Am I wrong? I thought I said that. Maybe I didn't say that one time you heard it. I don't know. Fuck, whatever. Ugh.
The person who was involved in the terror, they arrested.
Yes, they don't
right?
arrested the fucking terrorist. If he got injured, if he was shot by a Palestinian, and he, son of a bitch, deserved to be shot and lynched by a fucking
Wait,
mob,
was the guy that was actually burning and attacking Palestinians get shot? Sandan, did the guy
have a
who,
different
the
subject.
Israeli settler that was attacking Palestinians, did he get shot?
No, he did not get shot, but he could have been.
Fuck. I thought I heard a bit of good news.
You know what? I might as well go to fucking Hawara and shoot the very first settler that comes my way.
What are you talking about? I'm talking about like a farm.
In a video game. Is Queeman defenseless? Mate, Queeman is a 13-year-old trapped in a 12-year-old's body. What's this gonna... Destiny versus Queeman. What's this gonna... What are they going for? The fucking super gay weight twink-off championships? Who would... I guess Queeman does... He looks like he weighs about 100 pounds. But he's also youthful and probably quite feisty. So maybe Queeman could just kind of dance around him and do backflips over Steven's head until he gets tired. Maybe. What a state. Oh! Oh shit. Oh no. Oh, that's a man shot right there. That's definitely like at least 200 miles an hour. Oh! Ooh, that's a high testosterone strike if I ever saw one. Like when I'm talking to you guys, I usually talk at I can see the chat and I can see my OBS, I can see my face, or I can see here when I'm seeing the other stuff, I can see notes. I don't always look like this to talk at you guys, do I? Okay. Okay. I think it's actually fairly straightforward. I think you can just... I remember what to do now. Another good trick here is always to apply 2 crippling poisons. In case I need to slow them, because I can't really vanish away from sentinels. That's really risky. What I would need to do is... I would need to not get dazed. And if I don't get dazed... we should be fine. We can just drop aggro up there. Got my health. Carrot on a stick to go a bit faster. Stopwatch. Okay, I've got everything. Just do the little twizzle. Huh! She's not even struck a blow. Nice. Good. Then we just go up here. Now, I could just vanish up here, I think. Or if I just keep running until I drop their aggro. Until I drop combat. No, don't hit that. There we go, dropped aggro. That's fine. Then I come up here. Distract them. And then I just go up the top. It was just that. Just that first twizzle. I don't even know if there's anyone at the top, is there? Whoa! Fucking executioner. Jesus Christ. Okay. Didn't expect to see that guy. Is this the quest done? Bro, is this the quest done? Okay, I'm vanishing. Okay, we got it. Fine. Jesus. There's someone in the waiting room. And now how do we leave this place? Oh, he's coming up. Fuck. I don't know if I want to see this guy. I don't want to see this guy up here. He's scary. He's very scary. Where's he gonna go? Does he just stand there and then go back down? Let's just go in a little circle then. Okay. I don't want to go near him to sap. He's a level 60. Fuck that. Absolutely fuck that. We're just going to wait till he goes back downstairs, because he clearly goes downstairs. I know I need to jump off the roof, but I would rather do that with slow fall and not just fucking glide. Okay, let's let him go around the circle. Okay, look. Time, patience, okay? He's clearly not aggroing me from, like, opposite the circle, so he will go down. He'll go downstairs. There we go. Come on, stairs. How many fucking paces does he have to do? Okay. Okay, we can do this all day. Let's do this all day, buddy. Fuck you. Wait until my vanish cooldown comes back. We'll do it all day, son. All fucking day. I'm so nervous. Peak gameplay. It's just a patience quest. How many fucking pivots how many circles are you doing? It's like I feel like the NPC has figured out my movements and they're trolling me. They're like adaptive. Okay, just one more round. One more round in the stairs. Oh. What's he doing? What's he doing? Did he see me? Where's he running? Okay, he's gone. Now I need to use my elixir really quickly before he comes back up. Yeah, okay, quick. Quick, slow fall. And if I can't, I'm just going to use a lip. Slow fall. Okay. Let's go. Hey! That is going to prop me right into the sentinels. But then I just sprint. But get me out of here. Huh. Slowed. Haha. Fuck you, bitch. Let's go. That was A very panicky moment. And then we turn in down here. Okay. Straightforward. Ain't nothing. Like a glove. I think that's probably the... I did not know there was a big fucking 60 up there. If you had the apple buff, those guys would have been friendly. Fuck that. Okay. What was I gonna watch? Lex Fridman, Iran episode. Who the fuck are these people?
Enemies need to understand we will use selective, focused, overwhelming military power when we're facing threats.
I think this guy is pro-Israel.
Like an Iranian nuclear weapon.
I'm not seeing the peace through strength. I'm seeing permanent militarism and permanent war through strength.
Do you ever hold our adversaries responsible, or do you just don't think we have any adversaries?
The easiest kind of...
This guy absolutely thinks there are no adversaries. He thinks they're all just a bunch of fucking insert the chip goons who do whatever the West makes them do. Do I want to watch this? It's going to be conspiracy. It's just that's the discourse that people like Lex enjoy. The Joe Rogan. This is the provoked guy. Yes, it is. The fucking Undertaker. The Crypt Keeper. The one who Ukrainian Anna said was getting paid. This guy will find peace by blaming everything on the Democratic Party. Let's go.
Nuke to make out of uranium is a simple gun type nuke.
Are you saying that Mossad fabricated it?
Yeah.
That's what you're claiming.
Yeah.
Here's the offer, take it or leave it. Zero enrichment, full dismantlement.
The Iranians told the IAEA, you can inspect any 5 out of 10 facilities here. Carte blanche, go ahead, and they did and found nothing.
Experts.
It wasn't carte blanche. They literally complained about it not being carte blanche to search in the last report. He's such a fucking liar. I can't do that. No. That's listen, if you don't make the 60 seconds challenge, okay, we're not watching your video. We're not listening to you speak. I'm so fucking fed up of it. The IAEA literally said, due to the fucking lack of inspection of capabilities, we can't make a determination. That's what they actually said. Fuck. Fuck. This is why I don't like doing politics. This game is less predictable. This 20-year-old game that people min-max to fuck is less predictable than the finest minds of alt-media politics. Especially on foreign policy. God. Ugh. Oh, Elika LeBon went on Pierce.
You wanted to debate me because I'm so wrong about everything and I'm so influential and you wanted to smack it down. It ain't gonna be you, lady.
What you're talking about here is a regime whose fundamental motto is death to Israel and death to the United States. Everybody is fully aware that the regime has always been months away from developing nuclear weapons.
Just total bullshit. I do not think it's a legitimate justification for them to launch a war because they claim someone else is making nukes when they're not.
Should Donald Trump get the Nobel Peace Prize?
Well, I guess grading on the Obama curve, everybody deserves a Nobel Peace Prize.
If you're so against what Israel is doing...
What was Obama's policy on Iran? Obama's Iran policy was what you want, Dave Smith. You realize that, you fucking retard. What an unbelievable, stupid fucking Trump glazing cunt that he can't even realize. Iran, we don't think they're building nuclear weapons. We could pursue diplomacy. We don't need to bomb them because we think they might be having nuclear weapons, even though they're not. It's like, that's Obama's policy, you fucking moron. Jesus.
Why are you so happy to fund this regime in its domestic and regional terror?
I know, it's crazy. It's almost like I'm opposing war across the board.
You are the most demoralized, brain-rotted idiot alive.
Oh no.
Just a moment, we'll have an exceptional debate on the Iran crisis with two uncensored Favourite guests.
That's not going to go down
Dave
well
Smith and
on the
Alec
Piers
Bond.
Morgan show.
We'll begin with a view from Tehran. Dr. Fawad Izadi is a professor of world politics at Tehran University, an influential pro-Iranian regime commentator. Mr. Izadi, thank you very much.
I like her now. What the fuck? I'm big Zionist now. Hell yeah.
Much indeed for joining me.
Thank you for having me. I'm pro-Iran.
I don't know who this guy is.
Pro-Iranian regime.
I understand. First of all,
What?
just if you may, paint a picture for what life at the moment
Straight
is
out
like
of
in
the bag.
Tehran. What is the mood of the people there?
It's becoming normal gradually. This was a surprise attack. People were thinking that if there is a military confrontation, it would come if negotiations fail. The negotiations were scheduled on Friday, and the attacks came 2 days before the next round of negotiations. So everybody was surprised. Some people left
There are lots
major
of
cities.
disadvantages to fighting in a house, okay? Number one being, you're fighting in a house. Don't gotta be Stonewall Jackson to know you don't want to fight in a house. Fuck it.
Some people stayed. In the last couple of days, since the ceasefire, people are gradually coming back. We have
No, I
had
did
more
not
than
die in this
600
house. Different
civilian
house.
casualties, mostly women and children. So there are going to be funerals. People didn't do funerals during the attacks, but I think the city is getting back to its normal way, and people who have been lost are going to be remembered by their family members.
People are stunned that this is seemingly all over after just 12 days, and that Iran is prepared to maintain this ceasefire, given what was obviously a very humiliating 12 days for the regime, first with Israel.
I mean, also, twice as long as the Six-Day War, and Israel leaves with no territory. They captured nothing. It's all still around. That, my friends, is what the fall of empire looks like.
Israel attacking and controlling the skies above
Good.
Tehran, seemingly with impunity. And then, of course, the United States launching the bunker buster bombs on 3 nuclear sites, again with apparent ease. You know, people felt from the
Kill
rhetoric
the
coming out of
jabbering
the
ghoul.
regime leadership that the
Where
retaliation
is he?
would be significantly
Where's the
more
jabbering ghoul?
prolonged and more in scale than we've seen. Why is the regime prepared to honor a ceasefire so quickly? And do you think it will hold?
Yeah, why?
I think one reason is because of the surprise. Nobody was expecting this attack. When the government is surprised, when the government and the nation is attacked in this manner, it would take time for them to go back to
Can
normal.
we 2x it? For free? Where are you? Whose stream are you watching?
So if there is a ceasefire offer and it came
Oh.
from the United States, Israelis asked for it because of the hits they were getting from Iran.
True. They were
Iran
getting fucked
accepted.
up, weren't they, bro?
But I don't think
The
anyone
Lego,
in
the Lego
Iran
Israelis running for the sewers. This guy's funny. Hello, Piers. I'm pro-Iran. Oh, yeah. Straight to the point. He knows his audience. Good British bluntness. British honesty.
has this line of thinking that Israelis will follow through with the ceasefire. I think people expect Israelis to do to Iran what they are doing to Lebanon. They attack Lebanon anytime they want, and I think they are going to do the same
I love
thing.
how this poor guy has to balance both things, right? One is that the overwhelming Iranian force has dominated the Israelis into forcing us into pushing for a ceasefire, but also they're violating international law with their aggression, and they're overpowering us, and we're the oppressed, and we're very weak. They're acting with total impunity against us. We can't shoot anything down. Like, it's like, what do you call it when it's like the people, the fascists are calling themselves strong and weak at the same time? Whoa.
With Iran. So Iranian government is going to take some measures to make sure that the government and the people are not surprised again.
what would those measures look like? Because there's lots of conjecture about how damaged Iran's nuclear program has been by these strikes. Do you have any information about that? Because certainly from the Iranian side, they're making noises that there was significant damage. US intelligence, slightly less so.
I don't think the Iranian government is going to make that knowledge public, because if they say it wasn't damaged, that would give Israelis and Americans reasons to attack Iran again illegally. And if they say it is damaged, it is not damaged. If they say it's damaged, then this is not going to be good for a country that needs deterrence. So
what is TTS set at? $10 in Cello. But thanks for the $9.99. I appreciate that. All right, let's give him a bit of speed. Let's give him a bit of a perk. Give him his Vyvanse. Wait, what? Oh.
I think one of the ideas that the Iranian government had was to keep its nuclear program going, so the other side would realize that Iran is not defenseless. So I think this is going to be kept secret, and the other side can use the mechanism that they have to find out what the reality is.
You, I understand, do not believe that Iran was engaged in a nuclear program in the way that's been reported. So just explain that to me, because certainly from the last Atomic Agency report, independent body obviously, they said that there had been a rapid increase in the enrichment of uranium by the Iranian regime from about 3.5% to 60%, which, as you know, is about 30% shy of weaponizing into a nuclear bomb.
What's that behind you,
And that is the pretext on which Israel attacked and then America attacked. And obviously many people have views that Israel had planned this for a long time. That may well be the case. But they certainly used this report as evidence of a rapid expansion of the enrichment of uranium, with bigger stocks enriched to higher levels, way higher than would be needed for civilian usage. What is it that you don't agree with about that?
That report came out, and the way it's supposed to work is that the International Atomic Energy Agency would refer that report to the UN Security Council, and if they want to pass a resolution on that, they can pass a resolution, put Iran under Article 42 of Chapter 7 of the UN Charter, then you can attack Iran. Just because IAEA published the report doesn't give anyone any permission to attack Iran. So that's point number one. The second point is that the US intelligence community had this report on Iran's nuclear program in March. And it had 3 points. It gave 3 points about Iran's nuclear program. The first point was that Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon. The second point was that Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon program. And the third point was that the Iranian leaders have not decided to have a nuclear weapon program. Tulsi Gabbard, the head of the US intelligence community, took that report, went to the US Senate Intelligence Committee, presented that report. The video is available online. I put it on Twitter. And that was the conclusion of the US intelligence community. The director of the International Atomic Energy Agency, Rafael Grossi, has been doing a lot of interviews in the last few days, saying the same thing, saying that with all the inspections that IAEA had, they never found any nuclear weapon program in Iran. They said that Iran is enriching at 60%, but that doesn't mean that you have a nuclear weapon program.
But they did also, just to jump in there, they did also say that the Iranian regime had gone out of its way to hide information and was not being fully cooperative.
And they couldn't confirm whether or not there was a weapons program. They couldn't actually give a final
if you're Israel or the United States, you have a situation of everyone agreeing the uranium's been enriched to a very high level with no real explanation as to why, other than it appeared to be on the progression path to weaponization to a nuclear bomb. And secondly, you've got the Iranians who are in charge of this, obfuscating, hiding, not being completely transparent about it. And it was that, I think, double-pronged element to this report, which was what triggered the alarm bells. Enough about 9 to 5. What about the most important bit, the 5 to 9? It should be the most comfortable part of your day, and today's sponsor can help. Cozy Earth's bamboo sheets are temperature regulating and designed to wick away both heat and moisture so you can sleep several degrees cooler. They're soft, breathable, and guaranteed to give you a more comfortable night's sleep. They also have high-quality breathable clothes for all-day luxury. You can try it all risk-free with Cozy Earth's 100-night sleep trial and a 10-year warranty. If you don't love their products, you can return them hassle-free.
Warranty.
Trust me, you won't want it. Luxury.
He gets to just loop the same thing. Really, Piers, is that the only reason? Oh yeah, apart from the very unprecedented negotiating tactic. Listen, we want to be treated as responsible actors under the NPT, which is why we're going to do a whole bunch of things that makes us a great cause for concern if the goal is non-proliferation. Genius. Art of the deal. Art of the deal just had to hold its drink and get fucked by the Iranian art of the deal. Go on.
Reach. Go to CozyEarth.com and use code PEERS, P-I-E-R-S, for up to 40% off. Cozy Earth's best-selling, temperature-regulating sheets, clothes, and more. You will feel the difference on the very first night. That's CozyEarth.com, promo code PEERS. Stay cool.
Yes, if you're Israel, you don't have any respect for international law. You're killing 25 children on a daily basis in the last 20 months in a genocide. Yes, if you're Israel, you would find any excuse to attack Iran. But you're not Israel. You're a British journalist, a very famous one. And violating international law in this manner is not going to be good for anyone when you attack another country. 2 nuclear states attack the non-nuclear state because of a report that the director of the organization that provided the report says that Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon program. And the budget of IAEA is $35 million. $22 million out of that is used to inspect Iran. Iran is the most inspected country in the world by
But you know
IAEA.
the reason for that, don't you? And the reason for that is self-evidently because Iran has, for a very long period of time, been the main sponsor in terms of money and weaponry for Hezbollah, the Houthis, Hamas, a variety of terrorist groups who are wedded to the elimination of Israel.
With pride, Iran has been a supporter of the Palestinian cause with pride. They are resistance organizations.
But terrorism isn't resistance, is it?
They don't do terrorism. They don't do genocide. They want to free their land. The same thing that British people.
Yeah, but you've accused the Israelis of genocide, but actually Hamas openly talks in a genocidal way of wanting to get rid of Israel. That is the purest personification of genocide.
If Israelis had followed the Oslo Agreement, the agreement that they signed, you would not have October 7th. You would have peace.
The Oslo Agreement that Hamas opposes.
The problem that Israelis have is that they want to eliminate a nation. It is not possible. It's not going to happen, even if you do genocide. The Palestinian nation will live, and Netanyahu will go to jail because he's under an indictment by international courts.
But you don't dispute that Iran has supported those 3 groups?
With pride. With pride. It's an honor for Iranians. When there's a
Were
genocide
you proud
going
about
on,
October the 7th?
We are proud of supporting Hamas because they're a liberation
No, I
organization.
understand that, but were you proud of what they did on October the 7th?
Uh-oh.
Yes, I think...
You were proud of what they did?
Bro.
Murdering Holocaust survivors, grandparents, babies, incinerating people, attacking hundreds of people at a music festival? You were proud of that?
These are Israeli talking points. A lot of civilians
They're not
were
talking
killed by
points,
the
they're
Israeli
facts.
army. No, it's not a fact. It's fake news. A lot of civilians were killed by the Israeli army because they were shooting at anybody that was moving.
3,000 members of Hamas came over the border in multiple waves, in multiple points, and attacked any Israelis that they came across. They set fire to people in their homes. They brutally murdered hundreds of music goers at a festival. The bodies were found. It's undeniable. They kidnapped 255.
It's so shameless, like this fucking regime propaganda. It's so weak, but they just get away with it. Like it's so. How can you be talking about, oh yeah, international law, they should follow international law, and also October 7th was justified? It's fucking crazy, man. MH, thanks for the $10. They appreciate that.
6 people, including Holocaust survivors and babies. I mean, these are not disputable facts.
Just because you survive Holocaust, that doesn't give you permission to occupy other people's land. We have very few civilians in occupied Palestine, both male and female, serve in the Israeli army. And when you do to Palestinians what Israelis have done, then you shouldn't be surprised if the Palestinians fight back. This is very normal.
But terrorism isn't resistance or fighting back, it's terrorism, whoever's doing it. And I've been very critical recently of what the Israeli government has been doing in Gaza in the last few months. I think it's crossed any line of self-defense. However, the idea that you are prepared to say on camera that you are proud of what Hamas did on October the 7th is frankly disgusting.
Thank you very much. It's disgusting for the British government to be supplying the genocidal regime with weapons. That is disgusting.
Okay, we'll leave it there. Professor Azadi, thank you for joining me.
Thank you.
Wow.
Well, we'll return now to the vexed debate about
Pierce
US
got
involvement, Israeli
breeded.
influence and the moral case for war on two arms. We had a lot of Dave Smith on Uncensored recently. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Dave's always welcome here. He's back for another.
Guys, level 59. We just leveled 59. Huh. Can we make it past halfway through this level now? What do I want? Do I want poisons or do I want endurance? Probably endurance. Because any survivability is probably or just more damage, aggression, more damage, or because damage is actually survival as well. You kill them faster. Well, I need more evasion to be off cooldown. Yeah, let's do endurance. Okay. Oh. What do I do here? What is mission accomplished? Why have I not done this? Oh yeah, I have. Okay. Yeah, just whatever. Sell the sword. Okay. Travel to Lights Hope Chapel. that's like a dangerous part of the fucking thing, isn't it? It's quite dangerous to go there, to just ride over there. I'm going to fly there. Fuck that. I'm going to go to Undercity and then fly to Lights Hope Chapel. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to play safe. Very safe.
The debate today because his co-panelist, while discussing debate ideas.
The Undercity is dangerous as well because it's got a fucking elevator. Oh no. How do I get out of this pickle? I think I'm right not to want to ride this place. This place is horrible.
Here's what our producer said these words.
Will this be
it has
the
to be
time?
Dave Smith.
Will it?
The man has so much influence and he's so wrong on every level. The world needs to understand why every one of his points is garbage. So I may as well take the next hour off. But joining me for what I think will be a fascinating discussion on an imperative subject. Elika Lebon, the Iranian-American attorney and activist, and Dave Smith, libertarian commentator and the host of Part of the Problem. Let me just start, before we go any further, Elika, just with a response to my interview there with Professor Izadi in Tehran, which was actually reasonably, civilized, normal, until the end, when he brazenly said he was proud of what Hamas did on October the 7th. And at that point, I realized he was a complete lunatic. But what did you feel listening to it?
I'm glad the world's finally realizing what we've been known for the past 46 years, but ultimately, you just have to look at their talking points and realize the ridiculous hypocrisy of it. Wasn't his whole thing that Palestinians have been oppressed and therefore it is their moral obligation and everyone's moral obligation to attack Israel? Well, by that same logic, what they're doing to Iranian people, lynching them, torturing them, blinding them, then by that logic, the entire world should be bombing Iran right now. So how can you speak out of both sides of your mouth saying that this type of oppression justifies not just military intervention, but terrorism? But you don't think anything should happen to you while you're doing this to your own people. And that's how you know it's a bluff. That's how you know it was never about Palestinian people. It was never about oppression. These are not people who care about oppression. These are the enforcers of oppression who weaponize oppression in order to gain legitimacy in their attacks on Israel.
Dave, we're going to come to the main debate in a few moments, but just your reaction to that interview with Professor Izadi, because like I say, it was like a game of two halves, right? Where for most of it, he seemed perfectly reasonable, really, albeit it wouldn't be arguments I would put forward or agree with, but I could understand where he was coming from, and he seemed quite reasonable. And then right at the end, I mean, for somebody just to, on camera, say they were proud of what Hamas did on October the 7th, what was your reaction to that?
Very similar to yours. I thought there were a lot of reasonable things said up until that point. But of course, I think this isn't that uncommon.
That's the funny thing, though. It's like there's a thing where you have people who they believe the axis of resistance ideology, like the axis of resistance like version of a story. They agree with A, B, C, and D, but E, which logically might even follow from A, B, C, and D, they don't like. That's kind of where you get into a bit of an issue, I think. But I don't know. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. Maybe I'm just because I feel like I can spot the red flags in the way that they talk very, very quickly. But maybe they are just saying like the less objectionable things to begin with, and then moving it, hiding your power level. Yeah. You do just have to engage with what's being said, not what you think is being said, because otherwise you're gonna look fucking mental. Oh. Okay, we have a lot to sell here. Gift of Arthas, leather pants, cape, weapon.
Regimes and supporters of regimes are often guilty of just the most outrageous hypocrisy. And you think of historical examples like Joseph Stalin used to put out propaganda about how horribly racist America was and how Jim Crow was terrible and they treated the black people so terrible in the United States of America, which like it was true, but what a hypocrite for Joseph Stalin to be pretending like he was concerned with human rights as he, oversaw the gulags and stuff like that. And so I think, listen, the claim that Hamas and Hezbollah have never engaged in terrorism is just ridiculous and stupid. And, but then again, I would say, I also think the claim that the IDF has never engaged in terrorism is kind of equally ridiculous. And so, it is, in a sense, the hypocrisy of all of the regimes allows somebody like that to point out your hypocrisy, to say, oh yeah, Pierce, well, you're criticizing Iran, saying that they're a state sponsor of terrorism as a citizen of a government that is sponsoring Israel's destruction of Gaza. And so again, there's awful, all of this is just horrible. And there's awful hypocrisy all around. I think there were some fair points that he made in there, but yeah, I mean, listen, October 7th, and even if you want to go with the idea that there was friendly fire or even some type of like Hannibal directive issued, there's been people who have done deep dives into this, and there is some evidence that some people died that way, but there's just no question that Hamas crossed the border and killed a lot of innocent people. And as I've been saying to you since I've been on your show, Piers, I just think it's horrible when people downplay that, and it does nothing but undercut their.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, if all you do is focus purely on the GoPro footage that Hamas broadcast to the world, if that's all you do, you see exactly the horror that they perpetrated. All right, Elika, you wanted to come on, but specifically with Dave Smith, you think he's wrong about absolutely everything. So just outline your main complaints about Dave Smith?
I don't have an outline, but I think I can just go off of everything that he says. In this example, you correctly pointed out what the Soviet Union was doing. You correctly pointed out that they would use these kernel of truths as part of their disinformation campaigns. But the question is, what were their disinformation campaigns rooted in? Well, we know what the entire, communist agenda was, and that was demoralization of the West in order to sort of gain this traction internally within the West so that they would overthrow their own government. So the whole point of Soviet disinformation and ideological subversion was to convince people that the West and Israel was the source of all evil in the world. All of the KGB defectors have said the same thing. Yuri Bezmenov, Mikhail Pachepa. But the way they talk about how this is achieved, they talk about demoralization. And demoralization is the point where you can no longer tell truth from fiction. You can no longer tell right from wrong. And what happens when you reach that stage? You start making moral equivalencies between liberal democracies and terrorists and autocrats. So when you say there, yes, I do see that the Islamic Republic are terrorists, but I don't see how other liberal democracies are not terrorists as well. That is exactly the ideological subversion which you correctly identified, but don't see how it's a part of your own talking points.
Dave?
No, that's just a talking point yourself there. I mean, it's just not true. I know that the defenders of Israel often like to use this term moral equivalency, but it's just made up and doesn't apply to what I'm saying at all. I mean, if I were to say that I no way.
He's so slippery. That's what he is. He's slippery. His priority when he does these debates, if he's ever in a debate, like a contentious conversation with someone who especially has a risk of knowing more than he does, which I think he recognizes that she might at this moment know more than he does about the conflict. Suddenly the objective isn't to push anything. It isn't to win. It's to not lose. So even though he talks and strongly implies the equivalency all the time, he never actually says it's equal. So we can just kind of back it out, right?
Ever said that the society of Iran is identical to the society of Israel, or that the people.
I've never said that they are the exact same country. We're the same. Even when he says that they're the same. Even what? So would he? Even that, I don't even know if he's saying they're different qualitatively, or would you just ask him which one do you think is worse? Which one do you think is more of a threat to the region? Which one destabilizes the region more? Which one, in terms of their, if you count the proxies, is actually hang on. Will Loner hit 60 today or can I go sleep? Oh, we're going for 60 today, okay? It's now or never. It's now or never. Whatever. I forgot what I was going to say.
That country both enjoy the same amount of liberty. I've never said there are massive differences. Listen, I would say that American society, certainly within America, was far superior to Iraqi society under Saddam Hussein. But you can say that and also say that George W. Bush launched an illegal war in Iraq. These things aren't contradictory at all. And so what I'm talking about is, let me finish. What I'm talking about here is that the IDF is committing acts of terrorism. And so you can say it doesn't count when a government does it, but there's no objective moral standard to that. So I'm not making an equivalency between anything. I'm just pointing out that these two groups both have committed terrorism. And so in the same sense that you could point out how two people have both committed the same crime, that is not the same as saying those two people are identical in every way.
So when you... Yeah, so you are drawing these moral equivalencies and you're doing exactly that. You're saying, I'm just saying, how is the IDF different to Hamas? How is the IDF different to the Islamic Republic?
I didn't say that. No, you're saying that. There are, I could list off right now. Hold on. Because you're starting with completely strawmanning my position. So let's just, before you just argue, hold on. So before you argue with what you made up, instead of arguing with what I'm saying, I could name 1,000 differences between Hamas and the IDF. I'm not saying there's no difference between them.
Clarify what you're saying.
I don't think it could be any clearer. I'm saying they both commit horrific acts. Both kill innocent people.
You have said now, and you've said online on Twitter when you were debating people, you asked this exact question, which is exactly what a demoralized person would ask. How is this different to that? How is Israel doing this different to that? Now,
okay, so now she's learned a new word by the sounds of it, or she's learned this concept that 99% of people don't really are not familiar with it being used in this way, and I think she's probably lost most people who are in the middle. Very well, then. Maybe. I don't know. Why was I supposed to ride here when the next step is just use my Hearthstone? What the fuck? What am I missing? Why was I supposed to come to Light Soap when the next step is just to Hearth? What the fuck? What? What? Okay, we'll do it. Don't ask questions, boys.
Let me just start by saying,
Hold on. This is like a basic IQ test. I could say, how is this act different from this act? That's not saying how is this entity identical to this other entity. The point is that targeting innocent. Sure.
It's exactly like saying, how is it different between a cop and a robber when they're both pointing guns at each other and they're both making each other feel threatened? Isn't that the exact same thing? Yes, sure, it is the exact same act, but it is a different motivation. Okay, that's what the difference is. Because when you have a regime like the Islamic Republic or Hamas, that's literal inception and existence is based on the destruction of Israel and death to America.
Oh, we're on the quest that killed me the last time. So don't do the tiger shit. Okay, let's see if anyone wants to do it. Okay, well done. Learn from your mistakes, Letterbox. Well done. Good lad. Intent matters. I guess what she's saying, yeah.
And basically just killing everybody who disagrees with their ideology, and another entity whose focus is on protecting its people. Yes, the actions may look the same, and in fact, the actions may be just as wrong as each other. They may be just as brutal and terroristic as each other, but the motivation is different, and to be demoralized means to not understand that.
Hang on a second. All right, let me jump in there, because actually, what difference does it make to the innocent civilians who are...
Doesn't make a difference.
Well, hang on. What difference does it make to innocent civilians who are killed? Whether one has a better, motivation for doing it. Because my problem with what Israel's doing in Gaza is that in direct contrast to what it did in Lebanon with Hezbollah, in direct contrast to what it did in Iran, both very precise, very targeted, very successful operations, minimal civilian casualties. In Gaza, in Gaza, the strategy has been completely different. It's been a strategy of sort of nihilism, where they just destroy everything in Gaza. Almost every hospital is either now... Well, hang on, let me finish. Is either destroyed or damaged in some way. We know this actually because we have to listen to British doctors who've come out and told everybody what is actually going on there, because, of course, international journalists are still banned by the IDF, even though they were allowed in previous conflicts in Gaza. They're not allowed in to verify anything in this one, which I find very suspicious. But here's my point, Elika. I defended Israel's right to defend itself after October the 7th, not least because the Hamas spokesman went public almost immediately and said, we want to keep doing this. So I completely understand Israel's not just a need or a right, but a duty to defend its people. However, what we've seen in the last few months, with a 3-month blockade of starvation of already war-torn, impoverished people, and then this constant bombardment, including in the last 6 weeks, endless bombardments of people who are desperately lining up to get food. Now, they are dying. It seems very mysteriously. The IDF says we shot in the air as warnings. Sometimes they use other language, which means they may have shot towards people they saw as a threat, or they are now investigating what happened. I read out earlier in a previous debate about this, all the different times this has happened in the last 6 weeks. It's endless. And the idea that the IDF are not killing people in this way, when everybody else involved says they are, is ridiculous. So the point I think Dave is making, quite straightforwardly, is that what the IDF's been doing in the last 3 months, to me, crosses any line of self-defense and could absolutely be categorized as terrorizing the innocent people of Gaza. Now, it doesn't mean they're not in their heads they're going after Hamas. Their motivation is, we want to kill the bad guys. But they have lost all sense of proportion, and they are now behaving in a way that if other people were doing it to them, they would categorize as terrorism.
Okay, so let me just answer you in 2 points. First of all, let me ask you this question. If Hamas was entirely separated from the civilian population, let's say it was totally down north and everyone else, up north and everyone else was down south, do you think that we'd see these civilian casualties?
But no enemy in modern warfare has ever been entirely separated from civilian populations. It's for the birds. It doesn't happen.
I mean, are we going to compare the way Hamas fights to the way the Ukrainian military fights? Like, come on, bro. What the fuck?
My brother and my brother-in-law were both army colonels, right? It's for the birds. This idea you get some clean war where civilians are nowhere near any of it. It doesn't really happen ever.
Yes, it does happen, because you just used the example of Iran. You saw
Give me an example where no civilians have been killed in modern warfare.
No civilians.
It's not about no civilians. It's a fucking spectrum, Pierce. Come on. There is a difference between, even with the IDF that have, even most modern militaries do have their Pentagon versions or whatever, their headquarters in cities. Again, they're in distinct buildings, usually with like a walled, barbed wire fucking perimeter around it, versus having a tunnel underneath a hospital. Like, come on.
It's the amount of civilians, and it is the fact that Hamas, it doesn't just embed itself, it embeds
But there are as many civilians in Lebanon. In fact, there are more civilians in Lebanon than there are in Gaza. How was it that Mossad was able to target 3,000 members of Hezbollah with a pager device that exploded? But in Gaza, the only way to deal with it, apparently, same situation, in Lebanon, Hezbollah live among civilians. The only way they can apparently do it in Gaza is to obliterate Gaza and kill tens of thousands of civilians as they go after Hamas. I don't understand the difference.
Okay, let me answer the question and then you'll understand. What you're doing right now is you're not just legitimizing Hamas's strategy, you are encouraging it.
No, too combative. Way too combative. Okay. trying to think about what I would do in a situation like that. First of all, I would say from someone who's not obsessed with this topic, it's actually a good question. It's a very good question, because everyone before October 7th would have thought Hezbollah is the real big fucking bad boy, and Hamas, like, fuck that, like, what, bottle rockets, right? That's what most people would, the impression they would get from those two groups. So you would probably say, yeah, Pierce, that is actually a good question. But the answer is almost in the question. It's the fact that everyone saw Hezbollah as the real big problem and the real challenge, which led the IDF, and especially after their failure in 2006, to take Hezbollah exceptionally seriously. So they invested a lot more resources, like the Mossad and everything, into Hezbollah. Whereas Hamas, you had the situation where you had Shin Bet, which is domestic security, dealing with a group that the domestic forces didn't really have any access to. They didn't have police from Israel running around Gaza. They didn't have that many moles. They actually canceled a lot of their operations for spying in Gaza. So that's one reason, is they took Hezbollah more seriously, like most of the world did, whereas Hamas's threats were often dismissed as aspirational. The second issue is that Hezbollah's political reality in Lebanon is far more restrictive than Hamas's political reality, because Hamas controls all of Gaza from head to toe, and they have ruled with an iron fist and squashed and silenced any opposition for over 15 years, whereas Hezbollah have to deal with the Christian majority, the Christians who oppose them, and the Sunnis who oppose them. They also had to deal with the fact that they were fighting in Syria, and that was leading to them losing support internationally in the region, and also losing support from their local Sunni population. Like, they had to deal with terror attacks. Like, there were Sunni fucking bombings in Lebanon because of their actions in Syria. So, and also that, as for the civilians, that gave them areas where they could leave, right? There are villages, even right at the southern border, that were far less affected by IDF strikes because they were Christian villages that had kept Hezbollah out. So for the civilians who are not involved with Hezbollah, they had places to go. Civilians could get away from Hezbollah, at least within reason. Obviously, there was still overlap. Even in Beirut, like, Dahia is very separate from the rest of Beirut in terms of targetability, because one is a Hezbollah stronghold where they have Hezbollah security, and Hezbollah owns a lot of the property there, versus the rest of the city, which didn't get bombed as much, like eastern Beirut. So yeah, there are quite a few nuanced differences there. Not all of which excuse Israel. Israel should have taken Gaza more seriously. They should have taken Hamas more seriously. But yeah, that's probably how I'd answer that one.
When did I encourage it?
Okay, well, let me explain.
And people are listening to this, right? I mean, they know what.
It's also by the same token, like, Netanyahu did have an incentive to keep Hamas breathing, whereas he has no incentive to keep Hezbollah breathing, right? Like, Israelis, like, every Israeli political persuasion is like, if you could just Thanos snap Hezbollah tomorrow, like, you would. Whereas Hamas, at certain points, their existence was actually a convenience for people like Netanyahu.
If you let me finish my sentence, and then at the end of it, you can tell me if you agree. Should we agree on that?
Sure.
Okay. When Hamas intentionally embeds itself amongst civilian populations, the whole point of that strategy is that there'll be so much civilian casualties that the world will look at Israel and say, what an abhorrent pariah state that has lost all legitimacy. Okay, so let me finish. So every time the world does that, every time the world reacts in that way, it reinforces Hamas's behavior because it tells them this works. So in this moment that you're saying this, you are encouraging Hamas to
So we
keep
shouldn't
doing
talk
that.
about the 50, 60, 70,000 civilians.
No, you should
or however many.
absolutely
We don't actually know how many have been killed. We know we believe 70,000 have been killed, of which perhaps 25 to 30,000 are Hamas. We don't know, because no one can ever give me actual figures.
You should talk about it, and you should frame it within the context of, look how much destruction there is when terrorists embed themselves in civilian populations,
Dave, let me get Dave to respond. Let me get Dave to respond.
I mean, listen, this is just, we should talk about it, but only in the framework that it's not the fault of the people who are dropping the bombs on the innocent people, or shooting the people who are the ones. Hey, you know what? You just asked, excuse me, you just had your whole thing about let you finish, and then you can respond to that. So why don't we do the same? I know.
And you stopped me when you were being
You opened by saying that Pierce, you got interrupted when you said Pierce was running cover for Hamas by pointing out that Israel's going too far. Quiet. Let me. No, you didn't. Your point stopped. Listen.
All right, don't talk over each other. Let Dave respond, and then you respond to him.
I listened to the garbage you had to say.
Is it not possible to hold two opinions at once? Am I being that guy again? Is it? First of all, can we agree? Like, shower arguing with Dave Smith now. Can we agree that although urban warfare does necessarily involve civilians, can we not also agree that Hamas embeds themselves in civilian infrastructure to an unprecedented rate, like more so than probably, like there's more embedment and more concentration of civilians amongst the military in Gaza than there probably ever has been in the history of war, or at least in a recent war, because of the tunnels and because of the fact there's no evacuation corridors and all that shit. But also, can we not agree that like Hamas sees these civilian losses as necessary sacrifices that they've like Sinwar said that, like, he described them as necessary sacrifices. He's not the only one either. He's not the only Hamas senior official who has described this as like a part of the maybe not part of the strategy, but definitely like an outcome that they make use of. That it's a very, very unique battlefield. But two, can we not also recognize that is like the state of Israel, especially under a right-wing government, does not have the care for civilian life that they should have to engage in the war. Like, these are both true. These are both objectively true. But the question still stands. Like, what she said at the start was right. If Hamas were in the north and the civilians were in the south, Israel would not bomb the south. That's just not what would happen. We know that because... wait, what's this? Fuck. Okay, these owl beasts should be taken seriously as well, okay? Level 59 is Hamas, okay? I'm taking it seriously.
Bon, then you reply.
Let me get in now.
But I didn't
Okay,
say
I
no
know.
response.
All right, but stop talking.
Lady, let me just,
Grumble,
honestly,
grumble.
let me
Lady.
just save you all the time in this
Madam.
debate. You wanted to debate me because I'm so wrong about everything and I'm so influential and you wanted to smack it down. It ain't gonna be you, lady. You're not the one who's gonna stop me. This is just ridiculous. It's
lady.
Okay,
You will
I'll
not
tell you
defeat
whatever.
me, bitch.
Oh, okay, good
What a
one. Oh, yeah,
fucking-
you really smacked down my bad ideas. Anyway,
God, he's such a fucking worm, dude. I love it. It's all gone to his head. It's all gone to his head. The fuck. The fucking Joe Rogan dick sucking that he gets. Fuck. But again, he'll avoid all the challenging ones, right? Like the historian guy, when it came to defending Daryl Cooper, he just flopped like a little damp sock when the moment came. Oh, I don't know about all that. Starting to sound like Andrew Wilson. Oh yeah, he is very high off his own farts now. Oh, we might be doing the tiger. The big tiger.
Pierce, again,
You're
all
too
they have...
stupid to realize it. You're too stupid
Right,
to
right,
realize
right.
how bad your ideas are.
There you go.
That's not a very valuable. So, yeah, she's being kind of shite, I guess. Huh. Can we do it as 3 without a healer, he asks.
Oh, that's the argument you got. Anyway, can I talk now?
Sure.
Okay, so Pierce, as always, it's just the same thing on repeat here, right? So the defense is to go, but look, the motivation of Israel is pure. The motivation of everybody else is evil. Even though obviously what Israel is doing is objectively torturing women and children to death as they die with their bones crushed under rubble, but still, but also, Pierce, don't let it mess with you that at the high...
Again, I'm not equating anything, but I will only ever use these obscenely like graphic descriptions of the outcomes of war on civilians when I'm describing Israel's actions. He'll never do that when he's describing like October 7th or anything like that, yeah. Whereas it's habitual to do it for Israel. But I'm not saying that they're the same. I guess you're not. You're saying one's actually, one makes you more angry for some reason.
Highest levels of the Israeli government, they've kind of told you what their motivations are here. I mean, the South African case that they brought to the International Court of Justice was like 90% just direct quotes from Israeli leaders.
It was very chopped quotes, most of which omitted the fact that even in the same paragraph they were specifying Hamas, but okay.
Prime Minister himself referred to them as Amalek when talking to the military. You got
Amalek. Goddamn! Listen, people. I'm saying it now. Okay. People who invoke this Amalek reference, like they call them Amalek, is the same as people who accuse Muslims of fucking taqiyya when they think they're lying, right? If you see a Muslim telling and you think they're telling a lie and you call it fucking Amalek, right? Or you call it taqiyya, that is the same energy as people who invoke the Amalek thing. Like they just have no idea how this word is used or how it's like changed in its like everyday use in the culture or what it actually like implies. Yeah, it's just stupid. Very dumb. Exact same energy.
the finance minister, the defense minister bragging about how nobody's getting any food for a 3-month period, bragging that not 1 ounce of grain will get into Gaza. I mean, I'm sorry. This is obviously terrorism. It borders on genocide. It's horrifically wrong. And for you to use your example of saying like, oh, this is what I'm saying is that a guy who robs a store and a cop who comes to stop them are committing the same act because they're pointing a gun at each other. Yeah, but of course, in that example, right. But in that, no, that's what you said. That's what you said about my point. And it was really dumb. Because in that example, there aren't innocent people being slaughtered. Yeah,
and
it kind of is.
If there were, it would still be different. Okay, so
all right, Elika, let me ask you a question, which is this. Are you comfortable with everything that Israel's done in the last 3 months?
No, I've always said that there should be dual criticism, and that's exactly what my problem has been this whole time. Everybody's criticizing Israel, which is fair, but why isn't anybody criticizing the reason why Gaza looks like this? Because Hamas has decided to embed itself.
They are, though. I mean, I couldn't have been more critical of Hamas going back 20 months. I mean, I still am now. I think they're a despicable terror group. Well, they're a despicable terror group who's committing one of the worst terror attacks of modern times. I mean,
your earpiece maybe wasn't working for the whole first 5 minutes of this, where me and Pierce both agreed that the previous guest was ridiculous to downplay Hamas's crimes and that they had committed horrific acts of terrorism.
Elika.
What I was responding to, in terms of what Piers said to me, he was talking about why is it that we can do targeted military strikes in Iran, but we've decided to entirely desecrate Gaza. And my response was that, not saying that it was right, but I'm saying that when Hamas embeds itself in all of Gaza, it is going to result in ruin. And it reinforces the point that I've been making this entire time, not just since October 7th, but for the past 3 years that I've been talking about terrorist regimes, which is that they bring mass death and destruction everywhere they go.
Well, that is true. I agree with that. But I also know that Israel, through Mossad, has supposedly the most sophisticated, experienced intelligence operation in the world. And it was brilliantly seen with the Hezbollah pager attack. It's been brilliantly identified by the way they managed to identify where all the military leaders and nuclear scientists and nuclear sites were going to be in Iran for Israel to attack. From a purely military perspective and intelligence perspective, Israel did an extraordinary job, both with dealing with Hezbollah and the Iranian regime. However, it does just beg the obvious question. Why were they not able to foresee in any way, apparently, that Hamas were going to spend 20 years spending the billions of dollars which Netanyahu had encouraged them to have, because he believed in divide and rule with the Palestinian Authority, that they had these billions of dollars and were spending it on creating one of the world's biggest underground tunnel systems to operate from. And then how did Mossad not know anything about 3,000 Hamas terrorists pouring over its border when they're literally on their border and they're guarding it all day long? So I just cannot understand how this could have happened. And then I don't understand why Israel is responding in a way which it's never responded to anything like this in this way before. Why is Gaza? And then you had the Smodrich quotes, Elika, where he brazenly talks now last week on camera that the plan now is to cleanse Gaza of Palestinians. That is ethnic cleansing. That is a war crime.
That's obviously wrong. That's obviously wrong.
So we need to agree. We need to agree certain things like that, because honestly, it's important to me. It's like when people don't condemn Hamas, I sort of tune out, because it's like, the last guy. The moment he just said he was proud of what Hamas did, I tune out of him as a credible guest. But if you're prepared to admit, which very, very few pro-Israelis right now will admit, which is that some of this strategy is completely wrong, I think we may get somewhere.
It's so foundational to acknowledge that fact. It is so foundational to say that just because you have the right to defend yourself, it doesn't mean that you have carte blanche. It is so foundational to acknowledge all of these things, to acknowledge the death, the destruction, all of it. This is not what my conversation is about. Okay. This is not about has there been damage or destruction or whatever. The whole point of this conversation is that you're making moral equivalencies. And these moral equivalencies blur the distinction between right and wrong, good and evil. Now, you can say...
I think, honestly, the only way to get around these two is to just, be as agreeable as possible and just make it seem like you all agree, but that just use that space as a vehicle to get your talking points through. That's the only way to use the Piers Morgan platform. As soon as you're combative with him or like a guest that he clearly quite likes, like he quite likes Dave Smith, then yeah, you're fucked. Because you'll just get spoken over and you'll get mad.
But some of these actions look like they are evil in themselves. But the entire conversation always goes down to intent. That is what our entire criminal justice system is.
But I don't agree with that. I actually don't agree. You've just said that unless I'm wrong, you've just said that some of the things Israel's been doing are evil.
Dead person.
Right? You've drawn your own moral equivalency. You said both sides are doing... Hang on. Both sides are doing evil things. That's surely the point Dave Smith was making.
Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why it's different. Because there is one side that kills ideology to protect its people, and there is one side that kills people to protect its ideology. That is the difference. I'm going to give you an example so you understand the nuance of what I'm trying to say. let's say that there's a room of 100 people, okay? And in that 100 people, you're told that 10 of these people want to kill your people. Now, if you were to shoot and kill everyone in that room, that is objectively immoral and wrong. Objectively, right? But you are doing it out of protection. It's still disgusting and abhorrent and wrong. Now, let's say at the same time, you know that 10 people in that room of innocent civilians are against your ideology, and you murder the entire room to protect your ideology. Both actions are equally immoral and evil as each other, but the motivation...
She's a debate brewer. Let's say you're on an island. Amazing. Okay.
Is completely
be serious.
different, and you cannot make equivalencies of those motivations.
All right, Dave.
But you, in your own words, you just said that both actions
Kill
are
the goddamn
equally
tiger.
immoral.
Yeah, I did.
I mean, this just it sounds
Slay.
right. Okay, it
not
sounds a
taking
lot
that
like
room. Fuck
kind of the rationalization that your first guest was saying there, Pierce. That like, well, you know, everybody serves in the IDF in Israel, and therefore we really just got to go after everybody because you never know who here might be one of our oppressors or something like that. It's all just ridiculous logic. And look, there's the what is the intention of an ethnic cleansing campaign? Is that an unintended consequence as Israel is floating this out? Huh?
Yeah, fuck.
It's not an ethnic cleansing campaign. This is
No, I'm
just
referring
regurgitating
no.
buzzwords. But I clearly said that
I'm not, no, hold on. Listen, this is what's just so wait. No, I'm not regurgitating buzzwords. I'm talking about what one of the most powerful people at the absolute top of the Israeli government, their finance minister, said. Look, the Palestinians in Gaza in the West Bank are there largely because they were ethnically cleansed out of where they were living for generations before that. So no, I'm sorry. It's just what's ridiculous.
What you're talking about ethnic cleanse? You're talking about the Nakba?
Yes.
Yeah, you're talking about the fact that when the war broke out against Israel, that some of the camps were exiled because some of them were collaborating with the Arabs that were engaging in the war with Israel, and others of them were not, which is why they were grandfathered.
Right. Yeah. 750,000 people were forced out of their house. Oh no, actually we are, and you don't get to just say we're not going to get into this conversation.
You're not answering the point. You're not answering the point that I've made. I clearly said in that example that I gave you that both of those situations were completely wrong, but the motivation was different, and that is how you know.
This fucking tiger is not giving up. Look at him.
No, sorry. Maybe you're not getting me. Yes, I think it's completely ridiculous for you to just get to claim that the Israeli motivations are pure. I'm sorry, especially when listen, Benjamin. Okay, whatever. Okay, you're just breaking up. You don't get to just claim.
Okay, I really don't like that.
You don't get to
get the fuck out of there.
Oh my God, you just have nothing except
Holy
nonsense and interrupting
shit.
me. Okay, so when Benjamin Netanyahu goes to the United Nations a couple of weeks before October 7th and has Greater Israel on a map where all of Gaza and all of the West Bank are Israel, I'm sorry. Why is it that you just get to give them the assumption that the motivation here wasn't to destroy Gaza, ethnically cleanse it, and annex it, as they're openly talking about doing right now? Now, I'm sure there's some people in Israel who don't have those motivations. I'm sure there are some people in Hamas who maybe just wanted to have a two-state
They're
solution.
both out of combat.
But still, when the overwhelming motivations of the leadership are this impure, I don't think you get to say, oh, there's a major difference between, because one side's motivation is purely just to get the bad guys.
Okay, let's just hang on a sec. I want to pivot to Iran because, Dave, you on 22nd of June, and I've obviously talked to you on the show as well around this period, you posted on X, Donald Trump's now launched an illegal war of aggression against Iran. The risk of an absolute catastrophe is very high and the benefits are non-existent. Worst of all, he did it on behalf of a foreign government against a country who pose no threat to us. Now, as things stand, it looks increasingly like Trump brought all this to an end with targeting 3 nuclear strikes with the B-2 bunker buster bombs. We don't know the scale of the damage, but even the Iranians are saying significant. And the war appears to be now at a ceasefire stage after 12 days, which is being kept in hell, which I'm astonished by. Trump has no desire, made it clear, to put any boots on the ground or to affect any America-driven regime change. I think he was misinterpreted when he first talked about that. I think he meant an organic regime change possibly happening a la Syria in December.
It does show you, like, world leaders are, when a war is happening, why, surely, like, world leaders just need to do a kind of, they just need to do like a basic retard test every day so that they don't end up saying something that sounds like they want to do something that everyone would oppose. I don't know why like every morning they don't give the Israeli politicians or the American politicians like a daily brief. And it's like, okay, here are your lines. Don't say things that sound like ethnic cleansing. Don't say things that sound like regime change unless you actually want to do it, right? Like, fucking hell. People should know. Although I think American generals going into, she said no innocents were expelled during the Nakba. Yeah, she's doing that. Again, it's like, it's all these people who are just fucking like propagandists. Like, it's so, It's so off-putting to me. I don't like it. It's a very off-putting thing when that's what they want. Even if they're clever, like, and you can tell like there are things that Israel does that she disagrees with. Like she probably does have like some like liberal objections to the government, but it's the fact that she just feels like she can't concede anything because she's in a debate. Like, I don't understand why as well. Concessions are actually kind of disarming in situations like this. You can tell because it's Dave Smith's ultimate weapon is the concession, right? It's the or the appearance of a concession. He's very good at that. I'm getting fucking PTSD flashbacks to my little van ride with Elon Levy. Yeah, so this thing Israel does is bad, right? And he's like, yeah, so well, let's talk about the disgusting, depraved nature of the international community towards Israel. They must be driven by what else but anti-Semitism, the March of Return and the cost led. Like, wait, what the fuck, bro? I just asked you how you're doing, bro. What? I just asked you what you had for breakfast.
But that was my take on what he said. But he certainly clarified that now as he doesn't want Americans to force it. What is actually wrong with what has happened and unfurled here? Given what the Atomic Agency report made clear, that the Iranians have been enriching uranium from a safe civilian usage of 3.5-4% to 60% in rapid time. And they were hiding information, they were obfuscating, they weren't allowing proper, full, transparent inspections and so on.
They were weaseling.
Is there really anything ideological on putting aside Gaza, putting aside everything else, purely on the apparently imminent threat? By imminent, I mean in the next few months, that the Iranians would have had an ability to weaponize their uranium quite quickly to 90% and potentially create up to 10 nuclear bombs, having assured the world they wouldn't do that. They are supporting and promoting every terror group going from Hezbollah to the Houthis to Hamas to destroy Israel. If you're Israel, why would you not preemptively strike? And if you're the United States and you've got the leaders of the Iranian regime saying death to America and encouraging that chant, why would you also not want to neutralize the nuclear sites?
Okay.
Well, let me start by saying that I really am just absolutely thrilled that, number one, that the Iranians gave that warning and that their response was kind of like one of those Iranian responses where we want to seem tough, but we sure do want to make sure we don't kill any Americans that could get us destroyed. And I'm thrilled that Donald Trump took that off ramp and immediately started pushing a ceasefire. I mean, who knows what's going to happen, but thank God that he did that, because and I think all sane people around the world should be thankful that he took that off ramp and this didn't lead to a catastrophe. But no, I mean, I think that I think essentially your question is all flawed. I mean, even in the IAEA report that you're referring to, they also reiterated that Iran doesn't have a nuclear bomb and that they have not made the decision to start pursuing.
I need to keep on double checking the report to make sure I'm not actually schizophrenic. Okay, IAEA report. Iran, full text. Verification, monitoring. Where is the one I was looking at? Was it the June one? Is it the June one? Or was it the May 31st? Oh well, I'll find it in a minute. I don't want to get too distracted. They didn't say there is no nuclear weapons program. They did not say that. They said that we cannot determine. They said that they couldn't, like, with the evidence that they currently had, after just complaining about the fact that they didn't have full access that they would require to make a full determination.
Pursuing one. And so there was no imminent threat. Listen, even Benjamin Netanyahu, in his interview with Brett Baer, who always, Piers, as you know, has a long history of just making up how long the Iranians are to developing a nuke, even he said maybe a year, 13 months. But the point is that in order for them to do that, they would have had to kick the inspectors out. And then it would have taken them at least a matter of years to develop a nuclear bomb if they had made the political decision to start seeking one. And then it would have taken them a while. Do you think they should have one? My point.
Do you think Iran should have a nuclear bomb?
No, I don't think anybody should have nuclear weapons.
Right, but do you think in particular Iran should have one, given how much it supports terrorist groups?
Well, I will answer that question. Let me just say the point I was making there is just that there was no imminent threat. We had more than enough time to do what the American legal system requires in this situation, which is that you bring it to Congress so that the people theoretically can have a debate through their representatives.
But actually,
like Obama, right? Because Obama wanted to go attack Syria, right? But he couldn't get the support from Congress. These guys are pro-Obama on foreign policy. This is all the shit that he attacks with regards to Israel and Iran is stuff that like it's arguments Obama would have made. That's crazy, chat.
I mean, I saw AOC making that argument, and I replied to her, almost every military strike ordered by an American president this century has been done without prior congressional approval.
Yeah, but what type of argument is that, Pierce? Every war since World War II has been fought undeclared. That doesn't mean it's the proper
But the
legal,
argument is that
system.
if you go for congressional approval, inevitably it will leak out, and you lose the element of surprise.
Yeah, okay, but then the argument also is that the Constitution is the supreme law of the land, and the founders very intentionally placed war-making power in the Congress because they didn't want it.
But obviously there's the interpretation and the definition of war and versus, because like there's like a strike that was over within like 2 days, and one of those 24 hours was just them flying over to the location. So I mean, what are you going to do? What are you going to do?
To be, they didn't want the president to have the war-making powers of a king. Now,
But
listen,
it does counterintuitive. It can make military strikes as well. It just can't declare war.
yeah, well, there's some debate about that amongst constitutional scholars, but yes, but that refers to like an imminent threat, which by all accounts this wasn't. Now, listen, I don't want Iran to get a nuclear weapon. I think that everything that U.S. but basically all of U.S. and Israeli foreign policy seems to have been geared around incentivizing them to make one for about as long as I've been alive, which I think is very counterproductive.
It's the whole thing. It's like all their behavior is just responsive to some kind of Western prompt, which doesn't make any sense, bro.
I will say that I think there is a couple thoughts here that I think people should really consider. And number one, that I don't, I still think that Donald Trump, as great as it is that he walked us back from this, I think it was totally reckless and wrong for him to launch it to begin with. But think about this. The whole foundational claim for the Hawks' justification about Iran getting a nuke here, because obviously lots of really, really bad people have had nuclear weapons in the history of the world, and that's not a good thing, but like Joseph Stalin and Mao Zedong and like, today, current Vladimir Putin, China, I mean, there's lots of really bad regimes that have nuclear weapons. It's almost never been on the table among serious people that we ought to launch a war of aggression and choice because of regime. But the claim here is that Iran is so crazy. There are these religious fundamentalists, and self-preservation simply isn't a motivating factor for them, and therefore they can't be allowed to get it.
You wouldn't dispute that. You wouldn't dispute though the central argument that Israel has about it, which is that Iran has been the main sponsor for Hamas, the Houthis, and Hezbollah for a number of years, all of whom are terror groups wedded to eliminating Israel. You wouldn't dispute that.
I don't dispute that they have supported those groups, and I don't dispute that that's the Israeli
isn't
claim.
that right there, the existential threat to Israel?
I don't dispute that that's the Israeli claim. Fuck off, you fucking coward, man. If you think the Axis doesn't want to destroy Israel, just say it, and then make your argument for why you think that's not the case. Yeah, I don't disagree that that's what Israel would say. Like, what? That's not the answer to the fucking question, prick. Why would you say that? What a spineless answer. You clearly did. So he seems to disagree. He disagrees, unless he just doesn't want. He agrees and he just doesn't want to concede it. Huh.
Well, I mean, I'm sorry, but Israel. No, listen. If Israel is the only country in the Middle East who secretly has nuclear weapons and is not a member of the Non-Proliferation Treaty, and they also funded Hamas, so I'm sorry. I do not think it's a legitimate justification for them to launch a war because they claim someone else is making nukes when they're not, and also they.
Yeah, just because you've done bad things doesn't mean that you waive your right to fear threats from other people. That's not how that works. Also, funding Hamas is whatever. Dumb.
Also funded Hamas or something like that. So no.
Can I respond to this now? First of all, this claim that there's no evidence that the regime is making nukes is totally false. It's totally false. We know that they've enriched to 60%, which means they're 90% of the way there. There's no reason to have anything above 3 to 5% for civilian use. Everybody understands that 60%, the only purpose of it is for nuclear weapons. Now, for a long time, the US and the Western world have been trying to delay the breakout time. That was the whole point of the JCPOA and all of these other deals, was that we know that they're months away, right? That's why you keep saying, oh, they've been months away for years, right? But they've been trying to extend the breakout time from months away to at least a year away for the past 10 to 15 years. So actually, everybody is fully aware that the regime has always been months away from developing nuclear weapons. Now, second of all, again, it's making these moral equivalencies between the United States or different countries or Israel or whoever having nuclear capabilities. What you're talking about here is a regime whose fundamental motto, its entire basis of existence, is death to Israel and death to the United States. That is what it stands for. That is what its leaders chant on a daily basis. That is what school children have to chant in the playground before they start school every day. Death to America, death to Israel. Every day their strategy is how do we destroy the United States and how do we destroy Israel? Now, when you have an expansionist ideology that has eschatological beliefs about the end of the world and the end of Israel, and the desire is to proliferate and export its ideology of Velayat Fagi, not just to the Middle East, but to the entire world. And you say, I don't understand what's the difference between them having nukes and others having nukes. That is just profoundly misguided. Second of all, I didn't say that. Second of all, this isn't just about the threat of the nukes themselves. I don't think anyone's thinking to themselves that Iran, that the Islamic Republic's just going to drop a nuke as soon as it has one. The whole point of it reaching nuclear capabilities is that it becomes a deterrent state. Once it becomes a deterrent state, how are you going to deter its bad behaviors? How are you going to prevent its alliances with its regional proxies? How are you going to prevent more October 7s when everything you try to do to sanction them and contain them is met with, what are you going to do? We've got nukes. And it also prevents the containment of the region, because now UAE, Egypt, all of these other countries are so under threat that they also have to develop nuclear capability. So it is actually allowing them to get that far. That would be the cause of regional and global instability. So it's just preposterous to say that we should have just done nothing about that or got into another deal that just kicked the can down the road again. We are in the position that we are in because nobody contained this for as many decades as it's been a growing threat. We've passed the Neville Chamberlain moment.
Okay, totally, it's just total bullshit. I mean, just listen, the reason why now this 60% enrichment, which obviously for anyone paying attention was, there is another reason besides they were developing a nuclear weapon, which again, all of the intelligence says they had not even made the political decision that they wanted to develop a nuclear weapon.
Let's do the Hamas bara.
Doing it. It was a chip to bargain away, which is actually what they were trying to do.
Again, that's not what, if we trust like reports, that's not what the ISIS said, because again, it's just, it makes no sense. In what fucking world? Iran knows that the thing that makes the world fucking jittery about them is the concept of them having a nuclear weapon. So they're like, well, okay, let's just ram towards that and give everyone every excuse that they would ever use to bomb us and use it as a bargaining chip. Fuck off, you are so dense. Like, it's fucking racist to say that. Like, you think Iranians are this fucking stupid that they would believe that not only doing the enrichment, like as a gesture, but increasing their stockpile of enriched uranium is supposed to be a bargaining chip. For what? To achieve what?
Or in the middle of negotiations when Israel snuck attacked them and launched this war of aggression.
That means you concede. Yeah, hang on. That means you concede.
How the fuck is that racist? Because if you believe that that's true, that that's what they were genuinely doing, they were just enriching for bargaining powers, then you think those people are fucking idiots. You think those people are like subhuman levels of stupid. Like, what a dumb thing to do. It's like if I've given someone a good reason to think that I want to shoot them, and then I just show up there with show up like in front of their face with a fucking toy gun. But I'm only bringing the toy gun because I want to deter them from taking action against me, from taking self-defensive action against me. Like, no.
That what they were doing was creating the impression that they were going to build a nuclear bomb.
That's common.
Listen, there's no question that they upped the enrichment, but listen, here's the point. They weren't allowed to, under the JCPOA. Okay. Under the JCPOA, when America was involved, they weren't allowed to enrich to this level, but they were allowed to do it if America pulled out. That's in the JCPOA agreement. And so when Donald Trump tore that up, and walked away, they brought their enrichment up. What were the negotiations, Pierce, that were happening right before Israel launched their surprise attack? It was for Iran to bring the enrichment back down and America to get back in some type of agreement. They weren't going to call it the JCPOA because Donald Trump would have had to make it his own thing. And
Trump gave them 60 days to negotiate. Trump said he got 60 days, and day 61, Israel attacked.
Right. Okay. Now, but what happened, and this was widely reported, and Donald Trump himself acknowledged this, is that the hawks insisted that you put a poison pill in the negotiations. This is what Mark Levin was freaking out about, and that the standard has to be that Iran must give up all nuclear enrichment altogether. This was always a poison pill, so that the point is that Iran was willing to negotiate, and so if you really want,
if that's a poison pill, then every Iranian negotiating position is also a poison pill, because when Iran goes into negotiations, when they went into the JCPOA negotiations, they said that they only wanted the restrictions on enrichment to last for 2 years, not 15. And they also rejected full access for the IAEA in Iran as well, because they said they didn't trust them. It's like, okay.
Wanted to get back into that deal. Donald Trump honestly just never should have torn up the JCPOA, and we'd all be in a much better situation.
Except most of those deadlines would have run out. Like all those time-limited restrictions, those temporary restrictions would be running out now. And Iran's clock, Iran's little 25-year countdown to the destruction of Israel would still be there. So, fucking hell, man. I don't know. Don't play with nuclear, guys. Don't play with that stuff. It's bad. You'll get burned.
It ushered in a new inspection regime, and so we know, this is why we know that they're enriching up to 60%, because they're still in the agreement and they still have the inspections, unlike Israel.
Let me ask you this. I'm sure, since you know about the JCPOA, I'm sure you know that it was replete with sunset provisions for up to 10 to 15 years, where all of those containment would be expired, and they would have more than $150 billion to continue developing their missiles and nuclear programs. The JCPOA was never a solution. Not only that, but not only did they inherit more than $100 billion, they were also able to expand their regional terror. And Khamenei repeatedly came on television and said, we are going to use that money to fund our allies. So there was actually a backdoor to the JCPOA where the regime, the Islamic Republic, was able to expand its regional influence and fund its allies, which eventually led to October 7th, which eventually brought us to where we are now. So yes, the JCPOA did intend to temporarily constrain their nuclear abilities, but it was always understood that by the time it expired, they would be $150 billion richer, their proxies would be fortified, they would have been responsible for significant regional destabilization, and then they would be able to enrich if they wanted to. And the only way to prevent that was to get into another nuclear deal, which would require unfreezing hundreds and billions of more. So they would just keep getting enriched and empowered. So the question is, how does this end? Just a lifetime of JCPOAs?
Well, let me ask you a question just to end this, because we've run out of time. Dave, let me put a question to Dave, which is that if it turns out that all this activity in the last 2 weeks drives Iran to the negotiating table, they do agree to give up a lot of their...
She's from Iran originally. I don't know if she's ever lived in Iran, but she is she is Iranian, at least partially. And I don't know if she was born there or if she was born in the diaspora. Obviously, like, the diasporoid allegations are going to be abound. They're going to be running amok with her, especially among the lefty crowds.
Enrich uranium and so on, reduce it back to civilian levels and so on. And there is a period of sustained peace in the region, and the Gaza hell is brought to an end as well. And in 6 months' time, all this is over. Should Donald Trump get the Nobel Peace Prize? Because Barack Obama got one 8 months into his tenure for basically just doing a bit of fancy chat about world peace.
Well, I guess grading on the Obama curve, everybody deserves a Nobel Peace Prize. I mean, literally, the three of us are much better candidates than Barack Obama was. So judging on that curve. No, look, I mean, I think that would be great if that's the result of all of this. I think that what Donald Trump's policy was so reckless, and it had such a risk. And this is what I was trying to get at before that I hope people appreciate. Look, if Iran had not made the calculation to give advanced warning and had just fired off missiles the way they did into Israel...
But this is the whole point, Piers. They got absolutely steamrolled. That's why, because they got gaped.
I think Trump called their bluff. I think Trump called their bluff because he realized that what Israel had done over a period of days is expose the Iranian regime as having a military that was a dud.
It's because they don't want They don't want to be destroyed. They would rather rule than be destroyed.
Exactly.
But But the point is that we put this in the hands of the Iranian government. If they hadn't done that, we may have had to launch a full regime. What would Donald Trump have done if 50 or 100 Americans had been killed in an Iranian attack?
Well, thankfully, that has not.
We risked a catastrophe.
Thankfully, that hasn't happened because Iran was so panicky, they actually gave prior warnings to everybody to make sure it didn't happen.
So maybe they're not such a scary threat after all.
Well, that's an interesting point if you take away their nuclear weapons.
Yeah, it's this. Oh God, people do the thing. Do you understand how much he just supported Israel? Do you understand how much he just fucking came and glazed Israel's fucking donut with that sentence? When people say this, yeah, maybe they're not so much of a threat after all anyway. What? After they just got fucking pounded at an unprecedented pounding for 12 days by two of the biggest, baddest militaries in the world, right? That they experienced the first use of the mother of all penetrators, or what it was called, the massive ordnance penetrator. It's like people say about Lebanon. It's like, what? Why is Israel so scared about Lebanon now? Like, Hezbollah are fucked. It's like, well, Lebanon. Look at Lebanon's prime minister. He's offering olive branches to Israel. Look at that. Like that. Yeah, because Israel destroyed Hezbollah. Like, I don't think. Yeah, Dave does not understand how much he just glazed Israel with that sentence, right? Iran's not a threat. Look how scared they are. They're years away from a nuclear weapon now. It's like, why? Even when they say like, oh, it always seems like Iran's always a few months away from a nuclear weapon. Well, yeah, why is that? Why are they always like close to a nuclear weapon and then falling back? And sometimes it's because of people exaggerating, but it's also quite often because their efforts get thwarted. They get cyber attacked, like by America and Israel, or they get raided, or they get bombed. Or scientists get assassinated. So there you go, Dave. This is Dave's face. My face when I just come all over the Jewish state without even realizing I did it. Dave just hate fucking Israel. Hate gooning.
Alec, a final word to you, very quickly.
Yes. Okay, your whole point, this whole conversation and everything that you've been saying online is that Israel is engaging in terrorism, ethnic cleansing, all of these things that you claim to be against. And yet you are so happy to engage in these deals that enrich the Islamic Republic and its machinery of oppression to hang and lynch and torture women. So if you're so against what Israel is doing, if you're so against funding what Israel is doing, why are you so happy to fund this regime in its domestic and regional terror by the same means of empowering them with money through the diplomatic?
I know, it's crazy. It's almost like I'm opposing war across the board.
You're opposing war by actually supporting
wars.
So you're opposing war. Okay, opposing war, like by first of all instigating more war down the road. Okay, that's the Neville Chamberlain moment.
Just asserting that it's nonsense.
Second of all, you are
a prediction of the future.
Damn, got it with the you're just asserting that, even though it is like JCPOA is it's the ultimate appeasement as well. Like it's temporary restrictions on Iran's nuclear program in exchange for them getting sanctions, which once they go past the snapback period, they can't get reinstated. Like not by the deal anyway. It's the ultimate appeasement deal. And I need to do a timeline. I need to show you guys some of the things that Iran was doing, like right alongside and right after the JCPOA. So before entering the negotiations, or before they were concluded, the Ayatollah is literally tweeting out his list of red lines, one of which is like only restrict the enrichment for 2 years, not 8 or 10, or don't tie the sanction snapback to like permanently to the terms of the JCPOA. Like it should be that once the JCPOA terms are done for 10, 15, 20 years, then no sanctions can be snapped back. That was one of his red lines as well. Another one was about limiting IAEA inspections, which they ended up kind of getting. They didn't get full IAEA access. They get all these things, and then afterwards, once the deal has gone through, Iran, their leader literally says, like some quite intentionally, Israel only has 25 years left after the JCPOA, which adds a bunch of 10, 15, 20-year restrictions on Iran's nuclear program. And they have that fucking clock in Tehran, which is counting down to the inevitable destruction of Israel. And then I think the year after the JCPOA was signed, Obama had to call them out because they started testing a bunch of ballistic missiles, which they said were designed to strike Israel. Like they're designed to be within range of striking Israel. And it's like, and whilst also saying at the same time that this is a cancerous entity that needs to be removed. So it's like, What's the purpose of the JCPOA? Is it to reassure the West that you have no interest in attacking and trying to destroy Israel? It's like, obviously not. Obviously not. So yes, it is. It's like it's the ultimate appeasement deal. And Iran was like basically throwing it in the West, in like Obama's face within less than a year of passing it. So
is not a
You
fact.
are happy.
Please.
You are happy for Iranians to be
Okay.
slaughtered, raped, killed, and hanged, so long as in your
Nice try.
fantasy world you're
Nice
opposing
try.
war,
You're
but
gonna
you're
have
not
to
okay
get
with it in
someone
Gaza.
better, Pierce.
But you're
All
not
right,
okay with
sorry,
it in
Pierce.
Gaza. Hey, you're an idiot.
Maybe
You're
you got a friend who's better.
Okay.
There's no.
Have a nice
Everyone's
day.
better than your stupidity. You are the most demoralized, brain-rotted idiot alive. Thank you.
All right, take a deep breath.
Thank you both very much indeed. I appreciate it.
all right, calm down, dear. God, he's so fucking cringe. I thought he was a comedian, bro. Come on, fucking comedian. Give something. I guess this is why these comedians they end up becoming full-time fucking political pundits, because I guess, yeah, demoralized. I love how she introduces this. You're a busted flush. Erica is amazing. I'm sure she is. What you think about this person though, Elika? I have no idea. Oh well. Good slop. Good slop.
Appreciate it. Piers Morgan Uncensored is proudly independent. The only boss around here is me. If you enjoy our show,
Dave is part of the C-tier comedian team that just surrounds Joe Rogan. Yeah, what is this? What is this? Is there like the does a comedian in America just have like the fucking Joe Rogan contingency where they just sit there and they're like, okay, if I'm ever struggling, okay, I'm gonna start spewing libertarian, conspiratorial, surface level fucking nonsense. I'm just gonna talk like the world is the Matrix and I'm Neo. But I'm also just a regular average dude who's just asking questions. Maybe inject a bit of anti-Semitism and Holocaust denial, or at least sympathy for Holocaust deniers, you know, just as a backup plan in case things go wrong, right? I guess it's like, it's the, for streamers, what they do is like you just shoehorn yourself into drama, right? Like if you want some clicks, like the Keffels thing, just like start fights with big names and get involved in arcs. It's like for if you're a struggling bread tuber right now, you need to pull out in case of emergency, and it's just a file of anti-Ethan Klein fucking talking points for your next video essay. God. God damn it. Why are people platforming Dave Smith talking these subjects? He's so unequipped. Because it's just that like alt media fucking Joe Rogan slop cycle. I'm guessing because Pierce's audience is obviously going to be, again, it's alt media, so he's going to have an audience in there that probably is amenable to people like Dave and like they want to see him back on. And obviously Dave gets massively amplified by the likes of Joe Rogan because, again, you guys don't understand, okay, because you are highly intelligent, high information voters, okay, but most people are not. And most people, Dave does have a lot of information, like he does have a long list of talking points, and you can tell he's like looked into things about the conflict, but it's like, and it's impressive to someone who's not really that seasoned on the issues. And obviously the problem is that it's just, most of it's just a collection of quotes and loosely defined conspiracies and a lot of equivocation. Like he's very like non-committal on a lot of issues, but it works. It's impressive to people who don't know that much. Okay, my gear is getting destroyed, so I need to get back soon. Say anything confidently. It's not just saying anything confidently. Loads of people say things confidently. You guys are... Okay, maybe you guys are dumb. I don't know. It's not just about confidently. Like, Dave Smith appeals to... There's a certain archetype. Like, why do people get into alt media, right? Why do they reject mainstream media and get into alt media for their politics? Well, it's largely... I think for men especially, which is I think a lot of these audiences, a lot of men, especially in school and university and all that, they often find themselves like behind women. Like, that's a very common thing right now, where women do better than men in education. And a lot of men suffer, they struggle with like humiliation and like emasculation and feeling small, or feeling like you're expected to be bigger and more impressive than you actually are. So for some people, that manifests itself in like wanting to be like fucking strong or physically like very masculine or making a lot of money might be another thing. But for some people, it becomes wanting to be intelligent. And for people who want to shortcut their way to intelligence, one of the best ways to do it is through the Dave Smith route. Like it's this talking about you can talk about the establishment. You can appeal to a lot of like old, especially like millennial, like Gen X fucking tropes about the Matrix and like the power institutions and like rebellion and all that. So you get very consumed by things like conspiracy theories. Conspiracy theories are a really good, quick way to feel like you know something that the other people don't. Like you're not like the other. You're like the guy in the fucking party in the corner being like, they don't know what I know, right? Like, I think this is like a feeling of superiority that is like very appealing to a lot of young people. And I think Dave Smith feeds that very, very effectively. But, you know, what do I know? Hey, just a regular old guy who is curious about things, you know? Have you watched the ContraPoints conspiracy video? Yeah, I watched that on stream. Is he incapable of nuance or is it deliberate? No, in his head he probably thinks he is very nuanced. He just has a story that makes sense and is exciting and makes him feel like... And the amount of fucking... And for most of these like men who go through this, because it is mostly men, they, you know, might win an argument in a fucking gathering, or they might get embarrassed and keep it inwards and just only fight on the internet or whatever. Very few of them get the kind of validation and reward for those opinions that Dave Smith gets. And you can tell, and I know Dave Smith is one of those guys who was like starved for attention because, and is largely doing this in response to validation, because do you remember when Dave Smith condemned Trump not that long ago? He already walked it back. He already started like backpedaling, saying, "Well, at least they're still better than this than the last administration." Even though the way Dave Smith just spoke in that conversation with Elika and Pierce is, it's quite clear that Dave is closer to Obama than he is to Trump on foreign policy, like easily, without a shred of doubt. Obama tried to get congressional approval for Syria. He didn't get it, so he didn't bomb Syria. Can you imagine Trump doing that? But he won't do that because he's not going to get the same reward. He's not going to get the same reward for that stance. And I think when he did that appearance where he claimed to have lost, where he have regretted voting for Trump, or regret supporting for Trump, I think he got the Kyle Rittenhouse treatment. He got the backlash and just realized that if he wants to keep himself in that world, he needs to be, there is actually a kind of line you have to toe. Okay, where am I going to repair my shit? Okay, ooh. I've been very slow and steady. Too slow, maybe. Because the risk of going too slow is you get tired. You get fatigued. Oh, firewater. Okay. Spider wants to talk. Okay. Wait. Repair. Boom. Okay. No, I do not need those quests. Brick. Where's the food vendor? Yes. Hey, do that. Hey. Huh. Alright. Okay.
Be good.
Let's go. Okay. Discord. Hello, Spider.
Yo.
Hmm.
Yo, tell me why I was gonna create some like random ass drama bullshit, cause we were talking about the reaction stream, right? About the Noah Sansom Hassan shit.
Yeah.
And you said I thought you said Ryan Beard. So I DM'd him. I was like, hey, I think Lordbox said you had a problem with them reacting to your shit. And then me and Ryan had like a whole fucking combo about that. But you said but in the VOD, I went back to the clip and you said Ryan McBeth. I was like, oh fuck.
Okay.
I was like, holy shit, Ryan McBeth? Wait, did he actually spoke to you?
No, it was just a Reddit comment.
Oh,
He
wait,
posted on
Ryan
Reddit. Yeah, on his own subreddit.
Oh. I mean, that's his. It wasn't him, though.
It was him,
right?
yeah. Yeah. He was just had a little fucking jab at React streamers. I was like, okay, whatever. Because someone posted my video in his subreddit saying this guy had some questions for you. What are they? And he just didn't answer and just spoke about React content. He answered afterwards, but I don't think it was very satisfactory. So he said something like, "Oh, like I make all these videos so other people can just use them for fucking their content." Even though my react to him in that situation was actually quite additional. It was quite transformative, because I found him being giving a statement that I thought was quite inaccurate, and looking into it and not being able to find out where he got it from. So, yeah, I don't know.
Right? I didn't know Ryan McBeth. I didn't see him as having a problem with people reacting to his content, making
Well, he doesn't. He's not he didn't say don't do it. He just thinks it's a bit frustrating, I guess, because obviously he's friendly with Destiny, who's reacted to his stuff, right?
Yeah, not as much, to the recent stuff, but well, I don't know. Actually, I don't know if he reacted to his stuff recently. I'm not sure. Maybe, but I thought I didn't know. I thought maybe he probably didn't have a problem with people distracting to his stuff.
Well, I think he's irritated by it, but I don't think he would ever stop someone. That's the vibe I got from him.
Yeah, because I feel like his vibe, he kind of falls in with the whole Chris, was it Kiss Crappy? Yeah, Kiss Crappy and the Preston Stewart guy. They fall in those trio.
Okay.
Yeah, what's your thoughts on the Ethan suing Sean DeBlack?
We do we know if he is yet, or was it just a thing he's posted?
I think it was just a post on his IG story.
Do we know what Sean's reaction was?
I think he said on Twitter, he just said the fuck, or I think one of his comments was oh, I thought the Snarks was gonna help me not get into the whole suing drama bullshit. What the hell happened?
Yeah. Okay. Well, I don't know. I mean, if he has a case, he can bring it. He's got a right to. I guess, but it's just I don't know. I think it's maybe a bit excessive, especially since these are all small careers. Well, apart from Denims, but I think his case against Denims is the weakest, because Denims did actually react at least a bit. It wasn't good, but she did react. I don't know how I feel about it, honestly. I mean, I know it's. I think he's doing it because those people pissed him off, and he just wants a reason to go after them. That's it. And he's picked a reason which I think makes it's defensible, I guess, to say that I'm going to only do it for this very high threshold of explicitly stated malice for all three of them. I don't know if Sean did that as well. But it's there's no principle there. There's nothing the way he made it sound like he was trying to do a favor to the streaming community with it as well, or that it might do a favor. It's no, it won't. It's just you hurting the people who have hurt you, and that's all right. It's fine. You've got your God-given legal right to do that, but under copyright law. But that's all it is. That's all it is.
You think due to the I heard an interesting take from this guy that talk about the whole Ethan drama. He said he felt that the H3 subreddit became a snark kind of integrated as a snark to Hassan and the whole Hassan Oberter.
I don't think it. No, because the problem with snark stuff is that the Ethan sub does what snark people say that they do. So snark people say that what they do is they just want to critique. There's a certain sphere that they don't like, so they're there to provide critique and commentary. But what snarkers actually do is that they go into this whole fucking rabbit hole of trying to put you on a fucking vivisection table and learn everything about you, or to intentionally go out there to smear, or to coordinate campaigns, or to, in Ethan's case, apparently try to take views away from his videos intentionally. So A-logging, that's different from just what snark, I think, presents itself as. But the problem is that most people aren't creators, so they don't understand the difference. They don't understand the difference between people shitting on you in different spaces versus harassing you. And I think with Snark, it definitely seems to overlap more with harassment, but you know.
So, if a subreddit if there's a whole subreddit that didn't dox you or didn't like, let's say, oh, we're not gonna watch Lornabox VOD because to take away streams, but if they dedicate a whole subreddit of just like talking shit about you or call you a genocide supporter on Reddit, would that still be a snark thing or no?
Yeah, it would be, but it wouldn't be. It wouldn't. Yeah, it would be what Snark's like H3 Snark probably presents itself as. Yeah, that would just be Snark. But obviously, if there was like, if there were going further and trying to get like, there were people in there who were trying to use the information to try and learn details about me, like my address and all this shit, or if there was attempts at like attacking my private life, or if there like all that kind of stuff, then yeah, that's obviously a different thing.
This might be a little bit topic heavy, but what was did you hear about that YouTuber who committed suicide?
Yeah, what was it? The
Save a Fox person.
It wasn't the YouTuber, was it? It was the girl who was a fox rescuer, right?
Yeah, I think, but she had a YouTube channel, no? So
I didn't know she did too.
YouTuber.
Okay. Oh, so she was a YouTuber. Oh, that would make more sense if she had a Snark to her, yeah. Yeah, I heard about that, and I heard was it a guy that she worked with, or was it her husband or someone who was crying about it in a video?
It was her husband in the video.
That's fucking mental, man. Yeah, and I saw the post from one of the snarkers, and they were saying like, "Listen, like, don't mischaracterize what we do. We just have a critique of this person, and we're just here to catalog the disagreement." Like, bro, like that's not that. I don't. Maybe that's all they were doing, and this person was just very sensitive. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's going to put Reddit in a different position as well.
Could be wrong, but the husband, I think he said in the video, is more like people that are close to her, maybe some like different organization criticizing her, maybe. And maybe some of the subreddit, but who knows?
And do we know that's definitely why she did it? Like, how do we know that? Probably because the husband said so, right?
Probably due to harassment. Probably that's why she did the.
And we know that because of the husband's video, or is there anything else? Did you leave a note or a post?
I'm not sure. I think just due to the husband video.
Okay.
It's crazy.
Interesting.
Crazy.
Wife and mother. Okay.
Wait, didn't you say you're gonna didn't you get like a whole like intro thing, a new intro
for my stream?
Yeah, from the dude.
What dude?
Remember?
Oh, the moving screen. Yeah, I do have that. Yeah, I need to do some tweaks though, or get some tweaks to it. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of admin and housekeeping to do after. I'm gonna take a little break after this game, but yeah, we'll. Like a few days, a couple of days.
Well, over you, apparently.
59 and 19%. I'm going very slow though. I don't know. It's like just a slow and steady thing.
Yeah, this you know what? Just go slow. Don't fucking get killed by a poison frog, okay?
Yeah, but going too slow, never get killed by a poison frog. Unthinkable. This guy's scary though. These little fucking chimeras. Ooh.
Wait, didn't you say you had ADHD, right?
Yeah.
What about did you have autism as well or no?
Yeah.
Type shit. You know what's crazy, Lornabox? Bro, me and you, I think we got fucked up spines, bro. You got fucking mild scoliosis. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's the fucking
Do you have that too?
Yeah, we got fucking mild scoliosis.
Wow.
Yeah, it's cooked. I think I used to sleep weird, but it was like a turtle. I just sleep as a turtle, but.
How does a turtle sleep?
Put the head inside the shell.
Okay.
Oh shit. Would you ever do meetups or not really?
I wouldn't do a dedicated meetup, but if I was somewhere for something else, like if for a political event or something, then there were fans, then yeah, I would do a meetup, yeah. But I wouldn't do one just for its own sake, no.
Interesting. I think what kind of like Stunlock. I found out that like a lot of women watch your content.
What?
A lot of women like.
What are you saying about Stunlock?
A lot of women like. No, I'm Stunlock.
You're
to find out that like a lot of women like watch your content.
Why wouldn't they?
I thought they're not really into politics though.
I think women are into politics. They're maybe just not into spaces that are more uncomfortable or aggro or like, again, we're not, I think we're like just over 10 or 11% women. So it's not that much. It's not like a lot. It's just more than you'd expect from like a debate streamer space, right?
I mean, well, for it might be kind of different since I'm like clip channel. I think the woman, like overall, is like 17, 18.
Wait, really?
Yeah, I could be wrong. Let me check again.
That's pretty wild.
Manage videos and analytics. Probably because like the H3, I think that's why.
You have a screenshot of that. That's quite funny.
Let me check. Could be wrong.
It's 20% in the Discord. Yeah,
never mind. It's 12%. Yeah, 12%. Not too bad.
12%. Yeah, that's about right. Yeah.
18%. That's kind of crazy. Probably a YouTube poll. Let's see.
What percent is H3? I think H3 is more than half, right?
Yeah, it's crazy. It's insane.
Yeah,
wait, why is that though? You think?
I have no idea. I don't know. I mean, having women on the show definitely helps because a lot of those podcasts, like those drama podcasts, are usually it's just a bunch of dudes. But I think the women on H3 actually have like a quite prominent role as well. Like you've got Olivia with like the fucking research docs, and obviously Gila with the Teddy Fresh shit. So yeah, they yeah, you can see why I think it would appeal to women as well, because like women do have a very active role in that show.
I feel like the colors of H3 has like a more woman vibe, like the colors of it.
Yeah.
Purple, pink.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why. I don't know. Maybe women just like politics or something. I don't know why they don't like you. I don't know why they like you though. Oh.
You don't know why they like me? Oh, well, thanks.
Wait, what about Hassan? I don't know why. Wait, why do women like Hassan though?
I don't know. Because he's good looking? Are you okay? He's
oh shit, I think my mic cut out.
Oh.
So about the whole woman thing. So Hassan could be like, October 7, you know? Shit wasn't that bad. And
Yeah.
like the woman in chat could probably be like, you know what, slay, okay? Slay queen. All right.
Yeah, well, if they're left-wing women, they're probably fine with that, yeah.
What's your thoughts on the Zoran guy?
I don't know, he's got some cringe, but it's probably... I think he'd probably be better than Cuomo. Yeah. It's also good. I think it is good to see some progressive economic policies come in, because even if some of them are a bit more fucking kooky and things that I think wouldn't be that effective, like it's still good to try these things. And even if he just needs to get pulled through by a bunch of fucking advisors and moderated and all that, then yeah, I think there's potential there. I think I think the best arc for him is that he's going to moderate, and a lot of the tankies will fucking cry and bitch about it, and he'll just become an effective like left Democrat like AOC.
Like
that's my hope for him.
People were criticizing like his take on October 8th. It wasn't that bad.
Yeah, it was just a
Don't get me
retarded
wrong.
fucking like, oh yeah, he was saying he was already jumping to condemning Israel on October 8th, and just stupid. And I think when he was asked that question as well, because he was asked like, does Israel have a right to exist as a Jewish state? And I think his friend said yes, it does. And then he said something like, yeah, of course it has a right to exist as long as they abide by the principles of international law. And I was like, that's like a dog whistle, like almost. I would call it a dog whistle. It's not like a horribly egregious thing, but it's basically him saying that, first of all, that's not true. What states in the world have no right to exist just because they violate international law? Does Russia not have a right to exist? Like just because they've invaded Ukraine? That's not how it works, right? Like countries exist. Even if they commit genocide, countries are still allowed to exist. Regimes might have to change, but when he says about Israel, I think it's because he's of the position that it should become like one state, and that's what he means by that. Like Israel doesn't have a right to exist because it should just all become one state for equal rights or whatever. Yeah.
So when he says like a one state, do you mean like having like giving the Israelis and Palestinians the same right, or just like
just give them
making
all the
Israel,
votes, so it's like
more-
a 50-50 country, and somehow that's going to work. I need layering. One layer. One.
So it's not.
Okay, it's slowing down too much. Come on, fuck.
I'm gonna
Get
quote
my fucking...
Zohan K. Madani. He said, "Are more than hundreds of people killed across Israel and Palestine in the last 36 hours? Netanyahu's declaration of war, the Israeli government decision to cut electricity to Gaza, and the Knesset members calling for another Nakba will be undoubtedly lead to more violence and suffering in the days and weeks to come. The path toward a just and lasting peace can only begin by ending the occupation and dismantling apartheid."
It's just like it's just a meaningless statement. Like what? So after October 7th, they should quote end the occupation, end the apartheid. Like what does that mean? Like they should just pull down the Gaza barriers and pull down the West Bank wall and just like integrate everyone into. It makes no sense. It's fucking ridiculous. But he's going to be the mayor of New York. He's not going to affect Israel-Palestine policy ever in any way. So whatever, he can say what he wants. It's just very naive, very standard, like far left, like nonsense on the conflict.
My thoughts of it. I don't think, personally, it's not that crazy. It's not too crazy, okay, compared to fucking like the Frogan shit and like
yeah, it's just this politician speak, you know. It's and also again, he's not going to be if he were actually like a foreign minister or something, like someone that actually does have like influence over which decisions are made, then I'd probably have more of an issue. But like right now, it's just whatever. It's just...
50-50 is crazy. I feel like the one state's not that bad though. I feel like in his view, I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt. I feel like it's kind of like pro-Israeli kind of.
Nope.
Like the one state.
Well, the one state thing is naive. That's what it is. It's
well,
just,
if the one state,
it's naive. At worst, it's like malicious. But
I don't think it's that bad.
and it's definitely colonial. It's definitely colonizer mindset to be all one state.
Why is it one state? Why is it colonial to call it one
Because
state?
no one in the region wants it. Like the one state solution with both sides having equal rights and voting rights and equal citizenship is like that's only the thing that people advocate for from within Western fucking cafes. Like they're the only people who give a fuck about that. The people there, like none of them want that. Barely any, on both sides.
But wouldn't that be like the peak of like the peace between Arabs and Israelis? Like wouldn't that be like kind of dope? No, or
no, not been. Both of these groups have not only completely different perspectives on how to run a society, they also have completely different perspectives of how to approach the conflict that they've been in for over 75 years. So, yeah, you would just be taking a war and turning it into a civil war. That's all you would do. It doesn't resolve any of the like fundamental schisms between Israelis and Palestinians.
okay, then why did the fucking the segregation in 1960s, like why did that kind of work? Not the segregation, but like the aftermath of it work compared to like Israelis and Palestinians?
Well, because Black Americans wanted equality. They didn't want to take over the country, right? They didn't want to use their civil rights or they didn't use any extra civil rights that they'd gained before the 60s as a means to try and destroy America.
You think if like blacks you think if like the Black Panthers in the 1960s did October 7th, you think it would be justified or not?
Of course not.
Okay. I don't think a one state solution is that bad.
I mean, it's a good idea. It's definitely the best sound. It's the ideal solution, right? But not if no one wants it. Not if no one in the region wants it. They need to want it.
So what do the Palestinians, well, from the West Bank and Gaza, want from Israel? Like what's their main like goal from the West Bank and Israel? Well, in the West Bank and Gaza.
For Gaza, I don't know. I think most people just want to see Hamas destroyed, and they'd probably prefer to see most of the Gazans gone, but I don't think they have any coherent idea on what they want Gaza to be. Like some of them, a small minority wants Israel to just annex it and start settling and kick out everyone, but the rest, I think, have no idea. For the West Bank, I think it's a combination of people who don't want to give it up for security and other people who want to take it because they think that it belongs to them. Oh, dagger. Ooh. Those are big XP.
Like, I feel like dude, like the woman in Lone Accord, well, in the HV server. Oh my god, bro. Dude, what the fuck?
Huh?
What are we talking about? Like coochie and shit? I mean, what the fuck? What was this?
Yeah.
I'm like, what the hell? That's pretty random. Okay. That HV server was pretty progressive. Okay, so.
Okay.
I didn't know. I didn't know. I think David said wait for 5 minutes. So. I think he was enjoying, but he's kind of like locked in. As of right now. Yeah, they were just yapping about stuff. Wait, chat. I want to ask you. Okay, this is from chat. Okay, what the fuck do you want from Wonderbox? Okay, what do you want from this guy? You got any critiques of? You got any like critiques of Wonderbox? You know what, Jack? Fuck you. Okay, pull to the VC. Okay, I'm gonna call your bitch ass out.
You have to be neutral.
Level 60 for an hit level 60 while dying. The piano is probably the correct term. World War One research. Maybe. Gin workout videos. More political slop. History, politics. I want Wonderbox to go to the zoo. There's no zoo in Scotland. It's all like mountains and shit.
Yeah, there is. There's a zoo in Edinburgh.
Edinburgh?
Yeah.
Wait, do the animals have like Scottish accents or what?
Yeah. Why wouldn't they?
The fuck? That's kind of crazy.
They're in
I don't believe you,
Scotland.
bro.
The fuck?
Nah, you're trolling. You're trolling me, bro.
Am I?
What? I wonder, like, did you ever do a poll? Did you ever do a YouTube poll?
For what?
Like, what's the gender ratio for this chat?
I haven't checked for this particular chat.
You should. Okay, it's probably a sucker jerk. It's probably a fucking sausage party. Okay.
I hope so.
I wonder. You
Bro,
feel
this is
like
a low level. Holy shit. We're only 65,000
say?
XP out of 209,000.
So David is currently getting some like New York hummus, New Yorker food. I don't know if it's hummus, but he's getting some food basically.
Oh.
So he corrects the record. I want Lawrence to do his own Piers Morgan style debate showing with random Discord people. I think he always does that though.
Okay, most of
Or
these
like
are
two-tone.
hound-ins, so that's good. The
The
mechanical...
Phoenix Zoo is fantastic between October and late April. He already does that. Laughing my ass off. Yeah, he does that already. You feel like how many people in the Discord? Probably like 5K, right?
Yep, 5.5.
Not too bad. Not too bad.
Not too bad at all, yes.
Do you know what channel is like pretty active or what?
Lego Fortnite, Drama Farm, General.
Bro, Lego Fortnite, bro. It can like, if I can like nuke Lego Fortnite, I would. Drama Farm, here and there. General, not really. Kind of died off. Okay. What's your thoughts on Nepal?
Nepal.
Yeah.
Don't have that many thoughts about Nepal, but I
You
wish
ever
them
go
the
to Nepal?
best. They seem like a great people. Many fine people.
Crazy. I feel like Nepal's kind of like. I thought they didn't get oxygen though.
They don't have oxygen in Nepal. What do you say?
Right? Because they live so high up.
Oh.
In Nepal.
I know that's true in Bolivia. I guess it's true in Nepal. Obviously, if you live in the Himalayas and shit, which is overlapping with Nepal. Winterfall activity. I've already done this, haven't I? I've already done this
Nepal
quest.
is really communist.
What the
kind
fuck?
of.
Why have I got this quest, but it's not handing in? What?
Would you ever go to?
Who do I give this to?
Would you go to Espanol?
Would I
Do you
ever
speak
go to-
any languages?
Do I speak any languages?
Speak any? Yeah.
No, just English.
You speak español?
No.
No uno, dos, tres, cuatro? None?
No.
God damn.
None.
Wait, let me go straight. So you
Americans
speak, so
have a
you
reason
do,
to speak Spanish. I don't have a reason to speak Spanish.
You can visit some Latina baddies. Like, come on. You go to Mexico, you know what I'm saying? Spain. Come on, bro. You can be like, yo, hola, ¿cómo estás? What's up?
Yes. Definitely.
Yeah, you can be like,
I'm not gonna say those. Maybe I
yeah,
should.
you can be like, hola, ¿cómo estás? Play well.
Hmm.
Okay, shut the fuck up, man. I took Spanish 1 and 2, okay? Not that bad, okay? Not that bad. You speak English in a fake Scottish accent. Kind of do, though. You don't really have a Scottish accent. Like, you sound like you sound like you're British. Well, you're English, but like a hint, like a 1% of Scottish in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. You gotta like do the stereotypical.
You want me to do more Scottish?
Yeah. Wait, do Scottish people have like an accent, like a language there?
Some of them speak Gaelic, but otherwise Scots is just like a dialect, I guess. And there are different kinds of dialects in different parts of Scotland.
No, he's just American trying to do a Scottish accent. That is true.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe Scotland probably got like, I don't know, maybe probably like Aberdeen or some shit probably got colonized by like the Americans, probably.
Yeah, maybe.
Wait,
Cultural
so
imperialism,
you play
yeah, TV and
you
shit.
play like 4 instruments, but you can't speak a language?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Sorry.
But like, what you try? How about if you're trying to find like a Lebanese wife?
61 levels to go. I see what you did there, Frank Dive. That's very clever. Fuck you. Fuck you. Look at me. I'm locked in. I'm just doing all. I'm just strolling. Strolling easy
You play
turns.
4 instruments, right?
Yeah.
So you play the guitar, the piano, the drums, and what? The flute.
No, guitar, bass, drums, piano.
Okay. Damn. 4 instruments. That's crazy. Do you play the what was it? It was like a South African guitar, right? Or some shit. Like a Spanish guitar.
A classical guitar, like a nylon
You're
string.
talking about? Nah, it was like a guitar. It was like a fucking like a Spanish guitar or some shit. I don't know. It was like an old ass clip on your Twitch
Spanish
channel.
guitar is just a classical guitar, unless there's a different kind that you're thinking of. I don't know.
Oh, shit.
Shit.
Going to Atlanta? Nah, bro. Atlanta? Nah, hell nah. You're crazy. I don't know. I feel like 4 instruments is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Would you ever revive your Twitch channel or nah? Hell no.
No. Fuck those guys.
Is it just like the vibe or just like Twitch itself?
None of my audience is on Twitch really, and it's a shithole. And the subs aren't even that good anymore. Like I think it's the way that they work with currency that subs just don't give you as much as they used to per sub. So if you see, it used to be that I think a sub was like $5 default. So if it was 50-50, that meant the creator 50-50. That meant the creator would get like $2.50 for each sub. But now I think it's like, because of the way that some currencies convert, it can be like less than $1 maybe. Yeah. So that's a problem. That's a bit fucked. Okay.
But like, you feel like the age of men is over? You think so? Like politics wise?
The age of men?
They kind of fall off. Yeah, like the interest of like men getting into politics kind of fell off.
No, I think some men still want to get into politics.
I am honored. Be careful.
Maybe, but like, I feel like there's been like a surge of women in politics.
Can I assist you?
What? It will be available if you've gone to Darmal's outdoor zone and discovered it. I have, though. Where's the fucking dialogue?
Good luck, friend.
What? Why can't I get this fucking quest? It's fucked. I've been to the... Oh, maybe I just haven't done the proper discovery. Oh, well, whatever. Big fucking deal. Whatever.
Hey, David's still getting food? Okay, you guys, step it up, man.
Bro. 40%.
Wait, did you ever go to New York?
Yeah, a couple times.
How was it?
It was good. many fine
seen
people.
You seen the World Trade Center or what?
No, I went way after September 11th.
Oh shit. Wait, when did you start getting into politics again? Like what, early
About
20s, right?
2010, just before 2010-ish.
So you were like what, like 25?
No, I was
Wait, hold on.
18, 19. 2009, 2010, yeah, I was 18, yeah.
2010. Goddamn.
Yeah.
Damn, what the fuck? You're the same age as Neymar? The fuck?
I guess so.
Old head. Old head. You think 33? Wait, you're 34 or 33? Oh, well, you be 33, 34 next month, right? Yeah.
34 in like 2 days, bro.
Fuck. Wait, no, it's not. It's June. It's is your birthday in July?
No, June.
What are you doing for your birthday?
He's a youngin.
Taking some
Oh,
time
God.
off. Take a few days off. I don't know. Figure it out.
You go do something with the fam or not?
We'll see. Probably.
You should. You should. I think you should. It'll help your mental state. Okay, with the whole politics bullshit.
Yeah.
You could probably find like a Lebanese shawty. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. All right. What are you saying,
I'm
David?
gonna- Wait, let me eat for like another 3 minutes before I start the
Oh, what are you eating?
Holy shit.
Eating some mozzarella sticks and chicken fingers.
Oh
like
my god, bruh.
like a 10-year-old.
Bro's not Jewish, bruh. What the fuck is this? Don't got Jewish food there in New York?
On the what?
Don't got any like Israeli food or like Jewish food there? Like don't got no like
There is,
some,
but
like-
I hate my people, so I don't eat any of that.
You're fucking crazy. Okay,
That's I mean, my people. I do not.
You're a crazy guy. You're a crazy guy. Is Middle Eastern food that good?
I'm gonna watch some stuff, okay? Take care, guys.
All right, bro.
Okay. I don't know what those guys were fucking yapping about, but fuck me. You need to have some direction when you're gonna
Welcome to
Go on.
Live from
We'll watch a bit of this, even though it's probably going to be incredibly fucking cringe. History Speaks on the Comedy Cellar podcast.
the Table, the official podcast for the world famous Comedy Cellar. I am the producer of the show. I'm Periel. I'm here with the owner of the world famous Comedy Cellar and host of our show, Noam Dworman. We have two very special guests tonight. Matt Cockrell, his PhD student in international history at the London School of Economics, where he also teaches, and he has a JD from the University of Chicago. Welcome to our
Right, and he goes by
show.
History Speaks on Twitter.
Can I finish?
Well, usually when you say welcome, that's kind of you're wrapping up the introduction. History Speaks on Twitter, which is a very important Twitter account in the
Is it like, I don't know why, it's just a vibe, but this is like, just from this interaction alone, this is like a very American Jewish podcast. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's like it just has that very like dry New York, like, I don't know. I don't even know these guys are from New York. It's just the vibe, just getting a vibe. Anyway.
the
human sphere.
arena of debate about anti-Zionist politics. Correct? You agree with that? Yeah. And
Sure.
welcome, Matthew.
Thank you for having me.
And I'm going to introduce my friend here, Hatem Gaber, who has been working with me for how long?
Maybe 20 years now.
Maybe 20 years. I fired him.
I actually fired him.
I once fired him and we were made friends. And he was friends with my father. And Dan is out of town, we just found out, so he's going to fill in here. But it's great because although Hatem and I are friends, we don't agree on much when it comes to the Middle East. We agree on some things.
Yeah.
And more recently than we used to. But
also PhD from... No.
and Hatem is half Egyptian, half Kuwaiti.
Whoa.
And anything else I should say about you?
No, all good. Ready to go. Let's fight.
And a survivor of a heart transplant, which is quite an amazing story. I've told the story on his show before, but it's just an amazing story.
Also, a survivor of arguing with you.
Yeah. So become an organ donor if you listen.
Actually, you know what? You want to start with a little levity? You want to
Sure.
tell the story? I would whisper it in your ear so I don't give it away in the mic.
Which one?
Oh.
Yeah, so you know,
and then we'll get to Israel. This is worth listening.
Okay, yeah. So I was when I was waiting, you know, I was very sick, and at some point they told me they have to come and wait in the hospital. So I was waiting in the hospital for months and months.
But
and
I want to say how sick he was. He was so sick that he was told that basically it was his last day.
Yeah.
He was calling people and
Wow.
saying goodbye.
Yeah.
That this is how sick he was.
And Noam, when I told goodbye to Noam, he said, "I'll call you later. I'm busy." But yeah, there's two things because I was locked down because COVID was coming, so I can't have visitors. The only two things that I had was I was playing with my computer, you know, video games or reading the Quran every day. So anyway, after I got the heart, I'm like so sedated, and I woke up and I don't remember anything obviously, and I'm so drugged. So the nurse come to me and she's like, "You look so upset. You want a new computer?" I was like, "Why?" She's like, "You used to play with it all the time." I was like, "No, thank you." And she's like, "What about your Bible? You want your Bible?" I was like, "My Bible?" And she's like, "Yeah, I used to read the Bible all the time." So I was like, "Okay." And I started reading the Bible for 3 days, and then I realized it's not really the Word of God. I'm not joking.
he forgot that he was Muslim.
I was like, "Oh shit, okay." But then it's like, there's nothing here that says no Jew. Okay.
Nearly a deathbed conversion, but no death and no conversion.
Yeah,
Lame-
there you
lame
go.
story.
Yeah.
Make sure his mic's up. So anyways, okay, so listen. So, you know, I followed you on Twitter from time to time. Now, so I want to say that you invited me to speak about what I'm going to speak about now. And I actually don't know how your name came across my, you know, radar, but I think people were emailing me, "You need to debate Matthew. You need to have Matthew Cockrell on. Matthew Cockrell, you're chicken shit. You're afraid." You know, like, you know, I say, "All right, so have this guy Matthew Cockrell on," because I'm not afraid of anybody. But then after it was already scheduled, I began to look at your Twitter feed, and then I had second thoughts.
Then I'm like, this guy's
Again, he
actually
invited me to
mentally
speak
ill.
about this,
Oh,
and
no.
I am with you because you're pretty venomous on Twitter, calling people liars and shills and charlatans. And it's even more complicated than that for me because actually these people like Salo Eisenberg, John Spencer, Habib
Hearth
Rettigar,
again?
Sam Harris, Eli Lake, I know these people. And I've had conversations with these people. These are good and decent people who have the same, in my opinion, the same good faith belief in what they say that you have in yours. And I didn't want to be on the receiving end of these kinds of attacks on Twitter. And then further,
what is the turn in here?
this may be from age. I firmly believe that people who are like coiled springs, ready to call names at people they disagree with,
Is this what we're talking about? Calling names?
it's kind of a waste of time to speak with them too much, and they get it wrong all the time. Because when you can't hold yourself together to understand that even the people that you really despise what they stand for will from time to time be correct, you wind up getting out over your skis and getting things wrong. And we see it all the time. And, you know, you don't know me, but like, for instance, to everybody's frustration around here, I speak with Aaron Mate, I speak with Norman Finkelstein, I'm speaking with you. But I mean, I have a relation, I speak with Hatem, who's the worst. And because I know, you know, quite often that, like, as I joke, like if there's something to be known that's uncomfortable about the Israelis, you're not going to hear about it from Alan Dershowitz, right? You're going to hear about it from Max Blumenthal. Now, I might think that 19 out of 20 things that he comes up with are weak or not even true at all.
Wow, he's very.
But
he's
you
very
know,
good
when
faith.
they were questioning some of the claims of Israeli atrocities, and she knows this because everybody's furious around. Like, let's not jump to conclusions that they're wrong. Let's check it out. Let's go slow. When they claim that some of the testimony about the sexual assaults might not be rock solid, I was like, all right, you know, there's no rule that that everybody who claims something has to be telling the truth, even if they're on my side. So anyway, so that's how I feel about that with you, and I really do hope that however this conversation goes, and I do not find myself on the receiving end of vitriol.
Now, that may be true, but that's obviously not true for the exceptions to the rule, which who I like to call Hasbarist, propagandist, charlatan, known retard. He always uses the same adjectives for everyone. It's really weird.
Of vitriol.
He's like Donald Trump, but if Trump used the same nickname for everyone, right? Crooked Hillary, we had Crooked Biden, Crooked AOC.
Because I just don't need
you
that
to
in my life at
customize,
this point.
personalize.
I get it. I get enough from my wife.
Okay, let me answer.
Yeah.
So, I want you to put yourself in my shoes for a second, okay? Suppose you believed with a high level of confidence. I'm not saying 100%.
Yeah, so close to the mic. Yeah.
Closer. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
High level of confidence.
High level of confidence that a genocide is occurring. We're not talking about murder. We're not talking about war crimes. We're talking about genocide.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have public intellectuals.
Yes, I'm allowed to be
and people with prominent
Spurg
platforms
online because I think it's a genocide.
claiming that this is a moral crusade. That this war is being undertaken with more care than any Western military ever has engaged in any war, as John Spencer's argued. If you were convinced of those two premises, I think any morally and intellectually serious person would respond with a level of vitriol.
Why can't you just take apart his statements?
You do both.
Yeah, but what is? What you're saying is that if you know you're right, how can you blame somebody for coming at somebody that way? I mean, I guess if you know you're right, and you know that every single thing out of Spencer's mouth is going to be wrong, but you go for it. Like, you don't just say they're disingenuous, or mistaken, or lying, or biased. You actually say, you're not even what you claim to be. You're not even a legitimate expert. You're a charlatan. You're a fraud. Like, you're going to tell John Spencer, who's been translated into 16 languages or something, and is written books that people who, before they were worried about Israel, objective people in military classrooms felt that he was somebody worth reading. How can you, when you call him a charlatan, which is, as I understand the word, is not just a liar. It means you are not actually what you claim to be. You're not actually an expert. What am I going to do,
Okay, so regarding Spencer specifically, the claim that I object to, so I've said before that in terms of the tactics of urban warfare, which, as I understand, Spencer teaches at West Point, I'm sure he knows a trillion times more than I do, right? I'd never deny that. Where I call him a charlatan, and do now again, is in his claim to have studied every urban war. As Netanyahu said in his speech to the Congress, Spencer's claimed to have studied every urban war in the modern era, and to have concluded that Israel is making this historic effort to engage in civilian harm mitigation.
Well, that's not what charlatan means. That's a lie.
Let me finish.
Yeah.
Spencer has repeated a popular myth, which anyone who made any serious study of military history would know is bullshit, that the average ratio of civilians to combatants casualties in war is 9 to 1.
Okay,
that's in the ether. You hear it all the time. EU people have said it. The UN has said. Anyone who has studied urban warfare, the history of urban warfare, seriously, as I have, as a historian, knows that's bullshit. And he uses that to say, "Oh, Israel is so."
I find it weird when people are still studying, like, for their PhD, say, like, as a historian, and they get like, "What is it? Is your PhD involved in? Maybe it is. Is this thesis in like anything to do with urban war, or are you just like invoking that credential that you don't even have yet, really, on an area that you're not even specialized in?" It was weird. Because that just sounds like it's a personal interest, but okay.
Good in comparison with the fake average.
Okay, maybe
that's charlatanry.
Maybe he's right, maybe he's wrong. I will ask him about that 9 to 1. He doesn't strike me as the type of guy who would, just in his own obvious self-interest as a credible intellectual, say something.
I heard John Spencer make the 9 to 1 mention once because it was a UN release that had that in the headline, even though it wasn't actually saying 9 to 1 casualties, not even close. But then I've since heard him say that the 9 to 1 thing is actually like not exactly what it says it is. So, but yeah, the fact that you would make that mistake as an urban war expert is kind of strange. Like, if I heard that, because when I heard Destiny say it once, I just thought 9 to 1. Where the fuck are you getting that from? Maybe I thought like it came from like the. Yeah, I don't even know. I don't even know where. like from Syria, maybe, or I guess maybe one of my first thoughts was that like lots of urban warfare recently has been in like areas where like Chechnya and shit like that. So maybe, but no, even then I double taked. I can't imagine I would ever like have that kind of gap in my knowledge if I was studying urban war intensively. Unless you're like focusing very specifically on, say, tactics and targeting and things like that, and then you might just not look at the overall death toll, because a lot of these urban conflicts, from my understanding, is that like it's quite difficult to log the number of civilians and militants. But yeah. Chechnya, yeah, I know it wasn't, but that's why I just heard it once and I just thought like maybe as like a vibe, like you could get that impression, but like, yeah, I'm just saying that with my knowledge, if that 9-to-1 thing made me double take with the little information I have, I feel like it would obviously make you triple, quadruple, billion take if you were an expert in urban war. Like you would just know that was wrong.
The context of how he said it, say something which is clearly false and disprovable. He got that 9-to-1 number from somewhere, or maybe he just spaced out. I have no idea. But that's not what charlatan means.
If he is an expert in military history, he would never have repeated that.
Okay, but that's not what charlatan means. I'm sorry. But anyway,
so
you could.
By this logic as well, though, you can dismiss Rashid Khalidi as a charlatan because he, in his book, The 100 Years' War in Palestine, said that America had had given military and financial support to the Zionists in the 48 war, which is like, that's just not true. It's completely false. Or you could say it about, I feel like you could say it about quite a lot of people actually, but who knows. I could say it about History Speaks for thinking that Cast Lead was a massacre of police officers by the IDF, civilian police officers. Okay, where's this?
Could just say, I can't believe that somebody, an expert like you, could get something so wrong. We hear experts, not charlatans, on both sides get things wrong all the time. I hear experts, I mean, I joked to you before. I hear experts.
Do you have any historian on IP that doesn't have a major fuck up? In their history work, I don't know if I've seen Benny Morris do a major fuck up. He did fuck up in the sense that he, among other people as well, parrot this idea that Resolution 242, like the French translation of it, is notably different from the English one, but it's not. They both say from territories in the way that the French translation goes to English. And that's important because the French have this whole thing at the UN where they're like, listen, if anything's getting translated, okay, like if we do anything at the UN, the French version has to be just as valid as the English version. But that's like a commonly held trope. Like I heard even Ben Ami couldn't remember like who had negotiated 242 officially as the Israeli foreign minister. Even he couldn't remember which one was the ambiguous one or not. But I had to explain to him that they're both ambiguous because he speaks French and he still didn't remember, which I guess shows you just how. Like you'd think that would, because it's quite a popular talking point from the pro-Palestine side. But anyway.
It's on the Palestinian issue all the time claiming that the Jews have no indigenous or historic attachment to the Middle East. And I joked to Hatem, it's funny that the language is, shalom aleichem, salam aleikum. like the languages, like what a coincidence that these two languages that come from nowhere on the same part of planet Earth, they have all these words in common. My name is Noam. I have an Arabic friend named Naeem. Like it's so now, am I going to tell people who say that they're charlatans? It's just so, whatever, we get it.
Well,
so I may make mistakes. I don't want to be called a charlatan. Yeah. And heed my warning. You will get things if you are of the impression that everything John Spencer says is going to be wrong because he was wrong about the 9-to-1, or I'll be more charitable to you that everything he says is bullshit because he was bullshitting that. You are going to get upended. That's my prediction. Go ahead.
Okay. In terms of charlatanry, this I think your point about the Jewish connection to the land, what have you, is relevant. So if somebody were arguing, somebody could argue one of two things. Somebody could say, well, it's all made up. There was no second temple. There was no archaeological evidence.
All right, let's not get
No. Okay. That's just not true, right? So someone saying that would not know the facts. And I think you could make at that point an accusation of ignorance if they were claiming to be an expert on ancient Levantine history, and they thought there was no Jewish presence in ancient Israel. And I would argue that Spencer's knowledge of military history is similarly lamentable.
All right. It seems, and he's just one people like Javier Retegor, Sam Harris, Eli Lake. These people. I mean, I've spoken to these people. And by the way, every one of them has told me at various times. As I said, you can give them sodium pentothal. They're not happy about this war. Every one of them. See, you're rolling your eyes. This is your problem.
Sam specifically, but go ahead.
No, every one of them is. These people are not heartless people who say, who cares, let them all die. And that's the way you portray them. They're pained, and they may come to the conclusion, as many people have come to the conclusion throughout history in horrible wars, including you, who supported the war against ISIS. Plenty of people got slaughtered. And I presume you support the Ukrainian war against Russia, where plenty of people didn't get slaughtered. And I mean, Ukraine is an interesting thing because you can make, they should just give up the 20%. Is it worth killing all these people for your lousy 20%? I mean, and people arrive to different conclusions about how to weigh. And I want to get something. We don't know how to process death. I have trouble with this. You die, you take away everything somebody is, everything, and it's like dividing by zero. It's like it can't be done, and I always get hung up on that because I know that what's worth me dying for? I die for my kids. So it's very difficult to say.
Struggle session.
I think this is the right thing to do. I see all these people dying, and I think it's the right thing to do. How could anything be worth what's happening to these people? The Civil War was our bloodiest war ever. How many people you want to die to free the slaves? Like these.
Where is he going with this? Well, this guy is basically saying that he's not that the position from people who support Israel in the war in Gaza, people like Haviv and all that shit, are not really like of the same ideological bent as you typically have people who support genocides and ethnic cleansings, right? Like they're just not. And I think he's trying to communicate that to him in the sense that like they're not like gleeful or triumphant or like triumphalist or foaming at the mouth about war and civilian casualties and everything else, and I don't know. But obviously, history speaks thinks that if there's a genocide happening, then I basically have carte blanche to behave like a total retard on Twitter and to, like spam people with ats even after they block you and whatever else. The last time I heard him talk, he was talking to Hutch, and he had this clip of me where I described Hamas fighters using civilian homes, like their family homes, as a form of human shielding, right? So I do think that if you're a Hamas fighter and you go out and fire rockets and then you go back to your family home, especially since we know that some of these family homes also have weapons stockpiles in them and tunnel entrances, that's been verified by international journalists as well, then yeah, that probably would qualify for using their presence to deter an attack. Yeah, that makes sense. But he described it to Hutch as me saying that a Hamas person going home to their family is human shielding. And Hutch was asking, what do you mean, like civilians and military? And then the way that History Speaks described it was they were in Hamas for 2 weeks and then they went home. That was what he said. And I called that human shielding, apparently. Like I called it human apparently what I said was that in his world, I believe that if someone fights alongside Hamas for 2 weeks and then becomes a civilian again and goes home, then that would be human shielding, which I never said. It's just desperate to fucking strawman or to. So he's just a fucking liar. He's just an absolute fucking worthless rat. So,
The idea.
What the fuck is this? Speaking of propaganda. What does this guy say? I haven't heard much of this guy. I haven't heard this guy speaking in English before. This is the new chief of staff. Also, he's a race IQ freak. See, I've heard you guys say that. I've never looked into it, so I'm not going to say that. I don't know if he is, because I'm not like him, but okay.
The IDF launched Operation Rising Lion to confront an existential threat to the state of Israel. In 12 days, we operated with accuracy and met our goals.
Wow.
We struck deep into Iran, setting back its military nuclear program, its ballistic missile capabilities, and eliminating those who led the effort to destroy Israel. During the operation, I stayed in close contact with my American counterparts. Our friendship is based on common values and a shared desire.
Common values, like bombing.
To achieve stability in the region. Operation Midnight Hammer was accurate, powerful, and had great achievements. While operating above the skies of Tehran, we stayed alert on 6 other fronts. 50 hostages are still in captivity in Gaza in the hands of Hamas. Bringing them home and dismantling Hamas remains our mission. I salute the brave men and women of the IDF who rose to the challenge with courage. Operation Rising Lion will be remembered in history as one of Israel's...
It ain't no, what is it? Midnight Hammer, that one.
Israel's most daring and successful operations. A defining moment for Israel, the Jewish people, and the world. The IDF will continue to defend the people of Israel and ensure the safety of our state and our future.
Sprinkle. Wow. I just want to play video games. Oh, ho, ho, ho. I have to use the mechanical Yeti on a little goblin called Sprinkle. Wait. Is this what I think it is? Where'd she go? She's running away. I was just gonna say, is this what I think it is? Is this, is that a short stack goblin? I believe this is what you would call a thick short stack goblin. No? Am I wrong? It's a short stack goblin. Oh no. Running away from my little Yeti. Rip. Okay. Huh. No, not banker. I need... Is this the furthest I've made it? Yep, this is past halfway through 59. I'm going so slow, though. I'm so, like, jittery. Actually, it's not that slow, to be fair. Where the fuck is the fucking repair guy? Oh, here. All the world buffs are dropping. I could have grabbed them. That would be cheating, though. That's overboard. Okay. Oh, do I need to get arrows? I think I'm going to get arrows. Do they have them here? Can you get general supplies in Gadgeton? Well, not going to stay here for too long, though, just in case I get murdered by the guards randomly. You never know. There are those people who try to bait you into attacking them. Do they do arrows here? I don't know. Butcher. Yeah, I don't know. Fuck that. Blacksmithing. Yeah, whatever. I won't use 50 shots then. Be careful. Be careful. Okay. I read some donos. Is there an XP bar on screen? Yeah, it's down here. Alright, donos. Sophie, thanks for the $5.99. They get away with it because their target audience is room temperature IQ. Beautiful hair, by the way. Oh, thank you so much. Wow. I grew it myself. MH, thanks for $10. And Cello, thanks for the $9.99. A Totally Funny Dude, thanks for $10. YOLO Swag, thanks for the $4.99. He has a grudge against ex-co-workers. Who? Dave Smith? Or, I don't know. Barabbas, thanks for $5. Something interesting to note is that I've seen arguments between Russians and Russian Israeli Jews. They do not like each other right now, apparently. Well, Russia's kind of going its own way, isn't it? Dauber, thanks for the $5. I think it was dumb to do a ceasefire already now, because if we need to strike again, makes it way more messy and wasn't much of a threat to keep it up. Maybe. They must be quite confident in the damage assessment. Barabbas, thanks for $10. Putin called Israel a Russian-speaking country. Oh yeah, we did that one. Weird. I think it's like the 3rd or 4th most spoken language. It must be 4th, right? In the country. Barabbas, thanks for the $2. 12 days, that's 2 6-day wars. I know. And no territory captured. Getting weak there. Fall of empires. To Tim, thanks for the $2. What are your thoughts on stop killing games? I don't actually know what they're advocating for, so couldn't tell you. Chain Socks, thanks for the $5. I believe level 60 within our lifetime. Wow. For sure, bro. We can do the last little bit just like this, can we? God damn. I do like it that a lot of these quests are just handing in random shit, though. That's good. The longer I get to spend away from the fucking desert land from Silithus is the better. Because those quests are... That area is nasty. And I keep hearing people say, don't go there before you turn 60. And I'm like, wait, why? I know why. Because it's dangerous. The whole zone is a fucking death trap. Plague lands too. Yeah, but what are you going to do? What the fuck am I going to do? God, all these buffs dropping. I'm not getting any of it. Fuck. Oh. Now, where do I have to go and kill Aqua... Huh? What is this? In a cave? There's a cave here? I don't recall. What? I think it's... Oh, it's on the other side, isn't it? Or is it here? Surely I have to take this somewhere. I can't just summon this guy anywhere. Oh, it's here. This little... Oh, this is like a graveyard, isn't it? I see. Alright, open that. And then use that to lure out the queen. Use the book? Okay. Requires the circle. Oh, this is the circle. Ooh. That one. I gotta kill him. Fine. Whoa. Anyway, we could watch some things maybe. This ain't nothing. What's he gonna do? This is what I want. More straightforward, no nonsense. Man, my character could die at any moment. Oh god. We don't actually have that many quests, which means we do need to do a lot of killing. Like, quite a lot. And we don't have loads of hand-ins. Ooh. Fucking hell. Ew. That's what Hamas said. True. No quest, just kill. Well, I'm about to go into the zone that gets everyone fucked up, so might need one more bathroom break. Giga focus. Poor guy waiting the VC for hours. Oh yeah.
Oh, who's back?
Paxtiber,
Oh,
how's it
welcome back.
going?
Wait, why are you back?
Wanted to bring the poor guy that's been here all day waiting.
The Baxter guy?
Yep. Okay, this is your time to shine, buddy.
Wait, are we live?
Yeah, we're live.
Yep.
Yeah, not gonna lie, I think that little box nigga, I think it's hella ass out, wow, bro. Oh my god.
True. That's
Like,
why
what
we
the
have to
fuck?
improve.
This is your chance, bro. Your one shot. I heard his mic move, so I like putting like more pressure and making him feel more worried.
David, I got a question. Okay, this is for chat.
You can hear me.
But okay, yeah, I can hear.
Oh, we can hear you. Just very, very, very quietly.
Yalla.
No?
What the fuck?
Now you
Yalla
can
mean? Yeah, I can hear you. Do a Shabbat.
I'm not loud?
No.
No, you're good.
Okay. So what do you think about the tanky defense of China compared to the tanky attack of Israel?
What do you mean? Like they'll attack Israel for all these things, but then somehow support China and excuse other things.
Yeah, it's because I was watching Hassan watch I Show Speed in China, and
Right.
and he was saying all this stuff that basically we say when he talks about Israel, which is, you know, words have meaning and don't exaggerate and all this stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just
Which
like there's
are-
no they'll pretend it's to do with like that's why they keep saying that this is like the great genocide of our time, or like some people say the first genocide of the century, even though it's definitely not. Yeah, it's because it's like it's not proportionate to the human suffering or the intent or anything like that. It's proportionate to what's on you if you're who's in your camp, and China, if you're a campist, is against is an adversary to America, so they get all the excuses, and Israel's obviously an ally of America, so they don't get any excuses.
Do you know anything about the numbers of the people who are sterilized, the Uyghurs?
I don't know how many. No.
They gotta change it. They gotta change the name, bro.
But does it constitute a genocide?
If it's real and if it was done for that reason, then yeah, it would be. Yeah, the numbers would
Probably,
be
yeah, right.
higher.
Would have more to do with the intent of doing that, or just doing that with any. I don't know what intent you'd have that doesn't have a genocide with sterilization.
Well, one child policy was not involved sterilizations. That was not genocide.
Okay, we're talking about like actual like
targeting the
forced
particular group.
sterilization, right?
Yeah. It's about targeting the particular group.
I don't think the Hui Muslims, the native Han Chinese Muslims, have been targeted like the Uyghurs. I don't think it's about religion. It's about separatism and nationality, or like national identity.
Yeah, which is also nationality is also part of the Genocide Convention, right? It's like national, religious, or ethnic group.
By the way, you might want to clarify your statement before Sulfur calls you pro-genocide. Oh. She's mad in chat.
What for what?
She's not saying it. She's saying that the sterilization of the Uyghurs is different from the one-child program. I mean, it is, which is why
Okay, yeah.
people
Yeah,
don't
okay.
call that one genocide, but the other one they do.
Got it.
Not gonna lie, they gotta change the Uyghur name, bro. That kind of sounds like the hard R, bro. Like what the fuck? I don't know, man. I might get some mix-ups.
What, me? What does it sound like?
The hard R, bro.
The hard R.
Uyghur. Yeah.
Oh, you know what? I hear it. I hear it. Wait, I'm pretty sure it's Uyghur. I'll be careful.
Yeah, it's Uyghur. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
That doesn't
Okay,
make it
we're not-
sound less like
Uyghur?
it. Though. No, Uyghur. Uyghur.
Uyghur?
Uyghur.
What the hell is Uyghur?
That's just like Anglicization.
Wait, what's your name? Paxson? Paxerby?
Pax, yeah.
Why you watch Little Bucks?
Why do I watch Loner Box?
What's so good about this guy? Okay, what's so like what makes him unique compared to the other political yappers in this goofy ass political sphere?
Because I feel like it's less campist When I say campus, I don't mean like anti-America. I mean like the actual campus, like the definition. And it's just a lot more dispassionate.
Okay. Can I talk about Zoran now, or did you have something else, Baxter B? Baxter.
No, we can talk about Zoran.
Okay. So
Go ahead.
I feel the threat of Zoran is massively under accounted for, and I feel like even like the Jewish people that are worried about him don't even have like the rundown of some of the stuff that he's affiliated with. I said a couple examples, but certain things being like New York City DSA. Do you remember the thing about the electrified hang gliders, owner box?
Yes, I remember the guy.
Yeah. So that was not New York City DSA themselves. That was DSL, but New York City DSA was advertising for people to go to that October 7th celebration protest. On
Yeah,
October 8th.
again, it's just like this. It's like 2-3 degrees of separation, and
Kind
like
of,
what?
but it's not that separated.
The
He's a
only people
direct
who are
member
aware
of
of that connection would be like people in your position, right?
like Jews in New York.
Well, someone who's like looking for something to have someone who's looking for something to like amplify the concern. As in, I don't know how many like SJP fucking or like would-be terrorists are like seeing Zoran as their guy, but I don't know.
I mean, I'll send some examples of them like celebrating his victory. That this is seen as like a big movement against the Zionists, quote unquote. And by that being I'm sure. Do you remember that thing with Crown Heights that I was talking about a while back, where like there was a big group of like people that were trying to harass like the Crown Heights Jewish community, and the poster basically said like, we're gonna show them that we don't want Zionists here. Hold on, I just sent them the wrong.
Why they calling David a cuck in chat for it?
What?
What they calling David a cuck for?
Who's saying that?
You said that. I didn't see it.
Con Radical. He said cuck David, or yeah. I don't know why.
Okay. Either way.
Why is that? Cringe.
Because I don't like their best friend Zoran Mamdani. Yes, but basically the point is, he really just is allergic to like saying anything bad about any left wing anti-Semitism. The same way he couldn't help, like it was impossible for him to like condemn globalized intifada, and instead he had to say, well, actually, anti-Semitism is bad, but and then after when the Holocaust Museum condemned him, he basically he did woe is me and said that really he's been the victim of Islamophobia, and he started like doing the 1HP voice. And it's just like the vibe in New York is just like we're so fucking tired of him. And like I was looking at a map of like that someone made of like the New York vote, and like how much that Cuomo was their first choice, and the New York Jews don't even like Cuomo. They're not like fans of Cuomo at all. There's like a big Cuomo hatred of the New York Jews, but they're just so worried about Zoran after all the shit that's happened in New York with the harassment of the Nova Music Festival, the harassment on college campuses, with the Crown Heights like being a place that like had like probably one of the only known pogroms in America, with like the Crown Heights riots of people like being lynched in the streets. Like New York does not want someone like him. Well, not New York, but the New York Jewish community is like doesn't want a mayorship of him. It's going to, we're afraid it's going to inspire another DC shooting.
Health warning.
That's the general take about Zoran.
But wasn't he?
I could put like
isn't he an ally of Lander?
15, 20 more examples of stuff that he's done and affiliations he has. Like, you know, CARE. I'm pretty sure he was funded by CARE. That was something that I saw. Let me just make sure before I claim that 100%. CARE. Zoran.
What is bro on about? He's talking about the Zoran guy. The fucking.
Oh yeah. The records indicate that the Council on American Islamic Relations, CARE, Super PAC, contributed $100,000 to his bid. Like, CARE obviously affiliated with the Muslim Brotherhood, also affiliated with the Holy Land Foundation, and it's like, if
Wait, David,
I don't
you
know.
compared.
We have
Wait, David.
all this shit put together.
Wait, David, you compared Zorn to Milano?
No, I did an exagger. I posted a meme where there was exaggeration where they compared Cuomo to Epstein. Cuomo's obviously not fucking Epstein, and neither is Zoran bin Laden. The point is exaggerating. It's like the choice is so fucking terrible here, where you're voting for someone.
So,
that's like
also David's
sexual
having
harassment.
another Islamophobia. How's that Islamophobia?
Yeah, look, like if you wanting to make the argument, you don't even need to use any of these examples, like because take someone like Bernie, who literally had to go out and apologize for his fucking supporters for being rabid fucking toxic socialists and like tankies and all that. It's like Bernie doesn't agree with or endorse any of that. He's still actually softer on Israel than like Ethan Klein is in a lot of ways, but people still. But obviously his rhetoric and his ideology like is going to overlap him with people like that anyway. Like there's not really that much he can do about it unless he actually just like radically changes or just properly takes a fight to them. And with Zoran, it's the same thing. It's like he speaks in a way that is just vague enough and just safe enough that doesn't really affect anything like in and of itself, but it does embolden a whole bunch of people who have crazy fucking ideas. Because I saw Sneeko, right? Like Sneeko, the Holocaust denier, October 7th was actually just Israelis killing Israelis, saying that, like celebrating because it's like we're sick of Zionism in New York, right? So we know that it's emboldening anti-Semites to have him in. The thing is now is just like that's the argument you should use. It's not really so much about like, oh, he's connected to this guy, to this guy, to this guy, to this guy, because that's not very convincing.
Yeah, but the point is, it's hard to be like, oh, well, just because bad people can support anyone. So if I just say that, like, I think I first need to explain why, like, he's an actually like worrying person and has bad rhetoric and is supported by a bunch of really bad people that have directly harassed people, and he hasn't really called them out. So it's like there is an expectation that not only are bad things going to happen, but he's not really going to do a bunch about it, and he's probably not going to be able to condemn like when the bad shit happens to New York Jews. The same way, like
why
there was
do you think he's like?
a
Do you think
video-
he's like mask on? Do you think he like would be okay with riots against American Jews?
I don't know, but he seems to be allergic to like to calling out anti-Semitism, even like the vandalism where like I just sent you a vandalism. He was like, this vandalism is wrong and not the New York City we're fighting for. Like that's the end of his comment about it. And it's like, this is like it targeted on an Israeli restaurant. It says Israel steal culture. It's like, that's like obviously like a super anti-Semitic thing to do. But it's like, if he's not going to recognize this as anti-Semitism, and if he doesn't really ever talk about left-wing anti-Semitism, and just talks about, and he's like, he's in the socialist camp, he's just going to ignore when shit happens. And he's going to use violent, like, he's going to co-sign like super violent rhetoric that's going to inspire another attack. And I just don't. He doesn't have a right to call it out.
The way, honestly, the way it works now is that like it would also be hard to see if another attack happens. It's also going to be hard to see if it's also going to be hard to determine if it was inspired by him or not, right? Like, but in any case,
but at least with other people like Adams, like at least we know like when shit happens and when people are about to come to like a Jewish neighborhood in Crown Heights, like he ordered a monster amount of police, and they basically diverted the entire crowd to not let them get into that Jewish community. They stopped them like when they were trying to go for day 2 and 3 to say that we're gonna push out the Zionists. Like they didn't let that shit happen. I don't know if he's gonna go heavy on policing in order to stop like a violent like event like that to occur.
But isn't he running with Lander?
I disagree.
I mean, yeah, but who cares if isn't he running with Lander?
I mean, he said Lander was should be the second choice.
Yeah, but that's because Lander. Because I mean, I would just say that's to appeal to Jewish vote. Like he did try to without compromising any of his like extremist views, still try to do the very light like, oh, anti-Semitism is bad.
So, do you think Zorn is anti-Semitic against Jewish people or what?
I think he does anti-Semitisms. I don't know. I don't like the game of like, does he have anti-Semitism in his heart? I think it's a moot point. It's like, is Hassan anti-Semitic or does he just do a bunch of anti-Semitic things? I don't know. But the point is, he does a bunch of anti-Semitic things. Like the fact is, he didn't like him specifically not mentioning Hamas was, I think everyone in here knows that was an intentional thing for him not to mention Hamas. That was part of like theology that made him unable to say the word Hamas. It wasn't because he forgot to say it. That was definitely not the case. And it's like, if he's not willing to like condemn that, he actually finally did condemn Hamas a year later on the anniversary, but that also just so happened to be like 2 weeks before he started
Is that the only example that like you can find that like he made that?
No, there are examples. There's also his like weird fucking defenses of like saying globalize the Intifada and all that shit. He didn't say it himself, but he was very squirmy about it. Again, this is the kind of thing that might embolden violence if it carries on, probably like depending on what's happening in Gaza as well. But I don't know. There's only, now that he's there, there's two ways it goes. One way is he stays radical and nothing happens, or bad things happen, and you know. That's one way, or he moderates like an AOC style, and then he just ends up like leaving the fucking crazy lefties behind him. I think, based on what I've seen from him, he looks more likely like he'll do the latter. He seems to be generally more interested in his little economic projects than he is in Israel. But
say that.
I don't know.
I would say that, but he started his political career like hyper fixated on like the Palestine thing, and also he was. Like, this was him trying to appeal to people, to try to give himself off as a moderate voice, and he could not do it for the life of him, could not condemn things like the. So this is him trying, like, a politician, we agree, is always going to try to look their absolute most moderate and best while they're in the middle of their campaign, more than even they probably will be during their actual, like, career.
Wait,
That's what
Rocky, I don't know if you chose that quote intentionally and chose to end it there, but when someone is asked, does Israel have a right to exist as a Jewish state? And the guy next to you says yes to both, to exist as a Jewish state. And then you say, I think Israel has a right to exist. I think every country has a right to exist as long as it complies with international law. What do you think that's saying? Someone who knows and the nuances and the dialogue around the conflict. What do you think they're saying there? You have a right to exist as long as you comply with international law. What? So if you don't have a right to exist? So does every country that's violated international law lose its right to exist? Or is that a special treatment that you're imposing on Israel? Because no one would say that about any other country on earth, if not about Israel. So that's... And he also, I don't think he would ever say a right to exist as a Jewish state. I don't think he would want to say that.
No, he added him later.
A state with equal rights. Yeah, he's like, okay, he's dog whistling. That's what he's doing. He's dog whistling. Like, that's his way of saying he wants a one-state solution. That's what he's saying. You're fucking.
But what does that have to do with?
Completely
What does that have to do with the city?
Hmm?
What does that have to do with New York, though?
Nothing. He's like, yeah, that's the weird thing about it. It's just like it's all just fucking aesthetics, right? Yeah.
The weird thing is people claim it's like people are obsessively trying to tie him back to Israel. And they're trying to, but it's like he's the one who made his career. And like I sent you this quote where he says, "The struggle for Palestinian liberation was at the core of my politics and continues to be."
Yeah.
So it's like he decided that this is a core principle of his New York a political career, that this is an extremely important issue to them.
Well,
and
you know, in our last British election, a bunch of MPs, I think it was mostly Labour MPs, 5 of them lost their seats to independent candidates who were the Gaza coalition. Some of them were like ex-Labour people, like one of them was Corbyn, but other ones, these independents, were like just like some random fucking Muslim dude who no one had heard of before, winning seats. And well, from what I've heard with them is they like nothing's happened, because if you go in for if you want to help Palestine and you go and become the mayor of New York City to do it, like you're kind of fucking retarded. Like you're going to be useless. Like there's not much at all he can do as the mayor of New York to affect policy like in the Middle East. I don't think the mayor of New York does like diplomacy with Israel.
He might inspire some Aliyah, I guess. He might that might be how he helps. He gets more Jews to migrate to Israel.
You know his mom is a big director.
Yeah, I heard.
Yeah.
She made a movie.
She put him in like a rap video. She got him into a rap video or something.
She made a movie. She made a movie with Denzel Washington called Mississippi Masada.
Man, I don't know that fucking goofy ass movie. Fuck.
Yeah. I think his mom was part of the it was like BDS we need to stop Gal Gadot
I'm
for being
trying
in a
to
movie or
debunk
something.
Noah's video. He
I was
showed
reading
an
something and it
article
mentioned
that
his mother's name. I was
80%
like,
of
what?
Israelis are committing genocide, but it was a survey made up of 1,000 Jewish Israelis to relate biblical stories to political beliefs. It's cherry picking.
Yep, I saw that poll. That poll is stupid. And if you read the questions in that poll and paid attention to which answers were present in the article from Haaretz and which ones were absent, and you thought that was a serious poll that should be taken seriously, you're fucking retarded. Yeah, you are so gone. You are so partisan. If you read the questions of that poll and the options in the multiple choice and you didn't think that there was something kooky going on there, then yeah, you're gone. You're so lost in the sauce. Noah Samson did neither. He just read the headline or like a few paragraphs from the Haaretz article. That's all he would have done. He would never have tried to find the actual poll or to even look for comparable polls in Israel, because you know what? Israelis poll each other all the fucking time, okay? They tend to find different results to what was given in that one anyway.
Like, people are yelling globalized intimate.
But that's abstract. That's extremely vague, you know? Your intifada may be different from his intifada.
Well,
It's just
no.
a-
Everyone knows in common parlance, in the English-speaking world, when we refer to an intifada, we're talking about the second intifada. That's what everyone's referring to. Like, that's what everyone understands. Like, that was the intifada. It was suicide bombings. That was the hallmark of the intifada, yeah.
Do you think they would say the same thing about like globalized? Do you think they would say the same thing if someone said back like globalize the Nakba and they're like, well, I just mean like the catastrophe of people losing and failing to take out Israel and like to take out the
No.
Jewish people?
No,
Do you think they
of
would
course
have the same energy for globalize the Nakba, or do you think we would get like, well, you know, in the context, I think globalize the Nakba probably means to do some fuck shit. It means probably to target some Palestinians.
Okay, but you have to see it from the way leftists see it. They don't see suicide bombings. They see like, I don't know, protest. Like
Why not see it from
peaceful
the way?
protest.
Why not see it from the way
Wait, what?
Islamists believe it? See it because do you think there are Islamists at these protests as well? Like
Zoran
extremists?
is not an Islamist.
I mean, we're forgetting there is normal people that are like being stuck and saying these kinds of things, but it doesn't just come from normal people. It comes from like a group of really fucking unhinged leadership of like SJP, which is, by the way, another thing. He's created a SJP in his own college. So like, I don't know. That's kind of suspicious when SJP is also another thing that's directly a pro-Hamas group, and he has all these other groups that are, I mean, 1 degree separation from him. I guess he's just a member of New York City DSA, and he's retweeted New York City DSA, and he led a chant for New York City DSA, and then New York City DSA is pro October 7th and wanted to celebrate it. I mean, it doesn't feel like these separations are that separated.
Okay, that's pretty bad. But what if he's an idealist?
I mean,
sounds like an idealist. Yeah.
Also an idealist. Hamas is also an idealist.
Sure,
But, like,
Zoran
you
is
see-
not. Zoran is not Islamist.
I'm not saying he's Islamist.
Yeah, but
I'm just
you
saying
brought
that
up.
he's like chill with them. It's like, I don't know, if someone's not like a Proud Boy themselves, but like they accept, they've been hand in hand with like Proud Boys, like the same way within our lifetime.
Isn't
Like,
Hamas?
protest-
Isn't Hamas Islamist or what? Isn't like
they
a
are.
radical Islamic group?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they are.
Wait, hold on. So why are people in chat crashing out for David speaking about the whole Zoran situation? What is that?
Because Zoran is not Islamist.
They just don't think he's as threatening as he is, because again, like I think some people just, especially if it overlaps a little bit with their own camp, they can't see the issue when it's like staring them like right in the face when they would always apply it somewhere else. Because like I don't think anything that Zoran's said about Palestine, I think it's coming from like it doesn't even sound like it's coming from a bad place. It sounds like he just genuinely buys into the narrative that has been like largely that tends to overlap quite a bit with the spokespersons of people like Hamas, but obviously it's the impact that it might have. Because I think if I was a pro-Hamas person in New York, I would feel emboldened by Zoran. Like, of course you would, and you can tell because look at the pro-Hamas people on Twitter. They're fucking sympathetic to Zoran. Yeah, like they're happy with his win because they see it as like they don't care about fucking free buses or any of that shit. They care about pissing off the Zionists or the Jews, right? So that's probably
Why
the issue.
we have to get so many like layers, like just for like a Jewish guy talking about this situation, but any other race can like, yeah, but why is it specifically the Jews that get like, yeah?
Some of them are also mad at him. Yeah, I know, but in the same way that some of them are also mad at people like Bernie and all that, but they still see people like. Do you know how like tankies are often mad at Hassan, right? Because he's too soft, right? Like it's not.
Kind of. Sometimes, yeah. But like, I'm saying, like,
in any case, all you need now is a fucking just wait till the Netanyahu visit, okay? Because he's going to visit, he's not going to get arrested. Zohran will not even try to arrest him, and then it'll all fall to pieces. That's probably what's going to happen, okay? And then he'll become a normal politician, like a normal social democrat politician. He'll be based.
But like, but why?
Nothing ever happens.
Why we have to do this whole like 360 step back for like for a Jewish guy? It's like talk about the Zoran shit, but like when it becomes to like when it's talk about like any other races, we're like. So like, yeah, it could be right, but when it comes to Jews, it's like, yeah. Why is that?
I don't know. I'm not sure why. Like when I say that, like Zoran, again, I still don't think that anything with that, like that meme I posted, was Islamophobic in terms of me directly saying that. Just like an obsession with that. Like I already explained before I even let the meme saturate for less than 0.1 seconds. I clarified it 110 times. To make sure that that's clear, like that Cuomo is not Epstein because Cuomo didn't diddle little fucking children and didn't traffic people, and Zoran is obviously not fucking Bin Laden because he's not an actual terrorist himself, and he hasn't done a terror attack. Like I don't get why people can't see that.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious. It's obvious. It's very obvious. Yeah.
Let me reach out real quick. Okay, so let me just reach out real quick. So, Sofer said you posted Bin Laden meme. I don't know what the fuck that means. You said one person said Iranian Iranian Kurdistan forever said you called it a Muslim. You called a Muslim Bin Laden. You said I don't want.
Muslim.
Hold on. Hold on. Let me chat. Oh, let me chat real quick. Shut the fuck up. Let me chat real quick. Colin Radical said I don't want to tell David he's being unwarrantedly worried, but I stand by what I said. Okay, and then Derek said, is there any criticisms of Zoran that his supporters think is fair? And then Derek said, I legit can't think of what criticism his supporters don't claim is bad faith or lie or Islamophobic.
His supporters want it to be more hardcore.
Pull to the VC, you dumb bitch. Fucking pull to the VC. Say it to my face, pussy ass nigga. Say it to my face.
Whoa.
Pull to the VC right now.
Whoa, shit. Who's this? Who's this level ones running around? What the fuck?
Bro, do not do anything risky right now, Letterbox. I will become a full-time.
There are a bunch of level
hater.
ones just gaping here. What the fuck? They're just in a very dangerous place. I need to kill this guy.
Shit. Fuck that shit.
Oh fuck.
Wait, David, do people think in chat? Do people generally think you're Islamophobic? Yes or no? Yeah. No.
What did you say?
Do people think?
Do people like around some people? Do people in generally think you're Islamophobic?
Who is Islamophobic?
Yeah, do people think David is Islamophobic?
Oh, me. Okay.
Yeah. Are you Islamophobic?
I'm not Islamophobic.
Why you're not? Why are you not Islamophobic? Why is that?
Because.
Oh shit.
Why am I not Islamophobic? Because I don't hate Muslims or Arabs.
Why don't you hate Arabs?
They're human beings.
Okay. And
is there another reason I shouldn't be Islamophobic? Wait.
You got any more?
Spider, convince me why I should be Islamophobic, because you keep asking me why I shouldn't be.
David, shut the fuck up. Silver said, "Is that all Islamophobia is? Just hate." That's what Silver. That's Silver argument. So she want to add more.
And I'm not racist towards problems. I don't just have to not hate them. What?
Yo, Jack Bolton, you're off my nuts, okay? You're off my dick, okay? You bitch ass nigga, you're off my dick. Come to the VC, tell to my face, you little bitch. Anyway, Toaster said, Spire rephrase is David Islam. Are you anti-Islam?
No, inherently.
Okay. Do you think you sometimes do Islamophobic stuff or say Islamic things, but you don't really know that Islamophobic?
Where is it?
You do something Islamophobic without being and Islamophobe. Okay.
Yeah. Do you think you sometimes?
I don't think
So
I've
shut
done
the
an
fuck up.
Islamophobia
You're from
research.
fucking dog shit Arizona, okay? Nigga, bitch ass landlocked, no fucking ocean, okay? Fucking what the fuck? Fuck you. Get off my dick. Anyway, do you think people in chat? Well, do you think people in chat think you do some? You sometimes do some anti-Islamic phobic things, but you don't know it's Islamophobic.
I do anti-Islamophobic things actually.
Why is
I'm
that?
anti-Islam because I don't like Islamophobia. So that's why I'm anti-Islamophobia.
Silver said, "I don't think you are an Islamophobe, but you can do things sometimes that, like, literally any of us can. That can be Islamophobic. It happens."
David, are you Jewish?
The blind thing was Islamophobic, where you are not.
The Bin Laden thing was not Islamophobic. It's like saying the Epstein thing was like the Epstein versus Bin Laden. Does that mean it was anti-Semitic as well?
Wait, hold on. Why are we? Well, wait, is Zorn Muslim?
Yeah, because that was the pro-Jew candidate, and was Cuomo was supposed to be the more pro-Jew candidate, and he was.
It's like
the
when
one being
people
compared to
call.
Epstein.
It's like when people say you're Islamophobic for comparing Hassan to Bin Laden. It's like no, it's retarded.
Not really. What the fuck? Cause I'm Muslim. I'm fucking Turkish.
Actually, I got
Also, there's no
ban.
way I'm doing
Turkish.
this fucking quest. Fuck.
I got 30-day ban from H3 for calling him Hamas biker for Islamophobia.
I mean, was it 2024? It was kind of like the little
No,
bit
I'm already on
Hassan. No, but like, was it during 2024? Because like the whole Hassan thing was kind of like, yeah, it was kind of 50-50.
Cuomo is Jewish? Wait, what? Wait, Cuomo is not Jewish. He's Italian.
He's Italian, I think.
Whoop.
Oops.
Stylo, bro.
Okay, we're going into the hard zone. I skipped a difficult quest, guys. Skipped a difficult
Wait,
quest.
bro, aren't you like so close? Why are we doing hard quests? What's going on here?
Just do the fucking. Just kill
Because
like
I'm
a
determined.
dog or something. Bro, this guy's cooked.
Bro just wants to punish us forever. He just wants us to keep
I just
looping
want
on
to
the
redo the whole wild shit again
You're
and again
determined.
and again and again. It's crazy.
Derek said he'd be going way harder if he was a Jew.
I think
wearing
his
his
Salah wants to say it to my
yarmulke.
face. He can bring his Salah in. I think he wants to say it to my face.
Salah? Oh, nah.
Some
Damn.
guys
Wait, is
said
Salah
Italians
invading
are
them?
not Jews.
You know what? Italians, they're like 60% Jewish. Like,
Maybe.
there's like an understanding between our people. But I don't think that Italians are big fans of the Jews. But a lot of they're like the only like fully like racial like anti-Semitism I felt in my life, and not like left-wing anti-Semitism, has been from like Italians. Like I've gotten like actual slurs called at me from them.
Bro.
Weren't they fascists at one point?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait, Lunarbox, are you anti-Islamophobic or what? I mean, are you Islamophobic?
Yeah. No. I mean, yes. Why not?
What?
Take one for the team.
Bro had a
This
Freudian slip
guy.
there.
This guy.
David,
Wait,
what
David,
about black people?
What's your thoughts on black people?
I have a black friend. His name is Spider.
Ah, bro. Okay. All right.
Spider, am I anti-black?
What can I say? What do I say about this? Minority group.
Okay.
Wait, why do you have Neymar as your picture?
Wait, that's a picture of Spider. What are you talking about?
That's good. Wait.
What? You have.
Wait, Paxaber, are you anti-Semitic or what?
Well, you know, I could say that I'm Arab and I'm actually Semitic, but I'm just gonna say no.
Wait, so what's your thoughts on Jewish people? Like them?
Sure, why not?
You know what the fuck is this, man?
Bro, I don't know.
Why you gotta do this right now?
What?
Why you gotta do this right now? What are you doing?
What is this thing telling me?
Bro,
Wait. Nah, the Pax guy. Wait.
What?
Wait, so you hate Jews or don't hate Jews?
Okay. No, actually, I do not. Am I innocent now?
Nah, you're. I don't know the vibe. You gave a. I don't know.
Where do you live? The street address as well.
Yeah, what state you live in?
Johnsonville.
Wait, bro, I wasn't serious. Just say state.
Bro, fuck this
Johnsonville,
zone.
USA.
Spider, you
Wait,
can't
Johnson-
just drop these questions. I feel like chat the two pussy like okay like damn I can't ask like a blunt question. I could call Laurenbox a retard. I could call David a dumbass. I could call Path a retard. Like I feel like chat they're so like uptight about like me being so blunt. I feel like chat needs like a whole reform. Okay, they're
I feel like it's kind of a if you really think about it, Spider, it's kind of like a microaggression that they don't want like black people to be blunt, and they're like saying that you're being too pushy. Kind of a microaggression.
like holy shit. I have to be so like pussy. I have to be like a whole like two-face bitch ass nigga that asks Laurenbox a question. Like what the fuck is that? 99% chat. Like oh why so blunt? 60-40. Okay, honestly, you're retarded. Okay.
Spider.
Yo,
Spider.
Shabbat. Yo, Shabbat.
What do you think of the Great Lebanon Famine of 1860?
It's bad. What do you want me to say? It's bad.
I just want to make sure you're not like anti-Christian.
I ain't Christian.
What do you want me to say?
Yeah, but are you anti-Eastern Christian?
Actually, I don't know. I feel like if you're religious, you know, you do you. I don't got a problem.
Wait, if you're are you anti-Druze?
Am I anti-Jew?
Okay, guys. We're locking in. I did not realize those druids felt very easy, okay? But then they have a small chance, or they have a high chance to spawn a fucking bug afterwards. And the bug is not easy. Oh no. So I can only kill one at a time. I thought these guys are easy. I'll just go in and ram 5 of them at once. But then if a fucking bug came out of all those... Couldn't do 3 bugs at once. Look, this guy's dying so easy. But then if the big bug comes... Where's the big bug? Look! Big bug! Eat bugs. You gotta be so careful. You gotta go into that camp full of bugs. It's fine, bro. This game's not that hard. Shut up. Be tense. Okay. Oh. 71%. Okay. Look, he's dying so quickly. Ain't nothing. No issue. Easy. Till the fucking bug comes. No, there's no bug. Okay, they don't all do bugs. Okay. We're locking in, guys. Locked TF in. Those ones are a bit higher level. Okay. Come here. Bit. What is it saying here? Skip once you have enough to ding 60. You have 20k worth of XP to turn in outside Silithus. XP needed 41,906 plus 20,000. Oh, I need 41 more. I think that's what it's saying. Yeah, okay. Because it keeps dropping. Okay. Woohoo! Big bug. Big strong bug. Okay. And also, we don't want patrols or anything? Big bug. Big strong bug. Don't like big strong bug. So I need to get 41k XP from here. Okay, and then I do the hand-ins and then we are fucking done. Okay, good. Huh. Big bugs. 41k ain't nothing. Restart. True. Good place to restart. Where are these guys? Good. Okay. Yeah, the ambience is good in here, isn't it? Whoa! Big bug! Hello, my friend. What's the slash played? It's not much. It's 4 days, 13 hours. So I'm gonna easily be within the old world record, the one from the 2000s. Easily. Low level druid. But there's a ghost there. Be careful. Back up, back up, back up, back up. Okay, now come. Big bug. Big bug. Big bug. Ooh! Big bug. Fight the big bug. Only 61 levels to go, guys. It's quiet. Too quiet. Big bug. Big bug. Okay. Druids and sentinels. The sentinels are the harder ones. Okay. And there are 2 in there. Scary. Don't think I should do 2 at once, unless I'm doing a full fucking Zorg. Okay. Ooh. Didn't see that guy. Look at him. They're kind of like inconspicuous. That's scary. What if I disconnect? It's not impossible. Big bug. You need to get into that tower for the next quest in the chain. Goody. God, this is a strong bug. Fuck you. I admire your courage, little bug. But it will not save you. I mean, I have to go into the tower anyway, don't I? Because I need to kill the sentinels. And they are in the tower, so it's good practice, right? That what I think? And they're more likely, it seems, to drop a bug than not. You're on the full XP bar and frame. I mean, I can put, I don't know how do you lock the percentage? Because I thought there was a way that you can lock this number so you don't have to hover over it. Big bug! How do you do that? How do you do that? Just tell me how to do that. Because you can see the bar here. It's already got a big chunk of space. Move your cam up. What? For free? Alright. No, there's a way that you can lock the thing. I just don't know where it is. I think it's somewhere in these settings. Name, nameplates, display, hardcore death alerts. Jesus. Max level announcement. I'll keep that, obviously. Yeah, I can't see. But there's a way that you can lock the XP bar. Lock it to the right of the screen or the left. Shut up. 2 sentinels. Okay, I'm gonna kill them both. And we will take the bugs afterwards. We will survive. We'll be fine. Just smack them down. And we can survive 2 bugs after. Easy. Has to be done. Gotta keep some level of pace. Bug. Bug it up. Bug him up. Now I'm gonna kill the bug first, so it's not like 1 on 3. See that? Hey. Nothing. Come out of this tower, because I don't think there's anyone inside it, but worth checking. Ugh. Huh. So, 4 more sentinels. What are these fucking sounds? Jeez, I have to go up there. Hell no. Wait, let's eat before we ride. Yep. What we got here? Sentinel. Hey! Oh, ho, ho, ho. Who are these guys? They look so serious. Does each of them drop a bug? Oh! Wait, that's not two at once, is it? Come here, come here, come here. Back up, back up, back up. Whoa, ho, ho. They're so transparent. They're like camouflage because they're ghosts. The fuck? Ooh! God, these fucking bugs. The bugs are so horrible. They hit hard, they're armored, they've got loads of health, they can poison you, they do all the bad things. Oh, a thorium lockbox. Okay. Now I take that guy. Is he on his own, or is there... No, there's two of them. Okay. Let's not do that one yet. Because they'll just die immediately, and then I'll have two bugs on me. Oh. Fight the bugs. Come on, bug. No bug. Nice. Ooh. There's one up there. Okay. She is actually beating me up quite good. I'm gonna gouge her and bandage, I think, before the bug comes. Nah, it's too... Don't think I'll need it. Oh, maybe I do. Oh shit, they're respawned! Okay, we can't run away. We have to fight. It's two more sentinels. There's one. Okay. So there's one there as well, and then we just leave after. Don't give me a bug. Come on, no bug. Fuck's sake. Like, almost all of them are bugged. Why? Can you stealth while you eat? Yeah, I can, yeah. Yeah, I can stealth while I eat my fucking quail. I don't need to, though. That's not too bad. I'm just gonna take her out of the camp, away from the respawns. Unless they've come back. Ooh, careful. Might be in trouble. Take it to the left side, okay. Now bug can come on the road. Come to the road. Oh. Get me out of here. Did I go all the way over there? Okay. Whoa. Bugs. Look at this, they're just everywhere. And those ones can charge you, I think. The strikers, the worms. 30k, 34k. Yeah, does anyone know how to lock the XP bar? So I can just see the numbers all the time? Because that would be useful right now if I knew how to do that. Oh, this. Console XP bar text 1. There we go. Clever. There's my XP at the bottom, 74%. I think it's actually, I mean, it might be easier than I thought it was. People fear this zone though. You're so close. I'm so close. Whatever. What are the boys saying?
Like, God gave them Lebanon.
Did God give them Lebanon? I don't think. In the Torah, does it say that? Oh, maybe you're talking about like Joshua. You were talking about Greater Israel shit.
Yo.
Oh,
I'm sorry. I don't want to talk over anyone. So if anyone else has something to say, go ahead and say it.
You got it, bro.
No, you get tight shit and shit. I get.
Well, I know, Loner, you saw that Vosh clip that I linked earlier. We called Israel pedophile haven.
Yeah.
I know where that claim comes from, but isn't that almost entirely just BS?
Yep.
Yeah, because I know there have been cases of like pedophiles who are of Jewish backgrounds trying to go there, but as far as I know, it's not like some big epidemic or whatever. Like that's almost entirely like some neo-Nazi conspiracy or whatever.
Yeah, like it happens obviously higher rates, I think, in the Orthodox community, but it's like, welcome to America, where the child marriages are always worse in red states. It's like, yeah. Fucking.
Or go to your nearest Catholic church. You never know what you'll find there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There was something else I wanted to ask. About Mamdani. Is that how you say? I don't know how you say his name. Madani, whatever. Zoran. You don't mess with the Zoran. There we go. That ought to piss off.
Sounds like a Power Ranger villain.
A Power Ranger villain.
Yeah, like Zoran. Like, come on.
Well, yeah. Well, funnily enough, it almost sounds kind of like the Zohar, which is a Jewish book. But anyway.
Wait, what is this? It says 3 drones will spawn when you enter the bottom floor of the tower. Why the fuck would I go in there?
Oh my god, bro.
Why would I go to the bottom floor of that tower if there's...
Oh, Zordon.
Thank Judean. Do you have anything to say?
I mean, I just joined. I don't know.
Is that the Herzl profile pic?
That's Herzl, yeah.
That's the guy. It's this guy. This motherfucker.
Really? They want me to fight 3 of these? What the fuck?
Yeah.
What's your thoughts on Herzl?
3 of those bugs. Okay.
Herzl, he was a good guy.
Top floor.
Yeah.
Well, I can use all my cooldowns for that, right?
He had a lot of very liberal and progressive values for his time, I would say.
Any
No, wait, Alex. There's top floor of the tower, but no, there's 2 ambushers at the top floor. But it seems to be at the bottom. There are 3 drones that spawn when you enter the bottom floor. That didn't happen. Maybe it's a different tower. Why not get to 60 before the tower? Because this is the quest line. What's your thoughts on the alphabet?
Any militias or no? Like any Israeli Jewish militias or no? Or
No, he lived his life in Europe. He was like just doing politics.
Oh.
I think he also he tried at first he tried to create a Jewish state in Uganda, but I don't think that went anywhere.
Yeah, it wasn't very popular. They weren't really a fan of that random spot in nowhere's middle with no cultural connection.
Well, think about that. We could have had an alternate reality. We could have had an alternate reality where Idi Amin had to deal with a bunch of Jewish people in Uganda.
But that fucking Al Husseini guy, the guy who looks like Ryan Gosling, bro. Oh my god, that shit's funny as hell, man. I still can't believe you meant fucking Hitler.
Yeah.
It's so random.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense if you're not a big fan of the Jews, and there's a guy who really also doesn't like the Jews, you're probably gonna end up meeting.
What was the Oh, James, I got a
Van
question about the other. What was it Palestinian guy? Oh, no, not Palestinian guy, Jewish guy. Was it the Aragon or the? Didn't they meet with the
Hiram
Nazis
Stern.
to be like?
Pilecki
The Stern guy.
they met with the Nazis to see if they could.
What was their partition like? Oh, this is bring the Jews to Israel only, or
Well, there was
Oh.
two things. One, they were trying to see if they could get Jewish people who are being kicked out of Germany to come to Palestine, and which in and of itself I can kind of understand, even if I disagree with work of the Nazis, obviously. But they also thought that they had a common enemy in the British, so they were trying to see if the Germans could give them arms or could even do an invasion of Palestine. And that way, the Lehi could do a mass revolt against the British, and then the Germans and their Arab allies could invade.
I don't know if he said about Palestine. I don't remember that part. I think they just said they wanted to fight the British. They wanted to help them fight the British because the British were the ones that were forcing Jews to be stuck on the boats and not be safe in Israel, Palestine.
Yeah, but they want help fighting the British in Palestine as well. So they offered to get weapons. They could do an uprising in Palestine or whatever. I mean, it's been a while since I read about, so if I'm misremembering, then I'm sorry. But people also.
I don't know why I'm expected to do that quest or how. What the fuck? They just spawn? And you just have to deal with 3 bugs and 2 wankers. Okay. Save this quest for a group. Fuck this quest, man. Are they still there? Are they still in the cave? Yeah, look at them just hanging around. Whoa! Fuck that. Fuck that. Turn in hive in the tower. Well, I don't have that one now. It's not done. Bro. Anyone else doing that in this area? Cringe. Why wouldn't they say, you need to do this with a group? Normally there'd be a warning. I mean, it was possible. It would have been possible, but difficult? Fuck that. Fuck that. I'll just kill these guys, bro. They're fine. I'll get my cooldowns back and try again. I think if I just take the drones around a corner and blast them down, that should be fine. You know, ooh. But then the druid was healing, wasn't he? Could they heal the drones though? Maybe not. Who knows? Whatever, bro. Talk to Rutgar. Down there. Jesus! The poison can mess you up. What, oh yeah, fuck that. Yeah, not worth it. Wait for Vanish. I'm obviously not going there without Vanish. Jesus Christ, that's mental. I don't think I even killed one, did I? And if I go in, 3 more are gonna come. I think that's how it works, right? I just think it's funny that it doesn't have a warning. Okay. Do I really have to go all the way down there then? Like to this place? What the fuck? That's dangerous too. What am I doing here? You killed 1 or 2. No, I probably killed 2, but I also killed the druid, which spawned another one. So it's mental. It's a lot. I'm sticking on the road though. Stay on the road, boys. There are some 58s in here. Oof. Can I go here? Yeah. Okay, this is a safe path. Fine. I asked them if they want to do it, and they're just like, no. Look. Big dredge crusher. Fuck this place, man. It's so dangerous. I'm so exposed. This road like seems safe, but I don't think it is. Hmm. %78. We're fine. We're fine. It's fine. It does seem like no one hangs out in this place, though. Whoa, big bug. Big bug. No, big bug. Oh, we have to go through the sand now. We have to go into the desert. Oh! Spiders. That means they'll poison me. And I won't be able to vanish. Okay.
Here there. Off with you.
Okay, then I go to Angoro? Huh. Okay, get me back on the road. That's all I care about. Get me on the road. I don't want to fight any of these guys. Huh. Apparently I just go back. Interesting. Fuck this zone, man. Ooh. 82%.
I hold
But Spider, to what you were talking about with the oil, there actually is oil now. They found it off the coast in the Mediterranean. It's within Israeli waters.
Wasn't it gas or something instead, not oil? Like technically,
I think it's both. I could be wrong. I thought that there was like both, like oil and gas.
It might be both.
Well, also, Loner, I don't know if you heard, but apparently there's actually supposedly Trump is now offering to try and help Iran with a civilian nuclear enrichment, but that might just be BS.
I mean, that was offered in the negotiations.
Someone posted in Lego. What?
Question. Okay. There's a small input. This is like an answer for David. So, Wonderbox, what's your thoughts on like Lebanon and Syria thinking about joining the Abraham Accords?
I mean, it would be cool, but they're going to want concessions on Palestine, and then that's up to whether or not that's even achievable right now. I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon.
I don't think that happens without the Golan.
I don't know. I don't think Syria is going to demand the Golan for. I'm going to be honest. I
feel like they would. I feel like they would.
For the Abraham Accords, I don't think
Wait.
at least not.
I feel like the Golan is kind of like Crimea, where like, yeah, rightfully and morally it should go back to Syria, but right now I don't think it's happening anytime soon, given the state Syria's in, and also
the Golan is a lot stronger than the case for Crimea staying Russian. I think that at the end of the day, they're like the Golan has become progressively more and more connected to Israel. Like the people feel more connected than they ever have. Like they've been pushing that way. In fact, to the point where they were like,
yes, the more you settle a place, the more you get it. Based.
I don't know, man. David, come on.
Not because of it, but I'm saying
the more
the
you
actual
fuck shit up, the more that fucked up shit's yours.
Oh, David, that's hey, when I said the fucking 50-50 shit about Crimea, people in chat's like, oh my, he's for Russian. But the Golden Heights take, I don't know. Might be kind of a little bit for Russia.
Wait,
Okay.
what? The Golan Heights, to be clear, the Golan Heights
Why?
is 1,000 times more than Crimea ever could be.
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
Russian.
whoa. Pause. Why the fuck? Okay, why did Syria lose the Golan Heights? Why is that?
Because they started fucking aggressing upon the territory and were fucking
And what
posturing
year
like
was that? What
Wait,
year was that? What year was that?
War. 67 war.
The 67 war?
Yeah.
But wasn't Moshe Dayan doing those aggression in Golan?
Why did Syria like why who okay in doing the 67 war? Why did Syria or who started it and who what where and why? Who was the aggressor?
Well, Loner, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't the Israelis think the Egyptians were about to attack or something?
And the Syrians were also lining up by
the Straits of
Wait, wasn't the 67 war? Didn't Israel attack or was it a 48 war?
Israel struck first, but they threatened.
I think my take probably
lined
with
up their
the
armies
Egypt
at the border.
situation. I think in 67, probably with the whole Egypt situation, I think it's probably more justified to Israel strike first, probably against Egypt. But I don't know about Syria.
Syria, just you need to discuss on like what they were doing. I don't actually know that much about the Syrian side of the border. I know a lot more about like the Egypt aggression things.
Didn't the Israelis intercept like a message from the Soviets to the Egyptians or something? Or am I misremembering?
I think, yeah, they did. It was like that the Egyptians were gonna. Wait, wasn't it? Was that from 73 or 67?
I think that was 67, right, Loner?
I think there might have been 2 times when that happened.
Wait, James, I got a question. So the Syrians lost the Golan Heights because of the 67 war, right? Correct.
Yes.
And so, if Ukraine, let's say takes Kursk because fucking Russia invaded Ukraine, right? You think it'll be like, kind of like whatever or what? Or should Ukraine give Russia back Kursk or what?
Well, I think Ukraine absolutely should be able to reclaim the Donbass. Unfortunately, they probably won't be able to, at least not for a long time. But again, Donbass.
Let's say hypothetically they reclaim all the Luhansk, Donetsk, and all the Donbass region, right? And let's say they take Kursk as like a consequence for Russia invading Ukraine, right? Do you think it'd be like kind of justified for it be kind of or not?
Ukraine said they will keep Kursk until Russia says that they will give up forever on their idea of trying to take Ukrainian territory or trying.
Yeah, but I'm just saying I'm saying that as like a hypothetical. Let's say like Kursk becomes like the next Golan Heights, right? Like, would it wouldn't be Would it be like kind of for Ukraine or what? You think?
The Kursk I'm a little bit less familiarized on, so
Kursk is an area of Russia that basically Ukraine was able to take. It's Russian territory.
Yeah, it's Russian territory.
But basically, they were able to push. Let's say, hypothetically, Ukraine was able to push out Russia from their territory and able to take back some Russian.
Okay, guys, I have a choice. The choice is I go back and I have a method to try and get those bugs in the fucking cave in the tower. I can go into the tower because I can throw a grenade in, get the ghosts out, kill them separately, and then go in and do the proper bugs. Could do it that way. Or I go to the snowy place where it's maybe a bit and just kill furries. Let's be safe. Better safe. I can always practice it another time. Oh, okay. 88%. To be fair, the furries are awkward as well, because they can do a lot of damage. Fly to Moonglade. 92%. Okay. I think this is the point where you just kind of run out of quests, right? Huh!
What do you know?
I just have to kill furries. I do have Vanish. Yeah, I have Vanish, but I don't know. It would have been good to kill the furries. No, the bugs. Oh. Go ding at the exact spot that you died last time. I can't remember where it was. I've forgotten. Mechanical Yeti will help, obviously. We'll see, we'll see. It is possible. It is possible that I fall off a cliff. That's one possibility, because there is one hilltop. So that's probably the only risk that I can think of. Can they kill you in flight? No. It wasn't Moonglade, it was Winterspring where I was killed by the cat. It's okay. Yeah, if you die in Moonglade, you're definitely fucked. How do you die in Moonglade? There's no fucking mobs. There's nothing that can attack you. Goon. I don't like this wolf's head. I'm bored of it. There we go. Oh, you can drown. Yeah, that's true. Wait, where's the way up? Oh, here. Can't remember which way I'm going. Wait, what? Which way is Felwood? Is this way, right? Demaru, thanks for the 5 Canadian. Appreciate it. Still need over 17,000 XP. That is... Barabaz, thanks for $5. Might still take a minute, to be honest. See, look, I could fall off that cliff. Don't want to do that. Yo. I can't hand in the totem because I don't have the right rep for it. Okay. Should join Frontier with the leveling speed. This was quite fast. It's like doing the sub 5-minute mile, you know, once upon a time they said it was impossible. The scientists said you couldn't do it. And then now like loads of people do it, but yeah. Thanks, Flammerus, and thanks, Arman. And listen, it's not done until it's done, okay? Don't get complacent. Furries. What's your slash played? It's like 4 days and 9 hours or something? 4 days and 13 hours. The record was 420. 4 days and 20 hours. Back in the day. Whoa. My guild is doing something. 2 shamans? No. Fuck that. They are staunch, sturdy. Huh. This is an awkward layout. Whatever, dude. Whoa, where'd you come from? You're not a nice guy. Okay. Whoa, angry guy. Look how angry he is. He's whacking me. Oh shit. Fuck this crowd. Ooh. %. Yeah. Okay. I should have gone and done the bugs. I think if I'd done the bugs, we'd probably be there by now, but it's okay. Slight slowdown. Ooh. Huh. This has been a very slow level, though. Almost, it's gonna be 4 hours. Ooh. Oh. What's over here? Oh. Don't die at 99. True. Try my best. Always. Don't do that spell. That spell's shit. Okay. What are they talking about? No, not that.
The state, it'd be kind of cool, but I feel like
They've done some naughty things.
I feel like they gotta need a reform, like the government and like how their policy. Okay, they gotta be.
I get. So we're back on now. We were kind of silenced for a while. Sorry, before I'm sorry to interrupt the conversation, guys, but I got one guy in chat because Vanaloven was saying that Herzl was had a plan for Argentina. Well, he had a plan for Argentina and for Uganda before Palestine came up. So that's just something worth. He considered both those places before the plan settled on Palestine.
But no one agreed with him, and it was
but like even at that time, no one agreed with him. All the other people at the Zionist Congress were being like, "Hey, Israel is our homeland. We can't go anywhere else."
We have literally nothing to do with that place at all. We have no culture from there. We have no identity that it's related to that. That's just like, bro. And like, I understand it to him. It was an existential threat. He was predicting that something like the Holocaust might happen, which kind of a guy.
Well, also, even before Herzl, he had the proto-Zionists, like the ones who went back to like the 17 or 1800s. Like the Adar guy from the Adar Winreb, the guy from the Head On Discord, his father, his great whatever grandfather arrived here in 1812 from because he's from France. So like there's clearly a movement there like way before Herzl, but Herzl was the one who kind of created the modern movement basically.
Yeah, I mean, a large chunk of the historically Palestinian Jews were ironically Ashkenazi. Like the Sephardic Jews would like kind of stick to Syria or wherever they were from, whereas the Ashkenazi Jews were always coming back.
Well,
big Yemeni Jewish community.
That's
there.
true. Yeah, Yemeni Jews. Yeah,
one of my one of my friends.
Like Syria, Iraq, Iran, like Morocco, those Jews were like not moving from there until like after Israel.
One of my friends is like a Yemeni Jew, and his wait, can I finish? Sorry, wait, can I finish? Sure. And basically, I was trying to ask him questions like about like his family, and he was like talking to his grandmother because she was like super young when like the Zionist movement was like really kicking off in Israel, and like her family was part of like the old Yishuv, and I was trying to ask questions, but like she's kind of really old now, and so like she didn't know how to answer any questions, and like I would always get like weird answers about everything, and I didn't understand any of them. So I was hoping to try to get some like interesting info off of her, but I didn't get a lot. But it would have been cool if I could.
Well, crap. Also, yeah, the big expulsions of Mizrahi Jews didn't come until after the 48 war. Basically, that was like a post-48 thing. Oh, Vanilovan in chat just said, I meant that Argentina was his proposal. He wrote about in the Jewish state. And something he lost debate over in the Congress, while Uganda was just an offer. Oh, okay, I gotcha.
What do you guys think of my take that Israel should give citizenship to native Arabic speakers who don't speak Hebrew? I mean, don't learn Hebrew. I mean, it should be an obligation.
I mean, I could probably get behind it, but I mean, there's a law that comes with a law of baggage, so I don't know.
That's true, but the people they're not immigrants like in East Jerusalem and the Golan. They're not immigrants. They were living there since before Israel was created. Why should they have to learn another language to be citizens?
I mean, I guess. I mean, I could... Oh, Loner Box, are you getting close to completing your level?
Yep.
Yeah, 95%.
Hey! You're almost
going
there.
slow, though.
Oh yeah,
I'm going
Vanilovan
steady.
said you mean like... Vanilovan says you mean like Sev? Yeah, like Arab Israelis. Yeah. I feel like if you're an Arab and if you were born and raised in Israel, you should get citizenship. I feel it's pretty fair. Yeah.
No, I mean like in the annexed territories, the Golan and East Jerusalem also.
Well,
yeah, because you have to apply for citizenship, and I guess one of the prerequisites is going to be if you can speak Hebrew, right? Is that the thing?
Yeah. You have to be naturalized, yes.
Oh, that's a bit naughty.
Oh, so you agree?
Okay.
Well, what about people what about Palestinians in the West Bank?
If Israel annexes any territory in the West Bank, yeah, those people shouldn't be obligated to learn Hebrew to become citizens.
True. Okay, that's fair. I think I see your argument. What about you, Lauren? Do you agree with this idea?
What about what?
I was asking Loner if he agrees with this idea, but I can't really hear him on my end.
He might be deaf.
Oh, yeah, I'm just listening.
Never mind.
Don't worry about me.
She's on lock camera now.
Oh, yeah, he's
Wait, question. I got a question for all you guys, okay? Be quick question. You got any cons against Loner Box?
Wow.
Isn't he Lebanese?
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah.
I guess that's a con. Just kidding. It's Minecraft. In Minecraft.
He's not Phoenician. He's not Lebanese. He's not Arab. He's Phoenician. Get it right.
True.
Okay, I forgot one of the good ones. I mixed it up.
Okay. We'll maybe come back to them in a few more minutes. Fuck. Huh. Don't bring the whole camp. Come on. Bro, what am I doing fighting these fucking furries, though? Hey? Come on. They're not gonna chain? No. I could probably kill those three at once. Shaman Avenger. Then watch. 40 seconds. Oh. There's loads of people hitting 60 right now. Every time you hear that cheering sound, it's when someone else in the server hits 60. There's a lot of people doing it tonight for some reason. Oh. Keep them separate. You're just noticing more. Yeah, maybe. Wouldn't it be funny if you quit right now? Yeah. Okay, okay. We still have to make it slightly interesting, don't we? Oh no, why'd he go away? Why'd he go over there? Dick. Oh, it doesn't even chain pull from there. Sure, bro. Whatever. Why are they grouping up? What the fuck? No. I'm Sigma male. Should I take out that pack? With fucking shamans at each end. Hell yeah. Wait, am I fucked now? What's going on? Oh, lightning bolt me. Ugh. Whoa, shit. $97? Okay. Scroll. Is that person dying? Are they fucking dying? I can't tell. No, it looks like he's managing. Shall I go and help him, just in case? Is he fine? No, there's two of them. Oh, they're fine. There's two of them. Not your problem. True! Dying helping would be too noble. Yeah. It's a very me thing to do. Ooh. No, those two are just... Okay, they might make it easier because they're going to clear things. Come here. Come here. That pack of 4 is probably doable, I would say. Wait, why am I in combat? The fuck? Okay, shaman and 4 wankers. Let's do it. Let's go mad. Whoa! Huh! Take him down, boys. Get the Avengers next, because they get mad when you kill their friends. Nice. Now I just got to do that a bunch of times and be good. Ooh. 98. Huh. The runner comes on his own. He's not connected to the other ones. See that? Are they really all dead? Apart from these ones? This is a big risk. Big risk. Doable, though. Very doable. Okay, now do this. Oh, I don't have evasion. Haha, whoops. It's okay, just quick. Speed. Oh, well, they're helping me anyway. Huh. Well, that ain't none. There's a risk that these guys lose the aggro and they come back and kill me. But it's just bandage. Less than 5k now. Shut up. Yes. Okay. No Discord. Leave them alone. Whoa! Bring them back. Bring them back. I don't have Blade Flurry. $99. Bro, I could still die. And that would be the end of it. There's so... Look at all those shamans. 3 of them. Curse resisted. Well, it's good to be lucky sometimes. Nearly impossible to die this way. Don't say that. I know it is, but you never know. The only thing about it being quite crowded is the respawn factor might be a bit janky because it's out of my control. Okay, well, I take those guys down. Let's get out of the death camp. Ooh. Thought that was me. $11 more kills. It's less than 11. %, yeah. It's not actually 100, obviously. It's just a flaw, a fatal flaw. God, I should just ram into that pack down there. No. It's 5 more, I think. Easy, 5 more. Maybe 6. Oh, they just arrived. Fuck. We run out. It's only packs. Should I fight the pack? No. It's not 1 more, it's 2 more. Or 3. The whole place is fucking massacred. Look at it. Let's go to this other shaman. Let's go. Haha. It is you and I, my friend. That's not how I was trying to do it. What the fuck? I was trying to do this. Wait. Let me go over there. Ah! It's not turning away from me, fucker. It is you and I. Like this. Like this. Ah! Good job, guys.
And with that, the WoW Gamer Gooning session has ended.
What was that playtime? Four days and 14 hours. That's pretty fast. Oh. Ooh. Well done, guys. Well done. Record? Oh, it's my personal record, yeah. By far, by like over a day. Don't walk back, are you mad? I'm just going to Orgrimmar. What are you talking about? There's people in game messaging me, what the fuck? They had to be on the character that's called Loner Pug. Like the shittest name. Oh god. Pug. Fucking Pug.
Nice job.
Thanks, Fumbongo. Really appreciate that. And Sulfur, the 5 Canadian. And Totally Funny Dude with the $20. And Robbe Bobbe with the £5. And Sparkles with a tier 2 sub. And Will Game with a $9.99. And Speedy Taco with a $25. You've earned it. Here's another 6 months of not playing Baldur's Gate. Damn.
You earned it.
That took
Here's
so
to
much.
Another 6 months of not playing Baldur's Gate.
Well, it was a lot longer than I expected it to take. I thought, I really felt like I was getting it first try when I made it to 48. Shit, though. Fuck. Cool. I guess the other quests are just there for gold, right? Don't need that anymore.
GZZ now play a good game like Oz.
Thanks for $10, Dobber. How do you feel? Fine. Feels absolutely fine. We've escaped the confession dial. Mm-hmm. Cool. We got a hardcore to 60. God damn. Wait, what is this guild? Ungoon. Lil Gup of Ungoon. I didn't know that. Who is the... Who are these people? Are these guys viewers? I don't know who these people are. I don't remember when I got invited to this guild. The fuck? Ungoon. Abdul Barry, thanks for the $5. Congrats and cheers to a new class run to 60. Counter 3, thanks for the $5. Left Hita Fasha, thanks for the $9.99. Alf Mabruk. Hey. Where's the thing? Now it's time for Hardcore Iron Man. Nope. Didn't know you were part of a guild. It's been kind of fuzzy. Do I go this way? I don't know the Horde area that well. I think it's this way. Ooh. Oh, this might be people from Irrelevance when he was playing, or JStock server. I can't remember. Down the river. Okay. Oh, I can just do this. Get summoned. Okay.
Hail.
Whoa. I mean, keep that, maybe. Not the Yeti. Fuck that. Okay. Yeah. Oh. Blood orgy. Nah. Cool. Ah. Whoa, cute. Alright. Nice one. Fuck that. Whoa, thanks for sticking around, guys. It'd be good. It'll go up on the Reddit compilation. Jesus, you guys just donated like twice as much as the entire stream made in those few minutes. Gypsy, thanks for the 5 New Zealand. You got this, bruv. Thanks for inspiring my return to WoW and piano. Enjoy learning about history and politics from you while I play. Oh, thank you so much. Wow. What a warm comment. Yeah, okay. I hope you got out your system. Yeah, bro. I got out my system. I was kind of done with it like 2 tries ago, but you know. I didn't know we can go that fast though. That was good. That was very fast. Okay. Where are we going? Yeah, whatever. I can't be fucked with rating. Taco, thanks for $5. The sad part of this is that most people don't do research and they don't feel that something isn't right. Yeah. Yes. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Guys, I will see you probably in a few days. Maybe, what day is today? Friday. Probably next week. I'll see you sometime next week, okay? I intend to, I'll do a birthday stream, but it'll be after my birthday. You know, like those wankers who have birthday weeks? I'll do that. Or they have like 3 birthdays for all their different friend groups because they all hate each other. Okay. Okay, whatever, dude. God, I hope nothing happens in the news in the next few days. All right, behave yourselves. Bye-bye. Which day is birthday? Sunday. Sunday. Anyway. Behave yourselves. Bye. Bye-bye. Stop gooning. Bye. Stop gooning. Bye.